distinguished welcome remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for being here today. And once again, we apologize for starting slightly late. This particular event falls in line with many events that we've hosted. And all of the events that we've hosted always had the same objective of attracting investments into the agricultural sector. This particular event has a focus on capital markets. And we've decided to take a focus on capital markets because we've seen that there is a gap when it comes to market information with regards to where the opportunities are within the agricultural sector and how capital market players can access these relevant opportunities. So during the course of the day, we'll structure the program whereby our participants can learn how to structure deals, learn from those who are actively structuring deals within the agricultural sector. We'll also have a number of studies from those who have benefited from the capital market, such as Valencia Agro, AFEX, and the likes. In addition to that, we've also got a rich lineup of agri-businesses of whom will be making presentations to investment opportunities and financing opportunities. Really, as we're hosting this event, the most important objective for us really is to ensure that we're able to strike deals, meet players and other potential partners. I'd like to also thank all of us. I'd also want to thank our customers, especially AFEX, NISAL, Unity Bank, DLM, Sterling Bank, and other stakeholders that have supported us and believe in the vision of facilitating and attracting investments into the agricultural sector. Today poses to be very rich. We've made sure we've convened the best speakers to speak on agricultural investment opportunities. To you all a splendid day. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Please help me appreciate Bamidele. Like you said, the content is rich and it's a very deliberate and intentional throw into directive. Gentlemen of the press, welcome. And I'd just like to also acknowledge once again all of the distinguished presence or CEOs here with us. We have senior partner and MD of Agri-Invest Nigeria, Abiola Ujosage, you're very welcome. From Valencia Agro Nigeria Limited, Sunil Danika, you're very welcome, sir. Also today, I'd like to acknowledge Charles Inyangete, PhD, the chairman, Innovative Risk Investment Solutions Limited. You're very welcome, sir. Also here with us, Sanil Gupta, general manager and finance controller for Olam Grains. Very, very welcome. We also have with us the coordinator for agribusiness promotion for LiveND, that's Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprise, from the Niger Delta, Antonia Asenwa. More and more of these distinguished presence and presentations here today, but right now we're going to be inviting for his presentation Dominic Graham, Chief of Party, to please come up. Thank you. Round of applause as he comes up and gives us attention. The future of food, and most importantly, capital incentives for Africa.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, honored guests, ladies, gentlemen. It's great to have the opportunity to speak face to face. I've met so many of you online or via telephone in the months that I've been working with the USAID Agribusiness Investment Activity, but it's just never quite the same as meeting in person. Thank you, Bamidele, welcome to Africa, for helping convene this event and put us all together in a room. The difference between meeting remotely and meeting in person, the difference of building relationships. It's the difference of building trust between individuals, between organizations. It's the difference of building confidence between investors and clients, between lenders and borrowers. As an activity, we see the same as everyone in this room sees, the rewards on offer in the agriculture sector. Historically, an area that has seen great underinvestment over the years, an area with productive lands, a large domestic market. I think we're all familiar with that landscape, but which also brings with it risks as well. Risks at the macro level. How do you handle currency fluctuations? How can you strengthen policy regulatory protocols? How can you structure a system to better promote investment into agriculture? And problems at the micro as well. Working with businesses to make them investment ready, working with investors, working with lenders to help them structure products, structure deals that really meet the needs of that target market. And as an activity, those are the functions we try to play, helping to build confidence and trust between different actors in the sector and helping to bridge these different gaps to reduce risk so that everybody has a better shot at reaping the rewards on offer. We break our work into three main components. The first, we work at the regulatory and policy levels with the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the SEC and others here in Lagos, and also with state government, federal government, and others. Sometimes to introduce new policies and protocols, oftentimes just to help support delivery of existing policies, which can be equally as important and fundamentally important to building confidence in the sector. The second area of work for us is more direct. It's about making connections that work between financial institutions, between investors, and between client businesses. And to do that, we can make those introductions. We can help businesses to communicate on each other's level. We work with financial institutions, as I say, to develop new products, with investor deals, or to help target businesses and help businesses to become investment ready. Everything from proper business planning through to making proper risk market assessments and all these other pieces that go toward making a successful capital raise. We don't offer capital of our own. We don't underwrite risk, personal guarantees or similar. What we offer is technical advisory services, and we follow the market. We don't bring our own portfolio. We prefer to speak with clients, understand where a deal is struggling, and then help to bridge over that last hole in order to access the finance they need to make growth ambitions a reality. And then we have a much more, let's say, micro, mid-sized enterprise to help strengthen core business function, confidence in that sector. Things like accounting principles, HR, these kind of issues that are a little boring, you might say, they really work wonders, confidence of external in the sector itself. Given a little insight to the work that we do, I just want to again welcome everybody to this event. I'm really looking forward to hearing and learning from all of the wisdom that's to be shared with us through the course of the day. Again, it's fantastic to be seeing you all face to face. I hope that the relationships we're able to build through these conversations, the confidence we're able to bring just by having such a wide range of private sector actors, all showing enthusiasm, all showing energy for the sector is in itself a strong message we can translate into completed deals, completed investments in agribusiness in Nigeria. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I wish everybody a successful day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, once again, let's appreciate Dominic Graham. Thank you very much, presentation. Like we heard it, there's a difference between what is remote and what is face-to-face. Right here in the room, what is face-to-face, we handle face-to-face. And I believe that that's the most important thing about any transactional orbit, so that we're able to get the right references in place. The difference is relationship, trust between organizations, the confidence between the investor and financial investor and borrower, everything being brought together into a place of activation through active engagement and relationship. Thank you very much, Dominic, for that. And we go straight to the panel. I'm supposed to actually have to come up here, the DG Security and Exchange Commission. I don't know if they're represented, but we're just going to, and once we have him or his representation in the room, I shall have that properly worked into the flow of the event program. But right now, Agri-Communities for the capital market, our lead presenter is none other than the MD CEO Nasal LC, and our distinguished panelists, Mr. Dave Udwanu, Managing Director, CEO, Sigma Pensions, and Dr. Farouk Aminu, Commissioner Administration at National Pension Mission. You're very welcome. And I'd please like to ask the audio component to please come and help me with the microphones for my lead panelists and his duo. So, sir, I'm going to respectfully ask that I reseat you here. Thank you very much. Here. Oh, no, sir, sorry, just a moment. Thank you. I'd like Ogasi to sit here and for you to sit next to him on this side. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bamidele?
On your one, I sent you on WhatsApp. Income.
So I believe there's one more person that I'm supposed to invite in to come up. Okay. Mr. Sonny Ayere, you're not, there's no way, let's handle that in private. Right now it's out. Please put your hands. Sonny Ayere, like I said, this is what happens when we're wearing physical copy. So I'm seeing, I'm sort of, effecting this panel is already founder, managing partner of Sefton. You're very welcome. Madam Moderator, over to you.
Hello. Okay, good morning. I think thank you for having me here. Hello, can you hear me? Pleasure to be moderating this distinguished panel of speakers. Shola Wright has introduced them, and you can see that we have on the panel here today the best you can get in the market, both public sector and the private sector, to actually talk to us about the capital markets and what that means for. We have with us today Mr. Aliyu Abati Abdulhamid. He's the MD CEO of the Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending. And as you heard today, They are there to just make, to facilitate, to make things go okay. So I'm going to yield the table now to Mr. Abdulhamid to give us his presentation so we can hear what NISAL has for us, agriculture and the capital markets generally.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think, like Bamidele engagement, very busy. It's like almost every single segment of this. Not here to talk. For the agricultural side, we get things going. Sure, make a little pre-announcement of something in the works. I don't want to preempt him, so let me go straight into presentation, which will set the stage of what we in NASAL can be this outing with. So simply, it's a table of content made up of 4 sections. What are the potentials and the challenges in the agricultural sector, followed by what are the risk value chain investment opportunities, and how do you harness those opportunities, and the conclusion. This is a background that if you analyze the opportunities and the challenges in Nigeria, as you could see, in terms of overall economic growth, which has stood out in terms of those percentages from 2016 to so without belaboring, you could all see the numbers. Agriculture has always stood out and outperformed almost every other sector in terms of contribution to the economy. I don't know whether the sitting arrangement is not taxing. They have to, our colleagues will have to go there, then after that, come back. Yeah, because it's not convenient. Yes. Because it will set the stage for the conversation. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So this is particularly interesting to the financing, that is the investing side, the capital market operators. You want to be where there's growth opportunity, both in terms of overall economic contribution, overall economic growth in the country, as well as in terms of exports. As you could see, our only competitor here, when I say we, the agriculture side, is the energy goods. But largely agriculture is still about 33% of non-oil exports. Next opportunity set is the issue about population growth. I was just discussing a few minutes ago with Sonia, and he said he was excited to see this happening. But yes, it could be exciting, it could also be challenging. This is a national security issue here. If we don't put money behind agriculture as agribusiness, we're going to be in big trouble in the next 8 years. This is what our population will be by the end of this decade. And this is what it will be in the next, 30 years. So this is not a dream. It's reality. It's not about anyone coming from outside to tell us what we need to do, to put our money where our mouth is. And this is where our mouth is. Again, it's an opportunity for finance capital market to put their money where our mouths are. Am I right? We literally mean 206 mouths and 11 million mouths. That is what it means. Without finance capital, we would be dreaming. Despite, you could see there are 2 sources of money for agriculture and agribusiness: the banking sector and the market. Look at the contribution of agriculture, 25%, 27% of GDP. But look at where we are. in terms of bank financing. Very abysmal, right? A very 4.6%. In terms of capital market exposure, in terms of market exposure, 0.5%. These two sets of things. You have 264 million people to feed, yet you are allocating finance capital at 4.6%. Here at 0.5%. Are we serious? I don't think we are. We're all waiting for government to allocate a meager budget to a federal ministry of agriculture, right? Or the CBN intervention. Whereas in theory, private capital is limitless, provided you can give the risk return logic, you can de-risk it for them. So guys, the purpose of this meeting today is to see how can the capital market make money while allowing agriculture to take its rightful place here. And we know the key concerns. It's almost cliche. Limited understanding, high risk, small financeable tickets, projects are not feasible or in most cases not viable, difficulty in monitoring projects, and you can see the beginning of where your money leaves you, but you cannot see how it comes. And there is no financier that will be issued. In NASAL, we understand that all these factors have to be in place for us to convince the owners of money, whether it is the banks or the capital market. There is no way you can approach capital finance agriculture for me. There is nothing about financing culture. Culture is what it is. To challenge that received wisdom by saying agriculture. Me, as NASAL, I cannot be able to convince DLM to raise money from the capital market to finance the culture. The culture is what it is. In fact, it's supposed to remain what it is as a matter of tradition, isn't it? We financing agriculture, drop the culture to finance agribusiness. Immediately you put the business attachment to agri, it means the business logic must step in. The logic of profit, the logic of management, the logic of cash flow, and all the things that every business must do to survive, irrespective of whether it is agri. So this is the first display. But underlying that one, all projects to be financed must be technically feasible, financially viable. They must, the promoters must have the capacity to run that business. If you don't have that capacity, hire that capacity and pay for it. You have to have visibility on how the money flows through the system. You must have projects identified before you approach the capital market. A track record assesses for a brownfield project has been there, must be established. For a greenfield project, it must be surrounded by systems, protocols, and procedures that can give comfort to the capital market. There must be assurance of returns. If DLM raises money from the capital market, he must be assured that the return that he has committed to do to the investors must be assured. And there has to be an exit plan that is favorable for all parties. But surrounding all those, there are institutions that manages risk for all parties concerned. And that is where NASAL comes in. So that leads us to what are those investment opportunities that are the risk. That is of interest to everyone. Let me start by quickly introducing NASAL itself. All of you would have known about the history of this organization. We're just about 5 years old, getting to our 6th year. But these are collaborative partners, largely driven and owned by CBN 100%, but policy space owned by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. All the MDs of Nigerian banks are actually a member of the board of NASAL, represented by a bank at a time. In fact, they are party to the creation of NASAL. And these are some of our key objectives. And our fund, did I mention that the CBN set us up with about $500 million US in order to give comfort to whoever we give our guarantee to. And these funds are shared accordingly, 300 million, 30 million insurance rating and the rest. That does not mean I'm giving out this money. The whole idea is that we have this money and we have grown that money to be able to issue guarantee certificates to investors and financiers to know that they are comfortable enough to bring out their money. Now, so far, to give additional comfort to capital market operators, this is our report card for the last 5 years. It's obvious. At the last count, I think by Q2 this year, we have done up to 644 million US dollars. In theory, we have achieved the theoretical construct of a risk-sharing facility. The whole idea is an opium. Use other people's money. We leveraged our $500 million funds to bring out 644 million US dollars without losing up to 1% of our own money. That is a smart system. We've been able to pay back to good borrowing and repayment behavior up to 7 million US dollars, what we call the interest drawback. At the last count, we think we are supporting right now up to 1.4 million farmers. We have project monitoring and remediation office in covering all the 774 local governments in Nigeria. This is the kind of thing that the financiers need as a comfort. You can release the money in Lagos, but you can rest assured, Damaturu or Unguru or in Lela or in Sokoto or somewhere in southern Nigeria, we have our eyes covering that project. These are some of the numbers, but the key thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that in the last 5 years, look at the non-performing loan level for national guarantee, less than 1%, 44 million US dollars. The reason is we spend all our times and our monies to keep an eye on any project we guarantee. This is really an enlightened self-interest. If I guarantee a project and I go there and the owner of the money goes to sleep, what happens to that project? It goes south, and who ends up paying? I guarantee that project 75%. All the bankers need to do for the capital market is knock on my door. Please pay up, the project has failed. We can't afford to allow a risk event to happen. That is why in our name, a DNA of NASL is risk management. And that is a testimony to our capacity to risk manage projects that we guarantee. So having said that, let's go into the opportunities. This table represents structured agribusiness financing opportunities for the capital market, for the bankers and everyone. If I ask a capital market operator or a banker to finance agriculture, it will be a hard sell because it's difficult to understand what I mean. But assuming I break down any commodity, its logical component parts here, it begins to make sense. It doesn't matter whether it's cocoa, rubber, sesame, gum arabic, maize, rice, soya, whatever it is. Every single commodity you know has a value chain logic. You have upstream, midstream, and downstream. Now, if you approach the owners of money and break down any opportunity into these component parts, it becomes sense. Because if you say you're going to finance farmers, a farmer's business is essentially to buy a seed, isn't it? To buy fertilizer, to get mechanization, to get irrigation, and to project manage his farm, isn't it? Guess what? All these 4 or 5 components can be done as a service. It can be done as a service. In other words, you disaggregate the opportunity into its component parts and finance a tradable business rather than finance a farmer or put pocket or money into the pocket of the farmer's hand. In sub-Saharan Africa, in Africa, that's a difficult hard sale. In advanced economies, the OECD countries, they can actually put money into the account of the farmers because they are far advanced. They manage the money, they produce value and pay back. The reality in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, we cannot afford to do that if we are to square the cycle. So therefore, you disaggregate the opportunities and break them into component parts. And these are, ladies and gentlemen, the investment opportunities available for any commodity you can imagine. Look at these commodities from cassava through wheat all the way to hibiscus and fresh fruits and vegetables. This is the primary production part, and that's what we call the midline investment opportunity. But almost 80 to 90% of what you spend here, it's actually spent on some of these activities, isn't it? Production, harvesting, primary processing, primary transport, and primary storage. Each of those can be set aside and be financed on its own, provided you can lock them in to the primary producers. Our farmers don't have the capacity to handle technology, to handle machines. You remove those kinds of items from the hands of the farmers and you create separate businesses, finance those businesses, control these businesses, but map them to the land. That way you can see risk management at work. You can see fee for services being paid for. A farmer doesn't have to own a 250 horsepower tractor to do 10 hectares and park it as a status symbol in the village. It doesn't make sense. But that same 250 horsepower tractor can service a cluster of 200 hectares, 500 hectares, and remain in business for the rest of the year. And guess what? Who says a tractor only do plowing and harrowing? This same business, you can remove the tires and convert it into a generator to pump your. You can actually attach trailers at the back of that tractor, 15 trailers, depending on the horsepower of that tractor, to provide evacuation services from farms. That tractor can be used year-round, and therefore, if I convince the capital market to put down $500 million to buy equipment to deploy services to millions of farmers around the country, it makes sense. I'm not putting money into the hands of the farmer because he has no need to acquire capital equipment and pack it. The same thing with irrigation. We have developed a model, what we call the climate smart irrigation system, where we're used to irrigation being a government multi-billion-dollar driven thing. It doesn't work that way. If you are able to cluster farmers, create governance for them, create economic sizes amongst farmers, actually deploy modular plug-and-play irrigation systems. Today, you don't even need grid electricity. Solar-powered irrigation systems are the rage. If you go to the Indian subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, this is the kind of system they deploy all over. I went to Morocco. Most of the farms in Morocco are actually irrigated not from massive government dams, but from little Renault engines or Peugeot engines powered by, guess what? Cylinders of methane gas, the same cooking gas you use in your houses. And they pump the water and they produce year-round. And I don't see why we call ourselves a gas nation with 206 trillion standard cubic feet of gas. And we're talking of only automobile gas, industrial gas, and cooking gas, when 80% of your population need that gas deployed in the field to power irrigation machines to pump water for them. The day when we can do that, it means that farmers can stay on their field year-round. Those 8 to 9 months in northern Nigeria that they get out of the field and become a nuisance doing armed robbery, banditry, and kidnapping, they will stay back in the fields. And guess what? We have enough billions of cubic meters of surface water and subsurface water. All you need to do is to have the energy to pump it out and distribute it. Young people will stay in the farm. They produce, they harvest, they go back, produce, and harvest. You can be able to do 3 cycles in a year, even in extreme northern Nigeria, not talk of the south. Climate change has affected even southern Nigeria. You cannot predict the rainfall pattern and you can lose. Why am I saying so? Because if I can be able to raise money from the capital market, they need to ensure that I can create the revenue. How do I ensure revenue? By having the highest possible yield. How do I have the highest possible yield? By making sure that I produce more than once. I should produce at least twice. Fund is annualized. If I take an interest of 1, if I produce twice, even if I have failure in the first cycle, I can make a success in the second cycle. So irrigation, captive, off-grid powered irrigation systems there to go. And again, you can create discrete businesses around that. And farmers will get what? Water as a service. You can pay just like software as a service. You can do irrigation as a service. Young guys can actually own these components together with their gas cylinder, with their pump, set up the system, dig, soak the water out, deliver the water, and charge the farmers. You either charge upfront or you wait when they have you, just like NEPA charges for their energy consumption in the homes. These are things that can be done. And millions of young graduates set this up as an enterprise. Farmer has nothing to do with irrigation. He has nothing to do with tractor. He gets that service because he creates the value out of this. So these are some of the available opportunities the capital market can look at as discrete, independent, alone businesses, but all of them servicing this system. Like I said, if you do, including seed and fertilizer, which can be institutionally supplied, 90% of the spend here, which is the most taken off institutionally and in a very structured way. To ask the capital market to finance a seed company is no big deal. It's a business they know. You can see the in, you can see the out, you can see the process. Same thing. Equipment, tractor, you can take a lien on the equipment, amortize the cost, and make sure that they generate revenue. All this can be done while providing up to 90% of the service. Management, this is the best way to can be deployed across the country. The top level in their financing opportunities is the value-added processing. It doesn't make sense to carry raw materials straight to the market, whether it is the domestic market, the industrial markets, or the export markets. Value addition can happen. And I want to inform the capital market, science as technology has moved on. You don't need a 1 billion naira processing system that you transport paddy rice from Adamawa State, 500 kilometers to Kano or more, process that rice there, take it back to Adamawa, or take it back to the north. It doesn't make sense. You can actually create embedded modular processing clusters, provided you can be able to aggregate the fields to form minimum economic sizes of, let's say, 500 hectares or 1,000 hectares, which is doable in the north, and smaller number of hectares can be done in the south. But the key thing is you can scale all the way down to cluster 2 tons per hour or 2 tons per day rice processing mills that can mill, that can sort, that can polish, that can bag. If you set up like 20 of those in a cluster and you map it to a certain size of producers, you have actually created a rural economy right in the rural area, and what comes out of that rural area is finished product ready for the market and ready for the port. You don't need to transport raw material. For example, transporting tomato all the way from Kano to Lagos. You are largely transporting water, ladies and gentlemen. You don't transport water to Lagos. Harvest it, crush it, cook it, evaporate it, put the concentrate in a drum, then bring it to the packing guy in Lagos to pack it and sachet it. This is the way to go. So you embed a modular processing, and why I'm very particular about modular systems. It again allows young people to set up businesses. The same children of the rural poor that have gone to school, have gone to polytechnics, they don't have a job to do. With right financing, with right management and mentorship, they can set up those processing systems to process those things produced by their own parents and uncles. But they need capacitation, they need handholding, and they can run it as a business and make money. So this is the way it should go. And so for the capital market, we can work together with them to aggregate these opportunities and de-risk them, get these opportunities and de-risk them, and these opportunities and de-risk them. So if you go to the mid section, the midline investment opportunity, of course, it's difficult for owners of finance or banks of the capital market to finance a 0.5 hectare, of a remote farmer somewhere in Cross River State, or somewhere in Kano State, or somewhere anywhere in Nigeria. It just doesn't make economic sense. So what NASAL did was to create what we call a geo-co-op model, whereby we socially engineer the communities. We all know that from the real world, they are already cooperated without knowing. Every little plot of land is enabled to the next one. But on this little land, they do all sorts of things. They grow beans here, yam here, cocoyam here, okra there. It doesn't make sense. If you are under the same kind of soil chemistry, the same kind of microclimate, in the same community with the same language, why don't you also grow, all of you coming together, what the market wants, so that you can get the best for your commodity. You can get structured financing. Offer, provided all those little data and create a sizable piece of land that you can deploy mechanization for. So what NASAL did in the last 2 years is to develop that concept and share it out and sell to the communities. And we actually go to the rural areas and socially. So what do? We aggregate smallholder farmers to form what we call optimized agro-geo cooperatives to enable technology deployment and reference management, and we collocate and embed ancillary modular processing services to them. When you form AGCs into 250 hectares, a ticket to fund a 250 hectare size is something in the region for rice, is something in the region of 65 to 75 million naira. The same farmer, if you are to isolate him and fund his 0.5 hectare, is about 80,000 to 100,000. How does it make sense to travel all the way from Kano to Lagos, a bank headquarters, and say, I have a farmer that needs 80,000 to finance his business somewhere in Kano? It doesn't make sense. But the same farmers, if I'm to aggregate them into this size, socially engineer them to agree, I can raise a ticket size of 75 million and come to a close of that. I can approach a bank with a ticket size of 500 million, 300 million, a billion naira to finance groups of farmers. And for the capital market, this is the kind of structure that they will need to see, not those disaggregated farmers. And so far, we have been able to succeed in creating geo cooperatives, and we have so many partners that we're working with on that. Now, in terms of those harvest and post-harvest opportunities I was mentioning earlier, as you can see, primary production is what I mentioned earlier, but harvesting can be separated and be provided for as a service. Drying technologies can be provided as a service. Modular grain cleaning technologies can be provided as a service all the way down. It means that the 50 to 70% post-harvest loss that we are experiencing, especially for perishables and grains, can be stopped if we can convert that intermediate opportunity to be business opportunities to be financed. And like I said, young people love technology-driven opportunities. There's no way young people, if you can be able to put together equipment for them, set up an office system for them, finance them, they cannot be going around and providing those services. By the way, in NASAL, what we do, we use our own money to create those models and do what we call proof of concept. And we have such proof of concepts that can be scaled up. The irrigation system also follows the same model. Either it's solar powered or gas powered. You get a cluster of farms, you bring out the water, you provide water as a service, you either collect the money or you bill the farmers very small amount and then they pay when they harvest. And right now we're talking with the NNPC, we're also talking with NASEDI. NNPC is talking about providing the gas, NASEDI is talking about providing us with the solar systems. Once we prove that model, we're ready to bring it to the capital market for going to scale. Let me not bore you too much. These are some of the other opportunities. This one is very interesting, especially in southern Nigeria. Land is an issue here, but forest is available. So, how do you convert idle land into productive land, dead asset into live asset? We created what we call the smallholder-based commercial agriculture site and services. This is a business venture in and of itself. You get a company that brings in this kind of equipment that is required. It does the land clearing, it does the parceling, the infrastructure, the contouring, and divides that land into clusters of hectares. What happens is that that becomes an investment opportunity. Once you get that done, even people working in Lagos that are earning salary and so on can easily raise money to put into those lands for production. I'm not saying you become a farmer in Lagos, but you can invest in an opportunity where you know where your money is going, and you get professional agricultural managers to produce and sell. But the key thing is someone has to invest in land development, just like real estate. They call it site and services, isn't it? The same model can be adopted for agriculture. And we're just doing exactly that one somewhere in Adamawa State along the River Benue as we're speaking. And then we have the livestock project. I just want to leave it like that. While people are talking about ranching, grazing, and all this political talk, we have gone ahead to create an integrated system that has a feedlot, a fodder bank, a dairy, a pasture production, and a cattle market, all within a 100-hectare lot. So every component fits into the next component, and everyone is making money. We have not revealed that one yet, but if my brother Sonny is ready to put his money, we're ready to take this model to scale. By the way, we in NASAL put about $500 million of our money to prove this concept. Everything I'm telling you here, we don't use commercial money or anybody's money. We use our money to do the POC. We go through a steep learning curve. We codify all the learnings. So by the time we meet the capital market or the banks, we tell them exactly what we know for us to go to scale with. Okay, storage systems. And then finally, the SATC. This one is a model that we have developed and sold to the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. We know the key issue about moving commodities from northern Nigeria to the south, and also from Nigeria, southern Nigeria to the north, especially agricultural commodities. Instead of our security system to deal with those commodities as national security issues, you find multiple local governments, multiple uniformed people, multiple policemen, or whatever, harassing trucks moving either cattle or food or tomato from north to south, the other way from south to north. What we did, we said, look, there has to be a way to create structured corridors that when a truck is registered with the SATC system, if a truck is in that corridor, nobody stops it, nobody disturbs it until it delivers. And electronically, we're going to track that truck all the way from Kano until it discharges in Lagos. Digitally, you can see the movement of that truck. And if there is any taxes to be paid, right from the beginning of loading, digitally, all local governments that need tax to be paid, that tax will be collected. It will be collected straight electronically to whoever is legitimate tax collector. And that will carry time that will allow it to pass it in a corridor all the way from the north to south, any disturbance. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture likes it, and we're going very far, but we need government to announce a policy around it. That creates a secure. And we have played with, I think, what USAID did some time back in the 90s or early 2000s, the Lakaji corridor. If there's anyone from USAID who's been there, will remember it's a project that has been done. They proved that that can work. We have taken that to scale by creating like 5 corridors, Maiduguri to Lagos, Sokoto to Calabar, probably Kebbi straight down south through Abuja. If you have 5 corridors, on those corridors, any of the registered trucks under SATC will be electronically tagged. The goods are going to be there. We are going to have central command and control, and we can feasibly see the rate of travel of that truck until it discharges. And nobody will stop it. No police, no army, no local government, because it's like a item now. So this is something we're working on. And after we do the road one, we're also going to talk to the Nigerian Railway to create a railway corridor, inland waterways corridor, as well as aviation corridor. One of the things we're thinking of is why carry cattle with all the horns and the hooves and all the thing inside the stomach, and they walk across from the north to the south, marching into people's farms, creating problems, when you can actually slaughter the animals, blast freeze the meat, pack it, put it into a containerized reefer, and deliver it to the Lagos market, or to the Onisha market, or to the Calabar market. We have to move life across Nigeria. If we can create business, you can grow the cattle, slaughter the cattle, whatever animal, pack the meat. By the way, a trailer carries like how many? What? 45, 50, I think, animals. Most of them, some of them die. But when you slaughter and you remove all the unnecessary parts, right? A container can carry nearly the equivalent of 150 cows in one container in terms of meat. And this is something we're working on. One of the crazy things we're trying to do is convert some of the C-130 high-class aircraft that are parked all over the country. Work with partners every morning from the cattle slaughter centers. In 1 hour and 15 minutes time, the whole live, fresh animal meat delivered to Lagos, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar. It's just big modeling out how that can pan out. Okay? So these are some of the prospects. I'm sure the capital market will be interested in seeing how this one evolves. So to do all that, we in NASA are ready to support the capital market with this set of guarantees. Every business along the value chain that involves primary production, we are providing up to 75% guarantee cover of the commitment, of the loan or the investment. With mechanization, 50% for processing, integrated farms 30%, and this follows the riskiness of each segment of the value chain. And also ready to provide up to 40% interest drawback for a good business that behaves itself and pays back as and when due. Of course, there are some, it's a bit discretionary, you know it. So far, we have been able to work with the insurance industry to create index-based insurance at play. Before, it used to be NAIC only, but now today you can see a lot of insurance companies have come into play just because what Nasal said is that, look, we have to create bespoke insurance products to speak each segment of the value chain according to the riskiness that it presents. It is going to be interesting to know, how do we do some of our risk management? NASAL is in space, we are in the sky, we are in the ground. A lot of near real-time monitoring provides service and comfort. We work with a lot of space-based satellites that give us near real-time data, like yesterday's data, and then we provide these services. I don't want to bore you with that. Today, it's only NASA advanced agricultural drones that you are deploying to cover any of our exposure to provide these services. We are working with a lot of companies like to do field technologies embedment into the fields. All these feed into a data hub to provide decision support in what we do. And in terms of loan management and recovery, when I say we're in every state and 774 local governments, this is the structure that we have to give you comfort, the capital market. In every state, we have the head office team, we have the field officers, we have a software that keeps an eye on all our transactions, and we have field recovery, field extension and loan recovery agents, all supported by NASA to stay 24 year projects. And so, therefore, basically what are we looking for? For the top line, midline, and baseline, all the opportunities I mentioned earlier will basically look for working capital finance and asset finance. Working capital finance, asset finance, long-term patient capital. The whole idea behind NASA is to undertake, to underwrite risk, to create market incentives, and to create proof of concepts before we even introduce a project to the capital market. So the capital market is highly crucial to the development of a very optimized agricultural sector that will be vibrant to support a thriving commodity trading ecosystem and deliver food security, economic growth, import substitution, forest generation, employment creation, and livelihood improvement objectives. And I mentioned earlier, these are some of the opportunities. 1, 2, 3, irrigation opportunities, land preparation opportunities, livestock integrated opportunities, smallholder land development opportunities, production harvesting opportunities, and mechanization opportunities. So in conclusion, we are calling on the capital market to work with NASA to provide short, medium, and long-term financing. And we in NASA were ready to provide proofs of concept that can be taken. So NASA's approach is like this. We create the risk models and structure projects to channel those investments. We create ecosystem of verifiable or veritable value chain actors, and we provide institutionalized risk management structures and approaches. As you can see, NASA itself is a blended finance in action. We provide technical assistance, we do proof of concept investments, we provide credit guarantees, we create market incentives in order to have guaranteed return on investment and all the goodies that will come out of this engagement. And what is our call to action? It's obvious. Capital market players, we want you to jointly create fund portfolios that can be applied across agricultural value chain. Regulators, we want them to support the capital market to approve whatever they need for the expansion of new investable asset classes. Our job in NASA is to develop bespoke agribusiness finance and investment solutions. And all players in this room and elsewhere in Nigeria, we want you to explore the financing opportunities available through the capital market. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Abdulhamid. I said that you've sold me. I'm not even sure I won't practice law anymore. Because when you were speaking, I was thinking of all the things I could do. My only challenge is which sector do I examine? So I'm going to take the conversation to Sonia Ayere. From what Mr. Abdulhamid, the market is ready.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ready. There are so many opportunities. So as a practitioner in that sector, how come you guys are not already there funding everything? I've seen so many opportunities. What would it take for you to take that leap and say, you know what, instead of funding one sector, I will choose agribusiness because it's really where the money is?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Yes, I think the presentation was absolutely fantastic. I think anyone who wasn't excited by it should have their heads checked. We all know agriculture is big in Nigeria. And of course, you know, there was a slide you showed, which is how much cash flow or money is actually going to in the banking sphere and all the capital market sphere. Very, very, very little, and it's sad. Now, reality is that the bulk of monies in Nigeria either come from banks or, in terms of the capital markets, will come from pension. Happy that the for pension funds is on the panel, and one of the most senior and respected investors is also on the panel because these are the people that actually provide the funds. Now, reality is that you know, from our perspective, and I'm talking from the issuing house or the investment banking side of things. Yes, at least I'm pleased at least to announce that we have, in partnership with NISO, been working on a financing vehicle that would take advantage of some of the opportunities that have been mentioned up here. We expect that will launch in the next month or so. We're just waiting for 1 or 2 regulatory approvals. So yes, we are taking our first step to begin to harness these opportunities. And let me say, I mean, the thing that the capital market will bring, obviously, would be things like parts of the market. What the MD of NISO mentioned, which was that there's so many different value chains to be financed, and also to be able to disaggregate those markets and come up with a financing structure that would actually match that risk. I think that is certainly feasible. The capital market, especially pension fund money, is very, very cautious, looking for as much, let me say, as riskless opportunities as possible. That is also where NISO comes in, because what they've done, and one of the reasons why they exist, is to de-risk the sector. One of the things we're also trying to do at the moment is working on getting a credit rating for NISO. My personal opinion is, given the ownership and the way the company is structured, it should be a AAA rating. One rating agency so far hasn't agreed to that, but we're not finalized yet. But the extent that we can get the required, then it means that NISO is providing this sort of de-risking of or investments for investors, and that hopefully would incentivize pension funds to be able to support the sector much more vigorously, I hope. So let me stop there.
Thank you. I think you just threw the baton to Mr. David Oanu. We all know that you are the money man. You guys finance the bulk of the capital markets, whichever sector that is. And Sonia said, they want to do it, but they are waiting on you because you have the money. But you also mentioned that you guys are very I don't blame you. The regulator here says you can only invest in certain assets with certain risk rating. I will come to Dr. Aliyu later to tell us what he can do. But what would it take for you, for instance, for a pension fund to actually be less cautious and invest in agribusiness? Not agriculture, but agribusiness.
Look, I don't think the right word is less cautious. I think it's a question of structuring. I think the context is that pension funds over the years have been seduced by returns, high returns from government bonds, and So when one is it, and there's return that you don't do anything to get. I mean, I think what everybody does is to buy that return first. But obviously, that return won't last forever. And we saw last year, the return dipped to as low as 2-3%. And that got everybody thinking. Also, within the context of regulation, I mean, it's conservative. But what I would say is that if you read the rule book properly, it allows you to do practically anything. I mean, I think sometimes people blame PENCOM, but it's not because the regulator is here, but I think done quite a bit to loosen things up. The reality is that it's a question of structuring and a question of instruments. So I'm happy we're talking about agribusiness and not necessarily agriculture, even though I have to understand the difference. I'm not, I was in NISAL, I think 2 months ago, and one of the things that I got out of that meeting is that he told me that you can make more than 100% returns in agri. And I said to him, so what are we waiting for? If you can make more than 100% somewhere, then it means that the financing will come. It's a question of structuring. I think that agri is one of the 5 impact sectors that pension funds have been struggling to find a way into. The others are housing, education, health, and infrastructure. I can't say that the returns in these other sectors are as high as in agri. From what I understood after that meeting, I think I spent about 2 hours in NISA that day. And I hear that the next set up come from agri. So maybe the lawyers in the room should trade their wigs for hose or some mechanized. But in terms of just structure and instruments, what do you need? You know, so it's either it's plain vanilla. The good thing about finance is that all the work has been done. Is debt or equity or a variance of that? If it's equity, it has to be listed. I see my friend Ella Lex in the room. But I think if you look at the market, Okumu and Presco, I mean, they can't, if they issue an instrument, I think that they will be hugely oversubscribed because those 2 companies have provided some of the best returns in the market, and they are in agri. So it's, look, beyond listed, the other way to assess equity is through private equity, which, to be honest, I won't advise anybody to do. If you're trying to raise, okay, I have some private equity friends in the room. In terms of agri, private equity is great, but agri, the short stand it's just difficult to do, except is for a very big business. But my PE friend is waiting for me outside. What I say to NISA that there has to be debt. I think I'm happy we're talking about blended finance. If you blend the debt, essentially you tweak it a bit. And immediately I saw Sonny in the room, I said there's Wahala today because I know Sonny can structure anything. You know, but I mean, Sonny is very creative. But also said, I think you should keep it simple. Since we're all talking about how to access monies. So let's start with debt and put some equity kicker on the debt. I'm not sure you can get single-digit debt, which everybody wants, but I think 12% is not bad. I mean, for me, the juice is the equity kick. It's not even the 12%. You can get 12% anywhere. Credit ratings and credit enhanced. Now, the challenge and the reason why I think this has a good, a chance of success is that for people like us, we're really not in agribusiness. And in pension fund management, people in capital market, I think the insurance companies, the asset managers, I think, again, when we're talking about capital market, we need to also include the insurance companies are getting bigger and the asset managers. They were not really in any business, so we can't really understand all the technicalities of the business. What you do is that you put money behind the manager. That manager is either issuing an equity or you put money behind a company that has proven itself that is listed. Those are the 2 ways to do it. Now, if you get a credit enhancement, fantastic. This has been proven from what credit have done on the infrastructure side. Sometimes, to be honest, I mean, look, without kidding, sometimes people don't even know what they're buying. They are behind credits and that they trust and they know. And I think NISA, look, I'll be surprised if you don't get a single rating. I'm not in the ratings business, but I'm get that. And with that, look, you're in business. The other 2 things to think about is scale. Oftentimes, people that want to raise money are not ambitious enough. If you bring a financing of 10 billion, that doesn't move the needle. I mean, if you are looking to raise $500 million, we can have a discussion. You know why? Because there's no point spending all the time and wasting time on 10 billion naira investment. Look, the pension funds are 12 trillion, going to buy a couple of it with 20 trillion. And what the biggest challenge is how to provide attractive returns. Attractive returns come from opportunities that can scale quickly and can also do when it scales. We have a lot of agribusiness in Nigeria. They are fragmented. Nobody wants to come to the market. Nobody wants to bring their business to the market. I have a friend that does dairy in Jos. I've forgotten the name. It's a dairy farm. I think it's grown significantly. And every time I see listed, because listing three things: one, transparency, governance, and you can issue instruments. So if it's listed and it has competitive returns, it can raise money, whether it's agri or housing. But agri, importantly, because I think the concept has been proven. I think that there's quite a bit of a lot to be done. I know in the tomato side, there's quite a financing going on the tomato side. I'm happy from what the MD said. Why are you transporting water to Lagos? Why don't you process it? That's what you need. I mean, I don't know. I think women like the raw one, but somehow, to me, they come out the same way when I taste the stew. So look, yeah, but I think it's important. We have a big job problem in Nigeria. Agri has capacity to create jobs, either large-scale agri businesses or modular. The concept of modular business makes a lot of sense. So to summarize and to close, what we need is that large business raising money or an aggregator that raises money into a vehicle and then can deploy that money in those modular businesses using the expertise. And I can assure you the pension funds will invest. The pension funds like returns. They like simple things. People really like simple things. It's not because they don't understand complex things, but it's because sometimes the most complex things can be made simple, and I've just simplified it for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. I know that one thing Sonny does very well is make complex things appear simple. They are not really simple. It just makes them appear so. But one thing I really enjoyed from the conversation today was everything was about aggregation and disaggregation. And I think from what the MD Nassau did, they actually broke down the risks in the agricultural sector into baseline, midline, and top line, thus creating an avenue for each financier to finance at a level that matches their risk appetite. And that was one thing I noticed. So I'm going to go to the MD of I know that TECOM has always been very, very responsible. I know there's a huge difference between what PFA could invest in when they started and what they can invest in today. So from what we've heard today, are you looking at more partnerships with PFA in the agri sector? How can you make the regulation more flexible so it's easier for PFA to invest?
Well, morning, everyone. I think we need to look at history. When PENCOM started in 2004, there was no single regulator of pension in this country. And indeed, the first set of executives that we had, the NDIC largely, and the central bank. So they just brought those banking supervision experiences into the pension industry. But indeed, we need to understand that the most important responsibility of the pension industry is that social responsibility of ensuring the safety of the assets and that everybody who retires his or her pension as and when due. What we do in terms of investment is just secondary to assist us with the primary responsibility much better. Some of us that were involved at the very beginning were raw from classroom, never worked in any financial institution, and a lot of us were like that. We just came into the pension industry, and so we learned along the way up to where we are at the moment. So if you could see the trajectory, the history of the pension fund portfolio, you could see the changes that happened over, over these years. From 2006, when the actual investment started, to 2021, which is like 16 years, we have been able to grow the funds, as Dave mentioned, to about 12.4 trillion as at the end of April. But if you look at the changes that happened to the portfolio itself, when we started, we were having 100% allocation to federal government securities, bonds and bills. Now we reduced that to 80% across all funds. Maximum, I mean, the highest is 80%. Now we made like new adjustments. We introduced private equities. We introduced supranational bonds. We introduced infrastructure bonds and funds. Now all this happened as we learn. As I told you, we all came raw into the pension industry, into pension regulation. So as we learn and understand the financial scape better, what is happening within our sister agencies, regulatory agencies, central bank and the SEC, NDIC, and so on, we adjust. And then when we see the market also always try to adjust to accommodate those. So the assets really had grown so big, 12.4 trillion is really big. And we feel that it is time that we try to do some forecast policies around which sectors of the economy we should target with investments of these pension funds. So we've done a maximum of 20% of the 12.4 trillion to infrastructure through bonds and funds. Now, is this something that we can replicate to agriculture? Yes, indeed. And we feel that it is high time that we do that. But however, whatever we start, gently, because the people who are forced to to contribute this money, some of them don't even understand what we do. If I take, for example, a watchman in my village, Kazana, he doesn't understand what is in his retirement savings account. All he cares is just what is in the retirement savings account. So it is important for us to also come from that perspective, that the most important stakeholder are these, in most cases, ignorant people. Out of the 8 million people who contributed these monies, a lot of them were really the downtrodden people who are really very low, in terms of the financial capacities and earnings, in the country. So we can do agriculture. However, I think the most important thing is for the industry to look at what is available portfolio. Can they use it to work it a bit in such a way that we don't have to wait until one pension comes with specific portfolios portfolio provisions that addresses agriculture. For example, can we do some of the corporate debts? Can we do some of the bonds? Can we do some of the funds that are available? Are these things that we can take advantage of at the moment? But indeed, PENCOM is going to look at whatever comes from this NIRSA-SONI relationship, and then you see how we can, capture that on the portfolio. And we're happy, to be honest, because as Dave said, we want the returns as well. People receive their alerts on a monthly basis, and they call not only the PFAs, but even us in PENCOM. 2 days ago, one of my uncles called me. He's already a retiree. My retirement savings account was 7.2 million. Now I saw 7.1 million. What's happening? And I had to take time to explain. And this was somebody who actually worked as a director at NYC and retired as a director at NYC. So he actually is informed. We receive these calls and we are inundated with this sort of issues that we need to explain a lot of these things. So that's why we are being as cautious as possible, because somebody noticed rather, that his account has dropped by 100,000 naira in a month. No, sorry, in a quarter. And he wanted to have explanations. How could this happen? But indeed, a lot of things happened. The bonds were, were too low, so yield was so high. A lot of BFS did reclassify their bond portfolios. The portfolio valuation went very high. Now, when it is the reverse case,
they took a hit. And then the first quarter of this year saw a nosedive of the pension asset valuation. And my uncle could notice from back in Kasana, he could notice that his RSA had reduced by 100,000 within a quarter. So it's very important for us to be careful, indeed, also accommodate things that are going to develop the economy of this country, because everybody wants this development, because we need jobs for our children, and we need to diversify. And so definitely, Madam, would accommodate whatever comes, but I want the industry to start looking at what is available today and work with that before we see what is on the table and how we can accommodate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mino. Yeah, that's a really good shot. There are lots of products available in the industry today, but I think the issue, and I will come back to that later, will be structuring, because a lot of these agri businesses, like we saw in the presentation, may actually not be big enough to meet those credit criteria. So we need to find a way to upscale them so they can actually qualify.
This is a scale of,
yes,
we are talking of million hectares. We are talking of 200 and something million people. Everything you see here, there is no, sorry, I have to, when she did mention in terms of whether the scale at which we're going to approach the market will be interesting to the market, you can't get more scale than this. Because, for example, if you are to aggregate just 2,500 hectares, at an average investment cost, assuming you want to do paddy rice near a river floodplain, 2,500 hectares, at 200, let's say 300,000 naira per hectare cost to produce good quality paddy rice. Just do a straightforward calculation of 2,500 hectares by 300,000. I don't know the numbers, but it's something in the region of what? 700 million? Or billion? 700 something million. That is one single ticket in a very small location. You can multiply that over and over and create a portfolio of one single portfolio of anything in the region of 5-10 billion without even scratching the surface. That's just for what? Rice. You're talking of soybean, which the poultry industry today, some of them are even shutting down because there's no maize, no soybean. These are multi-billion-dollar opportunities. And not to talk of that, the world today is looking for our sesame. They're looking for our cashew. They're looking for our hibiscus, this zobo flower that we drink. The world is looking for it. These are multi-million-dollar opportunities. And all of these opportunities, madam, they are still being done in a very unstructured manner, whether in terms of production or processing or transportation or storage. Each of these activities are standalone bespoke businesses in their own right. And this, you're talking of 12 trillion, sir. Yeah. We can, let's assume in theory that we can absorb your entire 12 trillion. Assuming in theory there will be something to back up the 12 trillion. The agri sector, one commodity alone can absorb the entire 12 trillion. One commodity. Take one commodity end to end. If you take maize, for example, sir, from the pre-upstream, upstream, midstream, and downstream, finance all the feed mills in Nigeria, give them working capital and equipment refurbishment capital. All the transporters of maize, all the storage service providers, all the seed companies, all the other actors there, they will easily absorb your 12 trillion and still look for more. Just one commodity. And this is Nigeria. Under the continental free trade area we have just signed now, the entire West Africa is our playground. Not to talk of East Africa. Right now, you know, sir, from Dawanau market in Kano, our grains go to Central Africa, go to South Sudan, go to Mauritania, go to almost northern parts of Kenya. The grains that are produced here in Katsina, Kano, parts of Kaduna State. In terms of immensity, you will just mind-boggling. But it's structuring, and I like the challenge you gave to us at DLM. We are ready to take the leap of faith, but very enlightened faith. As risk managers, we will try with a few billions, maybe 10 billion, 15, 50 billion, and let's see whether that will entice the pension industry to put in the trillions.
Thank you very much, sir. I totally agree. And I will say the problem is that people are working in silos. So I want to go to Sonny. It's all an issue of aggregation, right? Because the challenge for what the MD said is there's so much scale. But you see, everybody is doing a little. Monetization is a massive tool of aggregation. I mean, even assuming the farmers can't do it by themselves, you could actually have an aggregator that helps them to do that. So they make 1 into 1,000. Why has that not taken off in Nigeria? And what are you going to do about it to make sure that we actually employ that tool?
You heard David now. Keep it simple. So yeah, so what we're doing in partnership with NISO is actually a form of securitization. We're actually aggregating different off-takers and also making sure that funds are reaching where they should go. Even it includes the whole thing also, etc. Need points of income, because that's extremely important that we keep it as simple as possible, so that investors can understand it. I keep looking this direction, but I'm looking at the key investors here. Yes, it is certainly what will work. We need to aggregate vehicles that investors can understand, that are using things using companies like NISO and that work, where the investor can see the money go in and have a very good idea of how the money will come back, and putting all the safeguards in place to make sure there are no leakages in cash flow. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Let me turn to Akinika. Yeah, the CEO of the Commodities Exchange. And from 2013, NISA has been doing a lot. Have you seen an increase on activities on your exchange? More commodities being traded? And how do you think the capital market will enhance your business and what you do?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, once again. I like the idea of capital markets, and I like the idea of financial markets more. Some years ago, I was trying to get financing for a business, and when I approached the bank, I thought it to be as easy as, the money, let me go and do my business. But they started asking me a lot of questions. What's the cash flow? What's the business? How will you make your money back? Okay, it's a good business, but you need to put in XYZ amount as collateral. And I'm like, if I have this money, I won't come to you to request for this financing. Which is why the capital market concept may seem very interesting, right? You go to the stock exchange or you want to raise a bond. You don't need to necessarily put in cash, right? You can raise money so long as the business is viable. When I came into agriculture, the reality hit hard. We're talking about smallholder farmers here. These guys are responsible for providing 80 to 90% of the food we consume, and majority of them are not as enlightened as we are. So imagine putting all this to raise capital for smallholder farmers. And the question is, how will you be able to do it? Which is like an impossible task. And I think that's the perspective NISA is coming from, being able to aggregate these people together and then support their operations. But the key question that everybody will still ask is, who am I financing at the end of the day? You go, right? Who do I hold to get my money back, and how will I get my money back? And that's how we approach this issue of financing agriculture, unlocking finance for agriculture from a commodities exchange perspective. We all know the gamut of problems faced by agriculture in Nigeria. They are limitless. The MD did a very good job identifying across all the sectors, upstream, midstream, downstream. These issues are. But more real is the fact that we need investment to drive this. And the question we still need to answer is, how do we do it, right? And we've raised it here. What's the securitization process? How do you make it easy for a farmer in Katsina to be able to access capital to do his farming operations? How do you make it easy for a cocoa farm in Cross River or in Ondo State to approach a NISA office and be able to access capital for his production? If we don't fix all these issues and put the appropriate structure there, there's no way the PFAs will come on board to put their money there, because money will just vanish, right? But the good news there is that this is a huge market. As been alluded to here, 12 trillion is just a drop in the ocean. How do you increase this base and make it accessible to people doing these issues? On the exchange, we take the issue of, one of the core focuses for us is securitization. On an exchange, you need standardized products for people to be able to trade. And one of the key things we've done is, how do we reach people that want exposure to agriculture, but does not necessarily need to go to the farm to farm, right? Everybody you meet at one point or the other, you'll see everybody loves agriculture, everybody wants to invest in agriculture, but there are venues to be able to do it in a seamless manner, fully de-risked, without no exposure to you, and you being guaranteed that your financing will come back, has always been the challenge. And we've been able to come up with some innovative products over the years. Later on during the day, my colleague will talk about a program we did last year that was able to raise about 20 billion for about 4 or 5 maize processing companies in Nigeria. And it was fully subscribed. And it was one of the innovative products that we have on the exchange. And what am I driving at? The issue of securitization is one that needs more attention. And until we crack the way to securitize this financing, it's going to be a tough task to bring capital markets on board. I'm sorry to this, right? There's a lot of effort being put in place to ensure that when financing come out, little or no risk is incurred in the process, to ensure financing the business are guaranteed of their return. And when you have this, then you get the opportunity to scale it up 10-fold, 20-folds, and the potentials are there in the market. We just need to take the first step to making this happen in the market as well.
Thank you. I was really hoping the DG of SEC would have spoken before us, because I'm sure he would have spoken about digitization, crowdfunding. I guess I'm just trying to let everybody here know that investment in agriculture is not only the purview of the PFAs. SEC has developed retail products that allows invest. So when these crowdfunding platforms open, you should also be able to go to a platform that you like, see their product, and invest in the agricultural product of your choice. So that's coming soon. Just follow the SEC space. I also wanted to say that generally, I'm a project finance lawyer, and we like to talk in terms of risk. And so everything we said here today has a risk. How do you dimension the risk? How do you break it down? How do you allocate it to the person best able to bear it? Luckily, we have NASA here. Their job is to de-risk that sector. We have Sonny here, who understands very well the power to structure and put together a package that's useful for investors to invest in. We have Dave here, is the money man. His job is to invest cautiously in products that meet his risk appetite. We have Dr. Aminu here. He does regulation. The regulations are always friendly. He's always progressive. They're always looking for ways to make the market better. And we have Akinka here. He's even a capital enthusiast himself. You heard him. He raised 20 billion just like last year. So he's been doing a lot behind the scenes. So I'm just going to ask my panelists to have last-minute words before we close the session. And I will start from Sunny here. Any last-minute things you want to tell the audience?
Hello, yeah. So thank everybody for coming and showing the interest in agriculture, and to also be aware that people are working behind the scenes to come up with, let's say, products, services, etc., that would actually magnify the impact that agricultural sector can have on the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. I think for me, just to say that the pension funds are more than ready to invest in agriculture. It's a question of the willingness, but no vehicle. So let's create the vehicles, and I think we've identified the vehicles. It is not about giving money to the farmers. It's about investing in aggregators, in securities that are issued by entities, companies or entities that are rated, public credit enhanced, with competitive returns. Now, competitive does not mean high returns. It means competitive with other risk, similar risk in the market. And like I said, agriculture, we have a dual objective in investing in agriculture. We make money from agriculture, but in creating the jobs and the guys that get the job then register and have pension accounts, and maybe the 12 trillion, which our MD says he will take everything. Perhaps we can double it. I'm sure he probably can still take everything, but we just keep doubling it and he keeps taking it, and we keep feeding everybody. And the opportunity to feed 1 billion Africans is real. Let's all go make money. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I just want us to walk away from this meeting by simply dropping the idea of financing. Please, let's not talk about finance. Nobody will finance a farmer. This is the real truth. You finance enterprises, a structured group of producers owning their land, being aggregated so that you don't see any border. You see, right now, just outside Jamaica, we have started that with a partner. I don't know, some of them are here, with a French group, with some partners, and we do social engineering with the community. That community along the River Benue, just outside of Yola, has within the community nearly 150,000 hectares right along the river. And the total population in that community is no more than 27,000 people. If you are flying into Yola, you look down of your aircraft, you see a World Bank road called the Ram Road. On one side is Rebellion, on the other side is a range of mountains, there's the watershed. So when rain falls, it gathers water from the mountain shed and drains into the river. This entire area, madam, if you are looking for additionality and a case of 0 to hero, it is that area. And guess what? We simply approach them with sincerity and value proposition. If you work with these companies and we allow you to do your subsistence, sorry, I'm just being a bit extended, allow you to do your little subsistence farming on out of this 150,000 hectares, they don't farm on no more than 2,000 hectares when you aggregate everything. The rest of the places lie idle. If we work with this company and they include you and they integrate you and you become part of the setup, best mechanization, best irrigation, best market in a very controlled manner with governance, with leadership, can you be able to work with this company? The answer is a positive yes. And I tell us we're talking, we are doing it. If we can replicate this in key locations where we know we can reach money, this is the kind of place where I know pension money will go, location activity is there, biology is there, the people are there, issues of climate and this are taken because there we have embedded irrigation. If we can approach it that way without saying we're financing farmers, I'm sure the issue of risk will be largely removed at the production level. In processing, transport, warehouse, that's a shoe-in. There's no magic there. Money going to an FX to provide inventory and commodity storage and transport, that's not a big deal. To provide money to buy equipment for mechanization and you securitize that asset, that's not a big deal. The key thing is that primary production. If we can square the cycle by de-risking that segment, and that is why lives are changed. 80% of Nigerians are there. Like he said, these are the people that produce over 90% of our commodities. It's a matter of being fair, being just, introduce a win-win formula to them, and you can use their land and produce. I'm not talking theory here. We are actually doing it on ground at scale. So I just want to encourage, we are definitely going to work with DLM and many other partners. I think by walking the talk, we will invite all the members, including you, madam, to come and see it at work. In any case, nobody can run away from FX because they perform a very critical role in that chain. Somebody has to collect, store, produce, and transmit. So all of us are partners here, and I think I will make it work.
Sir, let me just ask a question on behalf of our participants. So you've given us a lot of value chain that you've broken down. If somebody wants to tap in at a certain level, do they come to you? How do they access those different segments?
So when you say that somebody, is it a fundraiser, a bank, or an individual like you? So the first thing is you have money for irrigation. We have, for example, about 3 companies and institutions that are ready to provide all the companies. Right now, we're talking with an Indian company called Shakti Pumps. Shakti they are one of the best in producing submersible pumps for either direct AC powered or DC powered, that is solar powered. We are talking with Naseni to provide the panels. There's a company whose job is just to dig the boreholes. So if you are an investor, what NASA will produce for you is a complete package of what we need to do, and we map you to a set of farmers in a cluster that you can sell your service as an irrigator to. You don't care about farming, you have no business in farming. Can you produce water and sell my water for me? I can assure you that if I create a loan for this, somewhere in the line item of that loan, there will be water service fee. I collect that money and I pay you, and you have young people selling water as a service to their community. Same thing with mechanization. Today we have a company, SC Agri, that took money under national guarantee, bought a lot of equipment from Europe. Today what they do is to just sell mechanization as a service. And for every hectare we finance, we take out the money for every element of that hectare and pay that service provider. In fact, the farmer hardly sees money at all.
Key players across the value chain and across the from the capital markets, from the pension fund administrators to the regulatory bodies of the pension board. Being able to bring all these players together should drive the ability to unlock capital that will grow on scale to bring agriculture to its full potential. Yes, we have the numbers in Nigeria, but what we've not realized is these numbers are their lowest currently, with potential to grow largely. Right, so bringing everybody on board will increase this capacity to be able to do that. And also just for people that are interested, AFEX has a platform, we call it COMEX by AFEX. You can log in there and see commodities that are available for you to be able to invest in, with the whole solution de-risked end to end, ensuring that you have exposure to agric in a secured manner, backed by the fiscal commodities across the country, using our bespoke pricing methodology, and gives you an avenue to increase the financing available to players in the agricultural commodities ecosystem. Thank you.
I think what Akinyeka said, I'll just summarize it. You can invest in agric and you won't lose your money. So please check out this platform. Dr. Meno, to you.
Okay, I feel the most important thing here is for all of us think of creating that right environment for whatever we are thinking here to actually work. Because without creating the right, nothing works really. We are all Nigerians, and I believe I want to speak really with the strongest of my voices, and that we need to be ambassadors of this enabling environment in this country. I used to be in classroom, as I spent 15 years teaching, and even though not philosophy, but mathematics, but I feel I should borrow from one of my lecturers when I was doing my master's degree, because I always like to illustrate, as a classroom teacher. Professor Alan Massa of Lancaster University in the UK. He had this PhD student from Iran, and Bobak used to be a very close friend of mine. He's also a professor now in one of the Tehran universities. I can remember which. So Bobak told me, Professor was telling him, Bobak, you are Muslims, so you don't eat, you don't eat but halal food. But what you need to have is this concept in your mind that you want to make money. And so he said, McDonald's, they go to Saudi Arabia, they give them halal food. They go to Israel, they give them kosher. They can give them pork meat. They eat. That's their business model. So what works and what will make you win? That's what we need to do. But unless we create that right environment that accommodates everybody and understand as the MD, actually, I like your presentation a lot when you are talking about doing some of the tomato processing in the north or meat processing in the north and then bring it down here. We need that opportunity so that we have everything here or we don't have anything there. We'll have to accommodate these divisions, understand our strength, and we need to allow every opportunity to actually manifest everywhere where it's supposed to be, so that we have the understanding and agreement between ourselves. This is our country, and I believe that we need to help it grow. Thank you.
Thank you. I have had a wonderful time here today. I've learned a lot, and believe it or not, I will find a way to go into agriculture. I thank the MD very much. Your presentation was very, very illuminating. It taught people a lot. We know more about agriculture now. And I thank all my panelists. I thank the organizers. I think we've come to the close of the session. Please, could you give a round of applause to the panelists? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists. I'm going to request, please stand in the middle. Please, Bamidele, our host, could you come up? Invite also, yes, please forgive me for doing that. I'm so sorry. Dominic Graham, I was going to say Graham David. Thank you. Dominic Graham, please join because you had the earlier presentation. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. Ms. Ayere, forgive me, you know I have to pay attention to your packaging, not like this, please. Let's hold this. Yes, we can hold this here. Thank you. I learned something at the UN, a power photograph. Everybody heads down. 1, 2, 3, put your head up and smile. Head down, up and smile. It works every time, I promise you. The blood goes. A round of applause, please. Let's appreciate. Thank you. So that is it. That it is, and that is it. The aggregated excellence of all of the professional and exponential presentations here. Help me appreciate my moderator, the barrister, now becoming the distinguished farmer, Olayemi. Please, let's appreciate. And I mean, no, she's not going to be a farmer. She's going into agribusiness. We are moving from the culture to the business, from agriculture to agribusiness. And therein, we're able to create the enabling environment with creative solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone. Mr. Dave Udwanu, MD, CEO, Sigma Pensions, Dr. Farouk Aminu, Mr. Sonia, of course, CEO, Afex, Akinka Akintabi, and remember, COMEX by Afex, the commodities there, and moderator, Madam Olayemi Anyanichi. Thank you very much. Well, for Nessa, I'd like to say without any question, your persona brand Group CEO has done it all today. I call you the triple A. That's just absolute impact, sir. Mr. Liu Abati Abdulhamid, the triple A impact of agriculture, agri-business opportunity in Nigeria and for Africa moving forward. With that, I'd now like to find out if the representative of the DG or SEC is here. Okay, we shall then move forward very, very quickly. Overcoming the bottlenecks and hurdles around. No, I'd like to repeat that. Sorry, we're going straight to agribusiness and capital market presentations. Okay, we're going to be taking this next presentation on agribusiness and the capital market presentations. And I'm going to be calling up to be seated at the panel immediately the following eminently qualified personalities within this sector. And Mr. Abayomi Bolade, the head Diversified Industries, FBN Quest Merchant Bank. Mrs. Funto Olashemo, Vice President Financial Markets for AFEX. Mr. Sunil Danuka, Executive Director and Country Head, Valency Agro Nigeria Limited. Mr. Shudi Modi, MD Ella Lakes PLC. Mrs. Senami Johnson, Member Board of Trustees for GrowFest, and our moderator is the Managing Director, Africa Invest Capital Partners Nigeria Limited, Abiola Ujosagi. Please let's put our hands together and welcome them as they come up stage. Thank you, thank you. Please let's make it a more robust applause. One that sincerely appreciates all of the very distinctive DNA and collateral here present. So over to you. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Eloquent very much to the last panelist. I think they deserve a round of applause. I learned a lot. I was the passion of Mr. Abdulhamid was very infectious, and if I wasn't restrained, I would have told Dr. Aminu, to please give me my pension balance so I can just, hand it over. It was very infectious. Well done. A round of applause, please. Okay, so without much ado, I like to just, go quickly. I know we've lost some time, so I would not take too much of your time. So we will be talking about agri-investments and capital markets, accessing alternative funding instruments for agri-financing. And I'd like to say good afternoon. I think that's where we are now. To you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very pleased to be in your midst today. And to be the moderator for this session, my name is Abiola Ojo-Osage, and I'm a senior partner and the managing director, Anglophone West Africa for Africa Invest Capital Partners. So just a few words about what we do, and I think I should also say, maybe at the end or now, that one of the friends that Dave was referring to, I think he stepped out at the beginning, being private equity, was probably me, maybe a few others. But I'm also happy that before he ended his presentation, he alluded to the fact that we are supporting and we very much support the agribusiness. One of the funds is actually supporting a tomato processing plant. We are very, very proud to be supportive and group. I'm one of the big players, especially in the rice value. So I kind of disagree with what he said about private equity not being right for agri. I think it depends on how you look at it and what it is that you're investing in the value chain. But anyway, if you go to the next slide, what's about Africa Invest? It's a leading Pan-African platform, and we were founded in 1994, providing growth capital to robust companies and businesses that can expand beyond national borders. And that's another thing. As we look at agri business, and the MD of NERSA, please excuse me, because in my presentation you might find culture, but I've learned. Yes, okay, yeah, that's true. Thank you, I forgot that. I've learned, so I'm going to be dropping the culture, meaning that it's not the way we do things anymore. It's a business. Essentially, we provide growth capital to robust companies, and we also see how you can expand beyond your comfort zone, if I may say that. And that's like a summary of what we have, about 1.9 billion USD fund under management. We have invested in about 170 companies in about 26 African countries, and we've provided exit for almost 100. That's how we're spread, 11 offices, a strong professional across Africa, and we invest with purpose, and we must see demonstrable evidence of the investment. Some of the indices will be in turnover, EBITDA, the jobs that you have been able to create, and we're very particular about women. And those are some of interesting investors. So I think welcome to Africa. I think this is a very topical, very important conference that they've put together. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to interact with this audience and also to moderate the erudite speakers that I have here with me today. I'm just going to go ahead and say a few words about my speakers, but I just want to say before then a few remarks. And I think that the MD of NASA also has alluded to the fact that in 2050, we're going to be the third largest in terms of not GDP, but population. It's not a bad thing, because if we are the third largest, at least we must eat, right? And somebody must provide the food. So just a few words in terms of my introductory remarks. You know, if you're very conscious about data, 2050 is an important year, just like 2020 was a couple of years ago. In 2050, the data suggests, and this is coming from the World Bank, that global demand for food will increase by 70%. It's sacrosanct, so it's going to happen. And at least 80 billion USD annual investment will be needed to meet this demand. And most of it will come from the private sector. So what we have seen, therefore, is that as you probably agree with me, just like you said, the finance sector institutions in most countries, they lend a disproportionate share of their loan portfolio to the agri sector. We already said that. Despite the contribution of this sector to GDP, last year in Nigeria, agriculture at least contributed approximately 24% to GDP. Yet we're giving loans of a paltry amount of about 5%, not only in Nigeria, in Africa. So, and also on the continent, the sector contributes about 15% to the continent's GDP. So it's an important sector. Nigeria's contribution to the 15% is about 14%. So by 2030, the African food market is really set to become about $1 trillion business, you know, and that presents us a huge opportunity as a country. So AFDP also says that if you weigh the import bills that we have from 2017, it's going to go up. So without a doubt, I think that in order for us to capture a significant market share of the continent's agricultural sector will require investment in improving the yield and fully integrating the value chain. And I'm sure that everybody in this room would agree with that. So here's what we think. If we have a well-structured commodity market and we have access to the capital market operators, it will be pivotal in solving the funding gap that currently prevents the sector from achieving its potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, the discussion topic for today are the alternative financing solutions that can help address the lack of private sector funding in the agricultural sector. That's exactly what we want to talk about. And with me today, I have very knowledgeable panelists. I'm trusting that they will be able to take turns, and the format is slightly different. They will have an opportunity to make a 5 to 7 minutes presentation on specific topics that they would like to share, and I hope that that will help to demystify the topic and, you know, give you a clearer understanding and bring the message home. So without much ado, let's delve into it. And as I welcome my panelists, and in no particular order, I'd like to welcome Adeyinka Okunfolami. And Adeyinka is with One Capital. Adeyinka, if you just, is Adeyinka here? Where's Adeyinka? Okay, yeah, sure. Yes, and she, One Capital is a finance, yes. Adeyinka Okunfolami, you should be here. And I'm just wondering why we don't have enough seats. So I'm actually supposed to be standing. This is not a problem. So it's a finance and investment company. It's a versatile and consummate, Adeyinka is a versatile and consummate finance and investment professional. And she will be highlighting the high investment opportunities available for capital market players as they invest in their agribusiness. Next, I have Sunil Dhanuka. I don't mind Sunil, but I can tell you a secret. He's a thoroughbred Nigerian. Sunil has spent 21 years out of his 28 working years, you know, in Nigeria. He has worked across various sectors, fish production, agro trading, and all that. He is a recipient, his company is a recipient of CPs, and today he's going to be talking about how we can overcome the bottlenecks and hurdles around fundraising in Nigeria, you know, and he will be focusing on what Valency, he's the MD of Valency, he's the country representative of Valency, and he will be using Valency as a case study, and he will really break down the process they went through, and incidentally, they worked with one of the panelists, so both of them would throw more light into that instrument. Next, I have Chuka Modi. Chuka Modi is the CEO of Ella Lakes PLC. Chuka has worked in various capacities, and he led the transformation of Ella Lakes in 2019. Today, Ella Lakes is a diversified agribusiness and is focused on cassava, maize, soya, and oil palm. And today, Chuka will be discussing in practical terms, and he will use something as a case study, the process of getting listed on the NSE, including the matrix, that readiness. That's what Chuka will be talking about. And very quickly, Abayomi Bolade is the head of diversified industries at ABN Quest Matching Bank. And he has been part of a lot of transactions, capital raise, financial and corporate restructuring, both locally and cross-border. Today, Abayomi will help us understand how to structure CPs. CPs means commercial papers, highlighting its advantages, the bankability matrices, and the and together with Sunil, they will be able to, you know, use a particular Valencia as a case study. Last, but by no means the least, Oluwafunto Olashimo is the Vice President Financial Market of AFEX, and I think her colleague was in the earlier panel. And she's going to be talking to us. And AFEX, if you don't know, is a commodity exchange platform that enables the transition of agricultural commodities from production to transaction. And Funto will give us a very good insight into the new product, a very innovative product that they brought into the market late last year, the warehouse-backed commercial paper, and how this is helping to bridge the funding gap between lenders and borrowers in the Nigerian agricultural sector. Ladies, please put your hands together for my erudite speakers, as I call now Abayomi Bolade of ABN Quest to just give a very short, high-level presentation for about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Agriculture has already been discussed, and I guess agribusiness were established as a very important and critical sector of the Nigerian economy. Speaking to a lot of players within the industry, one of the problems that they seem to face is usually around cost of financing. Typical bank finance usually comes quite expensive, and so what you find is a lot of investment banks, capital market operators, and players in general have now started to think outside the conventional box, to start thinking of other alternatives to conventional, traditional banking. And one of such instruments, as we've seen, that has been successfully deployed in the last few months into agribusiness is commercial paper. So what I will try to do today is to make a very brief introduction of commercial papers, the sort of process involved, the practice, and what we consider as the key success factors in terms of issuing CPs. As I mentioned earlier, with this year closed a $5.2 billion commercial paper raise for on behalf of Valency Agro. I know Sunil will talk through a lot of the pain that he faced in going through this, but I guess, you know, ultimately it was a worthwhile journey, and a journey that will definitely encourage a lot more players to consider. So what are commercial papers? Commercial papers are essentially unsecured, and I want you to remember this word, unsecured short-term instruments that are used to fund working capital, essentially. And commercial papers have a maximum tenor of 270 days. So you see how it sort of fits into agribusiness, especially from the cash crops that have some annual cycle, essentially, or less than 270 days cycle. Crops like maize, cassava, and coal that are also quite attractive for local production and all export purposes. One of the interesting things about CPs is, whilst it's obviously an option for everyone, you also need to be rated, and you need a very strong rating to be able to attract the right level of investor that you would need, depending on the quantum of funds that you're trying to raise. And I think on a general note, and we just saw Pen come here, on the general note, basically, the primary target of most issuances is usually the pension funds, and this is because they actually hold the highest volume of investable funds right now, close to 13 trillion naira. And so we always seem to try to target the pension funds as much as possible. And there's a minimum investment grade required for a CP investment from them. The difference essentially in terms of pricing, again, for CPs are benchmarked against government T-bills, whereas bank lending is usually benchmarked against like interbank rates and co. I guess just to note that CPs will typically only be useful for short-term financing and would not be available to long-term. For long-term, Mr. Ayre had spoken about bonds earlier and securitization and some very interesting structures, which I know that are definitely available as well, but I'll just try to focus on CPs for now. I just try to show a yield curve just to show you why the CP sort of comes interesting for potential issuers. So if you look at the NIBOR yields, for instance, as at May 21, NIBOR was between 13 to a little above 15%, which means that essentially, where if your loans and the banks are benchmarked against NIBOR, then you're going to be borrowing higher than those benchmarks. So you'll be borrowing at least about 15, 16, and even higher, much higher than that as well. Whereas with the T-bills, we see that the yields on the T-bills have just increased so far between January to now to around 7%, and we're using the 90-day bills now. There might be, again, some reasons why this has been a bit static in terms of, what is happening with government issuances and all of that. But, what this speaks to is that you're able to potentially, access funds at the T-bill rate plus a spread. And spread typically would be a function of what your rating is. Rate closer to Nigeria, so if you rate close to AAA, which we've seen some issuers rate, issuers like Dangote, Nigerian Breweries and co. But they're not agribusiness, but in fact, the agribusiness, they're off-takers. So we've seen them actually issue as low as 50 pips higher than FGN. Earlier in the year, we had issuers issue CPs at as low as 6% earlier this year, and significant amounts as well too. So it's something obviously that we encourage the players in the agribusiness space to look at, and the process is quite simple as well. It will typically span about 6 to 12 weeks, depending on how ready you are. Readiness would speak to issues around your financial reports, the rating process, which I think the rating agencies will tell you will take about 2 to 4 weeks, typically. I think that's the core of what takes the time. You'd appoint an arranger, which is where the investment bank, FPN Quest and Co. come in. And you have your solicitors you can work with your existing lawyers. Your auditors provide comfort in terms of your financials, and typically you have an ICPA, an issuing, calculation, and paying agent, just an agent who helps to manage the operations of the CP post issuance in terms of when payment is due, making sure that the investors get their returns and payments as I when due. Yeah, so that just the process, and all of this we'll try to put timelines in there. Could take 8 weeks to conclude. What we encourage investors, issuers to do is to try to, even when you're not ready to do a deal, try to register a program, because we don't have the cover to determine when the rates might be favorable. So when you have a program registered, you're able to tap into the market when rates are very favorable. And these are some of the factors that we consider critical to closing a CP. Timing and liquidity. Try to issue instruments outside of the windows where there will be depth of liquidity when the FGN is issuing instruments or the other large ticket instruments. As much as possible, you want to issue outside those windows. And then in terms of distribution, we have non-deal roadshows to try to enlighten investor universe about your company, your prospects, and the instruments in general, even before you have a deal. And I guess one of the things we've also included more recently is around credit enhancements for the CPs. So at times CPs, a lot of the companies, especially in the agribusiness space, are not able to secure investment grade rating. And so one of the ways to assist there is to introduce some enhancements. But some of what we've done is to introduce some liquidity support facility, which is sort of just an OD, but it gives investors confidence that when the CPs mature, they will get paid by the drawing on those lines. So I think this has been a very brief summary. There's probably still a lot of engagements to have, but we would encourage a lot of the agribusinesses that are now medium to large scale, who we believe can attract very good investment rating, to also start to consider similar to what Valency has done. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Yinka. I mean, just to say that please take your notes and questions. We're going to give you ample time to ask questions, and that's why the presentations will be very short. We will have time to interact. Let me call on Chuka Modi, who's going to be telling you how you can get listed stock exchange, the investment readiness, the matrices, and all whatnot. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope I have a presentation coming up. Okay. Well, thank you very much. My name is Chuka Modi. I am the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of LLX PLC. We're a diversified agribusiness currently listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. I think for those of you who know me in my past life and who have laughed at me in my other life, I'm a finance person doing agriculture. So I think a lot of people have spoken about financing and finance in the agribusiness space. What I'm here to talk about is about listener business and the boring, mundane, behind the sophisticated financing aspects of listing a company and trying to do business and rating finance in the agribusiness space. I think eventually the presentation might come up, but what I could do is walk you through that, the aspects of that and how we did what we did, and we could take questions about the detail and the boring parts and aspects of that business going forward. So when we talk about financing, here we are finally, thank you. And I think we're almost there. Not quite there yet. Yes. So I think we've done most of this, and I tried to speak through most of this view of the industry and the landscape, talking about Nigeria. As the head of NASL said earlier, 82 million hectares of arable land, and less than half of it is under cultivation. But there's a significant amount of financing that's available to the sector, which is the agribusiness sector. So what we did was take a boring business and list it on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. What I tried to do is go through the corporate history, the strategic outlook, what we're trying to do to make a business attractive to financiers. LLX was listed in 1980, became an insolvent company that was listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. What we had a significant piece of arable land in a state in Nigeria that we, through a process of a reverse acquisition onto the Nigerian Stock Exchange, listed for the capital markets. So when I say the capital markets, equities, debt, so it's fixed income, commercial papers, as we're speaking about, which is the direct opposite of equities on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So what we're trying to do is prepare a company to try to experience the entire gamut of the capital markets, from fixed income to equities to alternative, being attracted to alternative investors, and also being able to list on FX or trade commodities. So in terms of building the proper business, I think for us, there are 4 pillars of value creation that we had. One is competitive market positioning, diverse entrepreneurial leadership and technical partnerships, an integrated process, production and processing strategy, and robust ESG and CSR systems, robust partnership network. Now, why am I saying this? Outside the fact that you need to raise financing, when you raise financing, you have to, one, be attractive to financiers and build a company that makes them understand that you can actually add value and produce what they want. Because people invest in you for one reason, to make more money. Essentially, corporate social responsibility, structure, capacity, and adding value. Those are the 4 basic pillars in terms of how you want to build a company to make people understand that if they put money in you, they won't lose the money they put in you. I've tried to keep this presentation very short. It shows our financing outlook, completion of our land banking exercise and our new site acquisitions, to how we're building a company, diversification in soya, maize, cassava, cocoa, and oil palm. So it shows that we have a diversified model for cash flows. We have diversified income. It's part of our risk mitigation, and it shows that we're building a proper business. But part of this is corporate governance. You have to show that you're actually building a company that people understand. You can mitigate their risk, you can control money coming in, and you're not going to just lose it and waste everything. So underpinning that is having a board of directors that can control management and they understand what you're doing. And you have financiers, the capital market sector that says, we trust the people who are working there, we understand the business that they're trying to do, and they understand what they're trying to do. And that's part of the building capacity. You cannot have proper corporate governance if you don't have proper capacity. So I think the fact that we have a diversified, highly experienced board of directors, it adds to the fact that you're making an attractive business look attractive to investors, not just on the stock market, but across the entire capital markets. So that's our 5-year outlook. And I think it's important to outline to people what your key investment thesis is. What kind of business are you trying to build? What kind of returns are you trying to make? And how do you make a business attractive to the capital markets? And I think I've tried to run through that pretty quickly, and I can go into detail on any questions that you want to ask about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chika. You did that in record time. I was very concerned. Thank you very much. Round of applause. And I think most of the things that he mentioned, you must take note of. There's no way you can expect to get funding without putting in place the right structures as it relates to corporate governance, amongst other things he said. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring up the lady from AFEX, talking us through the new innovation commodities-backed commercial paper and how it works, what it means, the benefits, and all whatnot. So please put your hands together as I invite Funto to take us through. Funto, I hope you have the slides.
Sorry, do we have, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. Do we have the slide now, please? Yeah, I thought you wanted to project. It won't be projected.
I'll invite, she'll come back because I think she really would need her slides. You need to visualize this commodity, how it works, and all of that. Because when we had the conversation, I actually had a conversation with my panelists yesterday, and we had to go. We were having a phone call. She said, "No, let's do Teams. I want to show you something," and I was very impressed. So I will come back to her. So let me take you, Sunil. Sunil is the country manager for Valency, and they are beneficiaries of commercial papers, and he's going to take us through his experience. You know, this is really talking from an experiential point of view. He will take us through his experience, the advantages, the challenges, and all whatnot. Thank you. A round of applause. No one is clapping.
Good afternoon. As I was introduced, I am 22 years in Nigeria now. I came along with the democracy, 10th May 99. Okay, so I'm representing Valency as a country head and one of the executive director. So I will introduce Valency in short, maybe 2-3 slides. I'm given 5 minutes to speak on this presentation. So Valency as such is based in Singapore. We are 15 years old company. We cater 38 markets. We have over 1,400 employees. Out of that, 1,000 plus is in Nigeria. We are basically into agro-commodity processing and distribution. So our business is basically, all our logistics supply is in-house. We are among the top 5 exporters in Nigeria, and we have very limited and selective participation in the industrial vertical where we import agrochemical and pesticides. These are the products or segments where we are spread off. I will not take this so much. This is our CSR. We are actively involved in CSR across the world. Right now, we are implementing SAP HANA across all our verticals in Nigeria and other countries. These are some of our awards. So I will go directly now to CP. So we were told earlier CP will take 4 to 6 weeks or maybe 8 weeks. And remember, it was a COVID time, somewhere around July, August last year. So that was a tough decision whether to come out or not to come out. If CP fails, what happens? Whether market will accept or we are out of the market, or banks will pull out all their funding. So after all deliberation, everything, FBN came to our lead manager and they supported us very well. So they gave us the checklist. So based on the checklist, so we have done the grouping, like how the transaction will structure, what are the legal and accounting due diligence, what are the things to be done for writing of documents, and then what are the rules, regulatory, and overall, what is the financing cost, whether it's cheaper than bank or it is expensive than the bank, and if you are saving, what is the quantum of saving? So everything was coming out positive. So we started to go for it. So this is a checklist, I can say. If you want to go for a CP, you should have up to date all your statutory and legal compliance, and any gap in your compliances will delay your CP. Like in our case, we were not having the PENCOM certificate. And because of COVID, the offices were not functional. So it delayed our CP by almost 2 weeks. So in Nigeria, there are only 3 or 4 rating agencies. So it's one of the difficult times during COVID time to them to our office, rejected. No, we don't want to come. So how do we go about online? We have a cashew factory in Ibafo. How to show them? Because you just show a video and they may not be impressed. But ultimately, one of them came to us in Ibafo, we showed them. And second is their fees is not negotiable. What they give you, you take it or you reject it. There is no other negotiation. So I don't know whether it's a small, big or high, but it was expensive, definitely. And then what they look in your operation, your past performance, current performance, and your ability to meet future cash flows. Because CP is a short term, maybe 6 months, 9 months at the most. But like is a perpetual, we are given 20 billion approval from FMDQ, but we came out with 5.5 billion, say first issue. And now next month, we are coming out with another CP. So solid cash flow is one of the major requirement. And when we started in COVID, we were told interest rate will be around 4-5%, but we ended up on still single digit, but 8-9% overall cost of CP. And then one of the major problems which we faced is corporate governance. Valency as such is not a listed company where shareholders are very limited, 3-4 shareholders. So it was one of the major, say, big power corporate governance. We have external director, we have independent directors, but still they want company to be listed so that there is a confidence of investors. So these are some of the myths, I will say, which either investor or as an issuer or as a company we have. Like a common investor will think is unsecured loan and my investment will be lost, or is a very high risk investment. I will not say is lost because there are regulatory process, bodies, checks. They emphasize whether company is capable of repaying it or not. And there is a way of underwriting the CP, but we are told not to go for underwriting based on our credential. So we did not go for underwriting, but I can assure you everybody, this is definitely not so much of, I can say, risk. There is a small risk, but not 100% risk. And common man will think there is no regulatory control on process or default. No, FMDQ is a body which controls and regulates everything. You have to file your accounts, your audio, your comfort. And there are so many checklists where chances of default is minimum. And then as an issuer, I mentioned first is our own, whether it will be successful or not successful, internal battle. Then we always believe traditional funding by banking way, because it's in-house, nobody knows in the market what rates you are paying, whether you will be successful, failure, all your accounts, your performance is internal. But once you go to the market, it is on the website, FMDK website, the valency performance of the past, future, our cash flow, our plans. So it's a very transparent. Then another fear was like a non-subscription. It's like you are playing a football and you don't know next day your subscription is full or not full. Since we have not done the underwriting, so there is a full chance if you don't get 70-80%, you have to refund all the money, plus there is a bad name in the market. That was a fear. But luckily, our first issue was fully subscribed. And then there is a myth, is expensive than the bank interest rate? No, it's not too much of, I can say there is a gap, still 5-6% gap between bank rate and the CP rate. And then we had a, one say myth, we will not be allowed to use the CP proceeds. Maybe it will be kept in the bank and every time we have to go to the bank and ask for the money. No, it's not true. Immediately after the, I can say 4 or 5 days of CP, all the money were given in our one of the bank account and we are free to use. So this is one of the checklist. Like one box is one folder. You can keep all your documents, legal form, ownership, your management staff, your principal activity, related parties, production, company business related information, finance, regulation, and any other information which you want to give it to rating agency. If you make your checklist very fast, there is a possibility you can finish your CP in 6 to 8 weeks. Thank you.
Sunil, and I know you have questions. Why Valency, perhaps, or just keep your questions. We're going to come to them very soon. Let me just quickly invite, I think we only have 2 more speakers left. I'm going to invite very quickly now Adeyinka Okunfolami of One Capital, and she will be focusing on, you know, when Naisa was speaking, he said to us, let capital market operators make money and give agriculture its rightful place. So Aki, Yinka will be telling us how to, you know, get the right return on investment in agribusiness. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my slides will come up. I just want to say I thank you to Welcome to Africa for the privilege to be here to present what we do at One Capital. I feel like my slides are not even needed because Mr. Abdulhamid did justice to it, and I think Mrs. Biola too also did some justice to it. But I'll just start from who we are at One Capital. So I think we've gotten the brief from okay, so it's perfect. So we already got the brief, helping African agri-businesses succeed. We don't believe in agriculture. We believe that there's business in agri. So Mr. said earlier about the 24% of Nigerian GDP was generated from the agricultural sector only in 2020. But further research shows that much of the investment went into the production line, which is farmers. At One Capital, we don't finance farmers. We are more concentrated on the processing line because we believe that when you add value to what we're selling, then you're better able to attract investors. We're better able to position these companies to become category kings in the market. Who we are. So One Capital Finance Limited, Investment Limited, was born out of a passion to encourage these small and medium scale farmers, processing companies, who are aggregators. So basically the aggregators, we pick spices or rice paddy. We look for a company that can be an aggregator. So the aggregator company is based in that environment. What they do basically is they don't farm. They gather these products together with a processing plant set up, so they add value to those products immediately. Those products are either sold in the international market or ready for consumption in the local market. The slides went off. Okay, let me just continue from here. Okay, that's great. Sorry. Okay, so so far we have funded some agri companies. Agricorp is into ginger production and processing, the technology-based warehousing company, while Cheerful Foods is into production of beans flour and plantain flour. Both the combination of these three companies are currently valued about $23 million. So for the purpose of this presentation, we'll be highlighting our success with Agricorp. Agricorp was duly incorporated in 2018. As at 2018, all they did was aggregate ginger from the local farmers, bag it, and export. By the time we came into their operation in 2019, we imported a mini processing plant for the company. And our target was simple. We wanted to make a revenue of 100 million. If we could make a revenue of 100 million with Agricorp, then we knew that we had a business case for saying, don't just support farmers, support the processing line, support the companies that will take this product and add value to it for export, support the companies that will take this product and add value to it for local consumption. To our greater surprise, Agricorp made a whopping 206 million within 6 months of introducing a production line to Agricorp. We also sealed international contract and began to export these products to Dubai and South Africa. As of 2020, coming into 2020 and coming into a pandemic, we were afraid that we were going to lose all our investments. However, that was the case. In 2020 half year, by June 2020, Agricorp had made revenues in excess of 660 million because other countries were having difficulties producing. Nigeria's own ginger was now in high demand. And not just ginger in its raw form. We were in it, drying it, splitting it. Our processing line was also converting some of it to the powder form. Currently, Agricorp has a plan to be on the stock exchange by 2022. Our funding currently comes mostly from private equity. So it speaks to what Mrs. Abella was saying, that we don't just have to wait for the capital market. In the meantime, we are making use of private equity to invest in these companies that we believe will be category kings tomorrow. Currently, Agricorp is valued alone at over $13 million and is to complete its Series A funding from the private equity market. So this just shows of Agricorp. In 2019, we made revenues of 541,000. As at date, we have made revenues in excess of $1 million. Net profit for full year 2019 was $18,000. As at date, we have made net profits of about $41,000. Now, the part that beats us the most is the valuation. The valuation of the company moved from just under $1 million to over $13 million just in 2 years of introducing processing to produce. The valuation, of course, was carried out by Main Street Bank. Now, as One Capital, how do we raise funds for this company? I like one of the speakers that mentioned blended finance. Like they have done the job for me. So we do a combination of debt and equities into these companies. We initially go forth with debt to see how to structure the business, basically. How does the business run? Who are your off-takers? Well, we all know that you can't produce and not have the market to sell it to. So I approach these companies with a debt finance initially to see, okay, how does your structure work? Who are your off-takers? Open access for the company to international market. What international market does for you is to help you to hedge foreign exchange currency fluctuation. It also helps you to break even faster because you are producing in naira and you are earning in foreign currency. Along the line, those debts are changed to equity, which gives the companies opportunity to scale up their production. How do we do the risk? Like I said, Mr. Abdulhamid has done justice to that. Currently, we partner with a top quality commodity exchange company who gives us a collateral management structure. What does the collateral management do? It gives the investors confidence that the money that they have invested in your business is safe, is secure. So you said you want to buy goods XYZ, and then they are banking on this company to say this goods XYZ was actually bought with your money and it's in storage. We also do a combination of lien on shares. So some of our high-end investors have their debts with us on against shares in the company. So at the time they're supposed to call in their debts, they could change that amount that they have for debt into equity or pull out their funds or if they require. So how do we make profits? For Agricorp, because Agricorp is into exports, they are able to hedge currency risk. And of course, because we have recognized, like we said, that putting a processing plant right in the heart of where ginger is produced gives us, reduces our cost of capital. So instead of moving the ginger in its raw form all the way to Lagos to process, right where it is in Kubacha is where the processing plant is. So all the subsistence farmers there, on the market days, which is usually Mondays, gather the produce and take it directly to the warehouse. The ginger is processed right there into its powder form. The oils are extracted. So from the plant there, it's taken directly to the port for those that want to export. And if it's going to be sold, the local people can buy it directly from there. So that helps us to avoid carrying that dead weight around. And of course, adds to our profit. For One Capital, we make a spread on this investment. For our investors that we have on board at One Capital, we currently offer them ROIs between 10 to 18%. So like I said before, because we can earn returns in foreign currency, we're also able to play in the USD space to say, you can give us investments in USD, and you are guaranteed principal and interest payout in USD, and all investments we pay on to 18%. So my question is simple. Okay, so I'll just take this last part to say that we are to the farmer, the poorer you are. We need to add value to what we produce and not just use to raw materials. My question is simple. Why are you not? Thank you.
I promise you, we didn't have a dress code. I promise you. It's just coincidence. Welcome to Africa didn't tell us to have this dress code. If you notice, there was another lady at the end when examiner. She was in the wrong panel anyway. She will be up again. Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation. A round of applause. And you get to ask her a lot of questions. I'm going to step back and give you the opportunity to interact with the panelists for at least 15 minutes. So we'll go now to the last presentation. I think it's a very important one, and that's why I kept it when her slides were not ready. Do you have the slides for FX now, please? Do you confirm? Okay, thank you very much. So please come up and for 7 minutes, and then we will go to question and answer.
I think I won't just repeat what every other person has said so far, and this is just bringing a some sort of variety to the entire conversation. So, FX commodity exchange, we have one singular vision to be the reference point for commodities in Africa. So if I ask you, what do you see? I'm sure every one of us, we have different things we see from this picture. Some will see sacks of grains. Some will see a man standing. There's another man maybe taking a nap after he had this job there. So what do you see? Do you see grains? or do you see assets? Valence mentioned going to raise CP from the capital market, and one of the key requirements for doing that is a solid cash flow. Depending on who you are and looking at this picture, right, you could either see grains or assets. If you're a processor, you will know that the biggest currency of processor are the commodities, because that forms most of the time 80% of auction cost. So asking, how do you then take this 80%, something that records about 80% on their balance sheet, convert it into an instrument that they can then take into the market and raise more working capital? So pretty much what we've done at AFEX is to use the concept of electronic warehouse receipts to convert physical commodities into financial instruments. And the argument for this is, number one, commodities are assets. Commodities have economic value. And because they have economic value, they can then be traded, or they can be taken to the market to get additional values on them. Warehouse receipts is also a formal instrument. If we look at the nature of agriculture in Nigeria, it's kind of informal. And one way to formalize and attach ownership to whoever owns commodity is through the warehouse receipts. And lastly is that because you've been able to convert from the physical commodity into a formal asset or into a formal instrument, then you can collateralize that. There's a common saying we use at AFEX that if you can securitize it, you can finance it. So I want to quickly go through a case study. We raised a 20 billion naira asset-backed commercial paper Q4 last year. That was the first ever asset-backed commercial paper issued by a commodities exchange in Nigeria. So the asset-backed commercial paper was structured as a fixed income instrument that is using commodity as a credit enhancement. Again, raising capital or getting funding for your, usually if we give you the money, how do we get it back? So the commodity, which we've seen as an asset, is what becomes a credit enhancement to the entire transaction. It offers low cost financing for agro processors who would typically not be a Valenza, that cannot approach the traditional commercial paper to raise working capital. And it's also eradicate the high cost of procurement for these processors. Again, due to the nature, a lot that was said about irrigation and the rest of them. Most of the agricultural products in Nigeria are mostly one season because of our lack of irrigation. So production usually happens at a time, and then at those times, prices are usually the lowest. Ability of the processor to aggregate at those times would determine how profitable they will be in the course of the year. So, and again, the ability to aggregate will depend on access to financing. And this asset-backed commercial paper pretty much provide them that low cost of aggregating at the lowest price, and then they become efficient throughout the production year. So this is what the transaction dynamics look like. So I could pretty much segment it into three parts. So you have your the liability side, which is providing the financing through a special purpose vehicle. So you have your capital market operators, your financial institutions who are the investors and providing that funding through the SPV. On the other hand, you have your obligors. The first one we issued, we concentrated our efforts on medium-sized enterprises, ranging from animal feed production processors to food and beverages and rice milling. And there's also, again, how do we then securitize the commodities and give investors guarantee that they would always get their money back? So there's the place of the collateral management service, where the exchange comes in and provide the technology for converting physical commodities into electronic warehouse receipts. There's also the custodian that sits on the margin accounts or on the fund that is being raised by the capital market, and also manage the electronic warehouse receipts as assets. So the custodian pretty much manage how the fund goes to the agro processor, how the electronic warehouse receipt is properly kept in and recorded, and then when it's time for them to take out the commodity, it would the custodian would also ensure that happens very efficiently. And one of the other benefits of this thing I missed out on the asset-backed commercial paper is it helps you borrow off your balance sheet. So your balance sheet is not under pressure. And because of the credit enhancement, it also boosts the perception of the value of your company in the market. So again, there's so much benefit from it, but also there are also risks, which we've adequately identified. Some of the risk there is the liquidity risk. And this would usually happen in terms of if there's a mismatch in cash flow of the asset being financed and the maturity of the instrument being issued to the market. We have the credit risk, which is pretty much what are the credit-related losses that could happen in the transaction. And then we have the price risk. What happens if the price of these commodities move and then the asset being financed or the asset being collateralized, what happens in that instance? So for the liquidity risk, this is structured in such a way that the tenor of borrowing to the obligor is lesser than the tenor of the program. So the issuance investor would typically be 270 days, but on lending to the borrowers would be between 210 and 240 days. It allows that time difference to be able to cycle out on any operational issues that may arise. In terms of credit risk, because credit risk, again, for us, we say it is non-existent because it is asset-backed. So you have triggers. Number one, you have the collateral. You are over-collateralized by at least 110% over the financing. And so what we say is, if there's any non-performance on the side of the obligor, you can asset and recover your position. And then you have trigger points that you can look at. So for us, credit risk is not existence, but it can translate into market risk. And the market risk is, if I have to sell off, is there a potential market that I can sell the underlying asset to? Greatly focus on commodities that are local commodities, because again, we focus largely on grains, which are maize, soybeans, paddy rice. And the reason for this is if we look at the consumption and the production, the demand still higher than the supply. So always a ready market to sell off the underlying asset in the case we need to do a forced sell on the underlying assets. Then in terms of price, seasonality of the commodities usually shows that there's one way that the prices of commodities go, which is upward. So at the beginning of the season, the prices are usually low. So when they procure the asset at the beginning of the season, as you move away from the season, the value of the asset keeps going up. So your level of exposure is properly covered. So you probably will start with a 110% cover at the beginning, but before the end, you probably have at the minimum 130% or 140%. So it is highly securitized as compared to your traditional commercial paper, where it is an unsecured instrument. So how does this match with the commercial paper? Securitization, which is that is one of the biggest comfort to the investor, because there's an underlying asset to fall back to in the case of default. Commercial paper, you're just borrowing against the good faith of the organization, solid cash flow. Any business can fold up. But with the CP, you can fall back on the underlying assets and then sell. There's also the reduced credit risk. Again, it comes back to the fact that you've been able to securitize the underlying assets. In terms of structure, yes, the CP is a bit more structured because it's been around in this market longer than the ABCP. But again, with a number of issuance, we will get there on the side of the asset-backed commercial paper. In terms of risk diversification, all the risks that are inherent in the asset-backed commercial paper based on the structure, you don't have one risk. You have many risk points that you can mitigate before the entire program goes up. The way it's also structured, you cannot have risk of diversion of fund because there's a custodian that sits on the collateral and then manages how cash is being disbursed to the obligor. So what made our first round of commercial paper issuance in the market successful? Infrastructure is very key. Again, ability to securitize those commodities, physical commodities, into electronic warehouse receipts that then becomes an asset that you can lend and use to borrow. At the moment, we have about 85 warehouses across the nation, and these are standardized warehouses. In terms of market, again, for a lot of the processor, it's not just funding that is the challenge. There's also where do we get the commodity? Because we are an exchange, we also provide that platform for aggregators to put up their commodities, and then processors can then buy on the platform, get financing on the platform, store within our warehouse. So it becomes more like a one-stop shop, and then the processors can really focus on what they know how to do, produce and make more money. And of course, all of this would not have been possible without technology. We have our workbench technology that ensures that everything runs smoothly. And then other processors as well also have an interface where they can the positions, lien the collateral. The custodian also have a view of what's going on at any point in time. I think, thank you.
I hope you found that session very useful. I found it useful, and I'm happy. Thank you very much, Funto, because she actually addressed in her presentation most of the comments and questions that I had when we met. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I should monopolize the microphone and start asking my panelists questions, because I already interacted with them, and some of my comments have been reflected in their presentation. So I want to defer to you now. Based on all that you have heard, do you have questions? And can you please ask your questions? Funto has taken part of our time, so I think we have roughly about 10 or 12 minutes left. So if you have questions, please signify by raising up your hand to any of the panelists. We'll take about 3 and we will respond. And so maybe we'll have batches of. Any questions for the panelists? I have a hand on this side. Who's taking the microphone? I have one at the back. But let's make this that we don't eat into the time. Do you need a mic from here? Okay, then come for it. You know, finish, please sanitize. Okay.
No. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tosin Alabi from DLM Capital.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tosin Alabi from DLM Capital Group. My question is for AFEX, the representative of AFEX Funto, I believe. In the absence of the passing into law of the warehouse receipt legislation, can you hear me? In the absence of the passing into law of the warehouse receipt legislation, what impact did it have on the asset-backed commercial paper transaction that you were speaking about earlier?
Hello? Yeah, that's fine. My name is Adimo. I'm going to be asking a question on, I think, the last one. How do you sort of, you know, say, for example, farmer who in 3 hectares of land. Can you hear me now? Okay, that's there. My name is Nadimo Adenli, and I just founded my new initiative, African Sustainability Innovation Academy. So obviously, we're looking at and use local technology to improve agricultural development in Africa, including Nigeria. So my question is, how? I mean, that will obviously point to the last presenter, which is. So I'm just wondering, is there a way you've been working towards sort of bringing a number of smallholders together who obviously cultivate a number of hectares in terms of how to access funds and our agricultural value chain? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay. Sorry about that. Fine. Okay. So the first one is to Apex. Thank you for that presentation. In terms of investors for your asset back, could you give us some insights, if you had, from an investor perspective, your experience with institutional investors, most especially the pension funds, since they are the money bag, if they invested and what issues you had with them? Then the second question is to Valency and FBN Quest. With regards to your commercial paper, how important was timing the market and raising funds? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olatubosun Joseph. In agriculture, in Nigeria here, many people have interest in it. But a problem facing us here in Nigeria is land. If we say we are doing agriculture, we're supposed to have a land. But we don't, if you don't have anything to invest on it, money to do it, how do you want to move forward? It's not possible. The second question is that if you can lease a land for all farmers in Nigeria, it will be easier for us and for everyone, for farmers, to be able to farm and move forward. For example, cotton. Let's say maybe if you have 100,000 or 200,000, if you plant cotton, you can use it to gain, if it is 100,000, you can use it to gain 400,000. If it is 200, you can use it to gain 800,000 or more than that. That's my question.
The panelists to respond. We had more for Apex.
Thank you very much for the question. So I'll take the first one, which talked about if it's the electronic warehouse receipt legislation is not passed into law, the impact on ABCP, right? Take it from a broader perspective, not just from the ABCP perspective, but the impact on the development of agriculture or the development of commodities exchange in Nigeria. Again, the commodity space is largely fragmented. Agriculture is even way worse. And one way to put some sort of ownership against it is through the electronic warehouse receipt. And once you can convert from the physical into the electronic warehouse receipt, the potential is endless, right? Another example to look at is if you look at most of the developed commodities exchanges in the world, they started out with physical, but where most of them are now are in the derivatives market. They could transition from that because they developed a physical market that was strong, and then on the back of those physical market, they could securitize them through the electronic warehouse receipts. Then they can then do the derivatives market. And one capital said, the farther you are away from the raw material, the closer you are to the raw material, the poorer you are. So the farther we are able to move away from the physical commodities market into the derivatives market, the richer we will become as a country, as an economy. So the non-passing of that legislation is not just going to impact this instrument, the asset-backed commercial paper, but it has a larger impact on the commodities exchanges in Nigeria, because through the electronic warehouse receipt that you can securitize, you can attach ownership, you can trade commodities, increase liquidity, grow the market, grow the economy. The next question is, so just one more thing before I go into the next question. If you could go online, there's actually a bank called Bank of Cheese. And what they do is bring your cheese into the bank and we will convert it to an electronic warehouse receipt and then give you money. In some instances, they'll give them money. Some you can just take the receipt away and then go and unlend. And that is the only thing. So imagine having a Unity bank that is a cheese bank. So that is another potential that we will be missing out if that legislation is never passed into. So the talked about farmer. So we have quite a number of financing that we do at AFEX. At AFEX, again, our vision is to be the reference for commodities in Africa. When we started out in 2014, there wasn't really any structure for a viable exchange. And for you to have an exchange, again, looking at the developed exchanges in the world now, they started out in the physical. And if you want to have an exchange, it then means that there has to be a supply into that exchange for you to be able to have a marketplace. And without that supply, what you're doing is at best you're having a gambling house, right? And for us to have that supply, we realized that we had to do backward integrations with the farmers, right? A lot of times that sometimes confuse our identity as to who we are. Are we farmers? Are we an exchange? Or are we a finance house? Again, but these are just necessary things to do. So, and on the back of that, we have what we call the input financing. What the input financing does is that we focus a high effort on key producing states across about 8 commodities, and we work with these communities of farmers in clusters of cooperatives by providing input to them. We don't give cash to farmers. So we have our economic of production that would have mapped out each of the farmers' hectares of farmland, determining what they need in terms of, and we provide that input to them in fertilizer, seedlings, and then they repay back the loan in form of commodities that are then securitized, that then becomes tradable on the exchange. Again, electronic warehouse receipts comes back into play. So depending on where you are, if you are within the community where we have key producing states, right, you can then key into our input financing program. And we do both wet season input financing and the dry season input financing. Then the subscribers to the ABCP, the subscribers were largely institutionals, right? Because it was, no, we did not. Okay, so this was the first issuance, and it was easier to understand the requirement of non-pension investors, because the pension fund is a bit more regulated, and then there are regulatory aspects that you need to fulfill, right? And then for a product that's never been launched into the market, it will be a bit a tough sell to the market, but we needed to prove the concept to the market. So our subscribers were capital market operators, and that's it. But in terms of the other thing that also helped, just to add to that, to the ABCP, was that the only difference between every other thing that is done on the CP side is also done on the ABCP side. In terms of it was rated by a rating agency. It had an arranger element in it. It has the custodian element in it. It has the ICPA element. Everything that the commercial paper would have, it does have. It's just that it provides a more easier way for people not ordinarily approach the commercial paper market to access working capital. Tenure is still the same, 270 days. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think what's important about what I wanted to just emphasize is that we all have to lobby to make that. I think what AFEX is doing in terms of the commodity-backed commercial paper can actually go a long way in resolving some of the teething problems in this sector. So the regulation is for you, it's for me, it's for everybody and let's see how that, we can ensure that we are lobbying to make it, to make that law, that regulation passed, essentially. So I'm going to defer. Did you say you wanted to answer the question on Valency? The question, did you get, let me FBN should start.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, timing is very, very critical in terms of success of issuing the CP. And the timing, again, from a point of view of, sure, sort of pricing as well. So we'll see that if you're ready, that means your instrument is registered and you're ready to go to the market. These CPs can be raised, you can launch it within a week and close, right? And we've seen rates move by as much as 300, 400 bips at different points this year. So you cannot overemphasize the importance of being ready and able to take advantage of good rates at good times. Yeah, so I think that's it, but I don't know if Sonia wants to add to that.
And I think that, I can preempt a question that I asked to Sonny before this. People would say that, Valency, you are not a good example for us. You are too big, and maybe it's easy for you to get the CP process concluded. And he said to me, that's not a fair thing. I went through hell. Not that it wasn't possible, but it wasn't about my size. What you need to do, you need to do. Have the right governance. That checklist he mentioned, he said to me, everyone has to go through it, and you will deal with it at your own level. So it's not about Valency being big or small. It's about being disciplined and, sorry, someone has a question? Dave, you have a question? Okay, I'll come to you. But I will let Chuka answer the question of the gentleman on land, because he's busy acquiring land everywhere. So he has to tell us how he's doing it.
Sorry, I'll try not to be negative about it. We're sized and we're acquiring large amounts of land. So we have about 10,000 hectares in our land bank right now. I understand the difficulty of what he's saying. Until you amend the Land Use Act, these are institutional issues. Like you try to get a law passed. Every CFO in a state must be signed by a governor. So it's problematic for the smaller investor like that who wants to scale up. So I understand the exact nature of his problem. Is it what I can help him with? Unfortunately not. We tried to have an outgrower management scheme, but we can't manage that for them, and we cannot acquire a CFO for external outgrowers. So it's a structural problem that it's lobbying, like you said, and it's just trying to get people to understand that some of these laws have to be changed to make life easier for smallholders. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
We're really running out of time. One thing I know that the DG of NASL, the MD, said was that we don't have land, but we have forest. But he's not here to tell us what he meant. But I think what he was just trying to say perhaps is that don't be fixed on owning the land. You should probably focus more on what can you produce on the land. Not somebody else might own the land, in quote, but you probably then have, you're empowered to do the business of agri on that land and be able to get the result. Unfortunately, he's not here, so I'm just trying to think for him. Dave, are you going to talk to me one-on-one? Because now we have to close. Otherwise, ask your question as we rise. He needs a mic. You can share this one if you don't mind, if you come forward. But we have to close now because we know that there are other presentations.
Not really a question. Yes, when you say the process of raising a CP, what I wanted to understand, because especially for you to raise money from investors, you have to go through that. And it's just not hell. It's just a governance process, the ratings and all of that. And the CP is the first step towards raising a bond. And if you can't raise a CP, sorry, you're not ready. So I think that for the agri guys, you guys need to do it because other sectors have done it. I mean, people like Holland, they raise billions of naira. They close it in a day. You can raise 200 billion in a day with the pension fund, but you need to go through that process.
These are the money people. That's just what it is. You must go through the process. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for panelists. Please rise. Thank you very much for participating. And I just hand over now to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause. Help me appreciate our moderator, Abiola Ojo-Osage, and all of the very, like I said, eminently qualified in terms of those interventions and those working experiences we have heard from them, from their workplace space and engagement with this platform and their own projections, as well as answers to the questions that have come in the room for the immediate purpose. We'd like to say thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause as we appreciate them. Now we're supposed to give you an opportunity to stretch. For those of you interested in some of the tea break, to interact and do the network. However, I am going to be fast pacing this to the very next one. If you do want to stretch, you can do that, please, without too much interruption. Right now, it's not going to be a networking engagement time. I need to move this forward very quickly. Some of our panelists and presenters are traveling out this afternoon, and to get to the airport from this point through to the mainland and across to Ikeja has its own imminent challenges with the logistics. So please, like I said, bear with me. Thank you very much. So without further ado, very quickly, I'd like to please invite to come up. Oh, I should announce that I will try to get you to lunch at 2 o'clock. So please just bear with me, like I said, but I'd like to please invite to come up for analysis.
post to bed. So each members of my panel will have the initial 2-3 minutes each to speak, to go at their firms and speak to the topic under discussion. Then, of course, we'll take a few questions. Then we'll be able to make it very interactive. My name is Bosin Omofaye. I'm a business journalist and I speak for a living. And I ask questions, by the way. Let me do a very brief introduction just to know who's here. Let me start from the extreme. I have Sahil Gupta, who is the general manager, Olam International. He's representing the Oh, I thought I missed it. That's Sahil Gupta. Thank you very much, General Manager at Olam International. Please a round of applause for him. And then we have Senami Johnson. It's good to have you. The only lady in the house, boys to men. Okay. Then you have Kayode Omoshedi. Thank you very much for coming, Director of CEDA and Ash Capital Advisory and Capital Management Firm. Thank you very much. Then, of course, finally, Emeka Ngene, head at DLM Advisory Partners. They're all into investment banking and all that, with the exception of Sahil there, who wants to collect the fund from them. So, and here I'm going to make sure that everybody is happy. Now, we'll speak to trends and issues affecting fundraising in the Nigerian agribusiness. Aspects of my career for about 30 years. So the capital market to me is the center of it all. It's called the center of capitalism. And you can't really divorce capitalism from democracy. They are two sides of the same coin. So whatever you see in the well-developed environment, democratically you find the capitalism side of it. So we're here to talk about policies and practices that incentivize agribusiness and look at level of inclusion and acceptability that agribusiness folks will want to see from the market. So let me quickly yield to, let's allow ladies to go first, shall we? Yes, let's hear from Mrs. Let's put your hands together for Senami Johnson. Madam, you have the floor. You can speak from where you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a slightly different perspective than what has been said so far. First of all, if we use the data from the PwC report in 2020, agribusiness actually has 4 different sectors. There is the crop production, there is fishery, and there is forestry. So I'm coming from the fisheries side of things, not the grain side. So this is different. From the fishery side of things, what we did, what we do with them is pretty much try and see how we can put technology in their structure. What we know about fishery business, they do all the mud ponds. But what we do is introduce technology to the structure. We fund that, and we also expose them to the international market, which is the export side of the market. We know that we've seen all the data on how we need to improve our exports in the agri side, and know that there is a demand for agri exports in the international market.
Interesting, when you talk about fishery, the whole idea of this conversation is about business and markets, the deepening of the markets together, where you have the debt, you have the equities, and the rest of them. You're an operator in the agribusiness, so I think this is fairly well balanced in terms of yourself, what you do, and Olam. The other two gentlemen here are in investment advisory and the rest of them, so I think this is a good time for all of us to go to the altar where we are right now. So I'll just match make and make sure you guys go home very nicely. Everybody's happy, there's a deal, and there's business done. So let me hear from Sahil first, because again, it's good to hear from the side of you operators. What would you like to see? What are the current trends and that you see that incentivize investments in the agribusiness sector. And if you look at Holland, there are 60 countries based in other corners of the world. So I'm sure you have very good experience in terms of how you respond across jurisdictions and what are the best practices that we can bring to bear in the Nigerian states.
Certainly. So, as you know, like Olam has introduced, so we are very active in the capital markets other than Nigeria. So, although Olam started in Nigeria, but never really entered capital markets in Nigeria because it is a little more cumbersome and not mature as it is in other markets, and it is easier in the other markets to raise funds. So, other than that, also I believe that since agricultural industry is, as how the MD of NIRSAL also mentioned initially, that it is a very risky business. It is not a straightforward business. There are a lot of external factors, which makes it difficult for the agri businesses to enter the agricultural market. And certainly, how we discussed in the last session about the rating agencies and for the bonds, to ensure that the risk is minimized, the ratings have to be in line. So that also takes a lot of cost, and sometimes it becomes more expensive to get into capital markets than to go to normal banking channels for raising funds. So those are pretty much the two big disincentives to per se, that it becomes too costly to enter the capital markets than the normal traditional way of sourcing of finance in Nigeria.
Oh, thank you, Sahil. Anyone in the capital markets in the audience? Okay, I think most of the capital markets folks are gone. I guess I'm the only one left, with the exception of these two guys who are here. And that is really heartbreaking, isn't it? When you look at Olam, in 60 countries, started out in Nigeria, but not raising funds in the Nigerian capital markets because it's too costly. Now they are looking at each other. Because how can a company start doing business in Nigeria and now in 60 countries, but it's not tapping the local market? So something must really, really be wrong with our capital market that I want the experts here to explain, and how to make sure that we don't start a business in Nigeria, it grows global, yet we're missing the kind of fees that Olam will be paying to international advisors in other jurisdictions where they do business and they're able to raise capital. What are these disincentives? So I'm going to start from you, Emeka, because no, I'm going to share this with you, please. Thank you. So it makes it very easy. Because again, this hits me very hard when you look at the size of Olam, but not doing a single debt or equity raising in Nigeria so far. Now, what do you think the disincentives are? Because this is just as big as it can get. You talk about Olam, you're talking like Dangote cement in so many countries.
Thank you, Wilson. And good afternoon, everyone. I think the way the capital market works, I like to always say that the rules of the capital market works for everyone. So there are no disincentive to any particular sector or any particular company group. But the primary thing you must know when you want to come to the capital market is the same thing that operates in Nigeria operates everywhere else. The level of disclosure requirements are the same, so you need to disclose. And also regulatory requirements are almost the same with any other markets in the world. What we have in Nigeria that I think favors Nigerian businesses, maybe not at Olam, is the fact that if you do business in Naira, you should fund in Naira. And the Nigerian debt capital market is one of the most sophisticated and one of the biggest in Africa today. And like the gentleman from Pencom said earlier, over the years, we've constantly seen Pencom move what is considered investable asset classes for pension funds, and they've moved it to the extent that pension fund can almost invest in any form of instruments today, as long as it's packaged in a way that it can invest in it. So the decision to come to the capital market at the company level is more a strategic decision as against whether the market is ready, because what we've got in Nigeria is what they've got everywhere else in terms of disclosure requirements and regulatory requirements, maybe not depth and sophistication. And again, one of the reasons why the Nigerian market may not have that depth and sophistication is because, as we speak today, the chunk of our investment in our capital market come from the pension funds. and everyone knows pension is sort of like highly regulated. In other climes, they have a lot of other institutional investors that are well developed and have been able to create a lot more products beyond conventional products. But beyond that, I don't think there are any particular disincentives. What I like to say most of the time is capital market works two ways. So it's either you go to the capital market or the capital market comes to you. So one of the ways the capital market can come to you, everyone is talking about, we saw Valency earlier, and Olam, we talked about LLX, seasoned large companies that can by themselves go to the capital markets. But what about those that cannot go to the capital market? Can the capital market work for them? So the MD of NISA talked about all of the aggregation model that they're looking to do. And yes, capital market can work for everyone. It's whether capital market operators can roll up their sleeves and do the work and build up the competencies to be able to make the capital market go to those places that cannot come to the capital market. And I think that's what we should be discussing, even as we try to see more indigenous companies go to become like the Olam and the LLX and able to go to the capital market themselves. We should create infrastructures, platforms that allow for the capital markets to go to businesses that will do well by getting funding from the capital market. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please, because the previous session spoke a lot about the various windows. But again, we're now getting to the trends and issues, what needs to be understood by those who are in the agribusiness. Because sometimes, like I said, this is trying to get between the groom and the bride to do what you call disclosure for everybody to know what is required. And at the end of the day, I'm sure we're getting close to something very particular about Nigeria, which is exchange rate, interest rate, inflation, and things of that like that when you get to the market. And I think these are very critical issues. So let me ask my friend, Kayode Omoshebi, if you think any of these macroeconomic environment variables and monetary issues around exchange rates, policies, and how these trends can be a disincentive to those who are in agribusiness and who want to approach the marketplace, the capital market, that is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the agricultural sector is very attractive, like everyone says, but people shy away from the sector because of risk. And when you talk about risk, you're talking about supply chain, you're talking about transportation, you're talking about storage. Just like one said that the farther you are from the farm, the more money you make. So two things is investors are they're rational in their decision. So they go to where they can get optimal return at sort of reduced risk. And so two things are important from an agri perspective in terms of how you want to attract capital. You need to be able to show ability to scale. And you need to be able to show ability to mitigate your risk. Now, these two things are quite intertwined in terms of how you fix them. For you to scale, you need to be able to deliver revenues at sort of cost-effective manner. And to do that, you need to be able to integrate your value chain. And so what that means is when you raise financing as an agri player, you need to be able to show that you are integrating well, one with your technical partners who are like providing seeds for you, storage partners, transport operators, other actors across your value chain. Now, you can be Olam, who is big enough to buy all the players across his value chain. But if you're not on that level, then you need to start looking at joint ventures, consortiums. We've seen this happen in different sectors. The oil sector has done a debt instrument of about 20 years because that instrument had all chains, supplier of gas, the technical operators and everything together. And I feel these things are well coordinated. You can definitely raise finance, tap into the capital markets. Not necessarily the pension fund, but the truth is that in the market today, you have different buckets of investors. If you cannot tap into the pension funds, you can tap into the banks, you can tap into asset management, you can tap into HNIs. You can also tap into the diaspora market. It's a very big market today. And how am I saying this? So example is this. You have Olam who needs maybe 1,000 metric tons of cassava. There's a processing company to raise money, to buy a machine to process cassava. But then lying on a farmer who needs to plant that same cassava. And that farmer also needs an input supplier who provide the grains and everything. You can come all together into the funds, is deployed to different parties. And for that, the financier, it can follow the money from end to end. That reduces the risk and gives you ability to scale. So I think once players start to integrate themselves that way, it breaks a lot of issues when it comes to funding for active players. That's what I think.
Oh, thank you, Omoshebi. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. The whole idea of this session is just for us to get solutions and get what we need to move forward. Because anyone who is into cocoa production, can you show by hand if you're into cocoa production? Will you please stand up for donation? Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. But I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this. I have bad news for you. And the bad news was that China has started exporting cocoa to Europe. China is now producing cocoa and exporting to Europe, which is the main market for Ghana, for Nigeria, for Ivory Coast, for Cameroon cocoa. Now, what did China do? They took some cocoa farmers from Ghana and paid them in dollars. And over a 6-year period, China has started growing cocoa for the last 6 years. Now, China is exporting cocoa, as far as news was concerned yesterday, to Europe. If we're not, will come, they will take our lunch, and what left is the breakfast in our stomach. So right now, we need to have very enlightening conversation. Maybe you already heard that China is exporting Gary already. Now they've added cocoa. So they'll come to Africa, some of us, pay us decent dollars, which is cheap or nothing to them. So in the manner of speaking, the Ghanaians have helped the Chinese to start a cocoa market. And they're going to run us out of business very, very soon. And that's the bad news. And if China can do that to Gari or cassava and cocoa, then they can do your vegetables like ugu and whatever else. Look, anything can be grown by anybody these days, even on the... So the competitive advantage that we have as a country in agriculture is going to fade away in the next few years if we're not serious. You can get it online. China exporting cocoa. Very soon they will face the Chinese sweets guys, the guys in London, wherever, they will face cocoa importation from China. And we can do whatever we want with our cocoa here. But those of you who are not used to coffee, cocoa drinking, you better start very well. I'm already in drinking, but we need to. That's just by the way. So we need to have this that helps us get well enlightened, fast track some of these conversations. If not, we're sitting on something that is very advantageous, but it could actually be losing, we'll be losing very soon. Very interesting. But I just want to move on to what the likes of Olam would like to see. And I mentioned, actually, when you said costs of raising capital on the market is high. What do you really mean by cost? Is it the actual fees you're going to pay the maker, or?
So, I mean, as you mentioned, it's the same all over the world. It's nothing which is different in Nigeria. And what I meant was that probably earlier the market was not as, the capital markets in Nigeria was not as developed. And as you mentioned, the major investors in the capital market are the pension funds, right? Which in other economies are also majorly pension funds and other institutional investors as well, which I believe now it's getting improved. And also, rather, how you mentioned on the Forex bit, right? So Forex actually incentivizes more for global companies like us to borrow in Nigeria and to get into capital markets more further. So, I mean, definitely it's a bright future to see for us to get into capital markets also in the future. And I mean, I certainly believe that the costs are getting better, the markets are developing better. So let's see.
Thank you, Sahil. How are you to market? Are there processes in place?
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, I've been size of the market. America knows So that's why I'm quite familiar with both sides. For the aquaculture, we have a slightly different structure. We don't have any confirmed off-takers. It's more like an open market sales. So a lot of the documentation requirements from investment banks don't fit us. Fit us meaning if you say, give us your confirmed orders, we don't have. Give us maybe a fixed price rate across maybe 3 months. We don't have that. So what we've done in our side, what we've done is when we looked at the export market, what we did is that we found a structure that works for us for funding. What we use is invoice factoring model, where we take our invoice and we discount that, and we pretty much get funding from that. And what we're able to do is that we're able to maintain our price, we're able to de-risk our sector, and pretty much we've seen that system work for us. And what we are calling on from the capital market is pretty much new structures that would de-risk pretty much the aquaculture side of the market, and just create more structure that would bring more investors and funding.
Yeah, but was the story of Ella Lakes PLC of any lesson to you at Grovest? You know, started as an aqua.
So it is actually. So first of all, funding, we looked for funding everywhere. It was too expensive. What from our side, what we like is single digit rates. We're getting as much as 27, 32%. It's too much for us. So first of all, single digit rates is very important for us on the operator side. Most documentation requirements should be structured to our type of business, not necessarily the oil and gas type of business. What else is important? We have corporate governance, but we are not as a bank. We might not have as many board members that have depth of experience, but we do have some corporate governance structures. It might not be as
robust.
Exactly.
Yes, I know. What would you want to see? I think in the last set, if you think come to the market, not just for fundraising, maybe it could just come for listing. Do you think we need to? Because I remember years ago, you had up to a dozen agro-allied companies, including palm oil and the rest of them on the market. Now they've all shrunk to just about 3, 4, 5 or thereabout. A few of them hanging out after some very hard times. A few of them, like Ella Lakes, have had to restructure in recent times, move a little bit away from fisheries, going to palm oil, and like Tsunami said, what structures new things can the capital market bring to the fore, identifies those in agribusiness, which is very critical, because with the agribusiness, we're going to the next level, which is agro-industrialization. At this level, at what level would we be able to get them? I mean, so Olam, so that
thank you, Blossom. Better now? Okay, so one of the things I like to say is that not everyone is going to be an Olam. Not everyone is going to be an Ella Lakes. But in an economy like Nigeria, where we've got a thriving capital market, can the capital market work for everyone? Is it possible? Look, if the banks can lend to businesses bilaterally, then that means that there can be structures that you can put in place to mobilize capital from the capital market to those businesses. And most of the time, when we talk about structured investment vehicle or structured platform, what you're saying to investors is, I've created this thing between you and so business. All of your risk starts and stop here. You're not facing the risk with that business. The risk you're facing starts and stop on this platform. Like the example she gave about doing invoice discounting, Funto spoke about asset-backed commercial paper. In other clients, invoice discounting is done by asset-backed commercial paper. So can we connect your invoices to the CP market? Yes, the capital market can be concerned about you. No, but we're only concerned about the counterparty who's paying the invoice. So what we need to be looking at from our own end as operators is, how do we now create those solutions that can help a Tsunami who basically has invoices from counterparties who are abroad, and then how do we create a structure that allows for those invoices to be discounted by commercial paper as against going to do some bilateral expensive lending. Then there's also the factor of consolidating all of the sort of like solutions that keep coming up sort of in silos. One of the research I did a couple of days ago was about one of the multiple intervention funds from the bank, CBN. So what you find out is that certain agri-businesses cannot support sort of yield that the market wants. And because again, either it's psychological because agribusiness owners are used to hearing on the TV about single-digit interest rate from CBN, so they expect you to give them single digits. But the markets, CB investors are looking at, or bond investors are looking at yield vis-a-vis native investment that they should take. So why should they give you single digits when they can go 15, 16% somewhere else? So then what about creating some blended funding solution where CBN, you've consistently done this with banks, fantastic work. The banks lend all the time. We try to make most of this intervention funds. Can we create a structure that allows for the capital market to be able to blend market funding with your intervention fund too? So that way we can now start passing those digit interest rates to places where they are required. Because again, the capital market primarily is to source capital. You can go in there bilaterally if you're good enough to go in there. And if you're not good enough to go in there, what these investment bankers do is that they put together structures that can make you come under a platform, and that platform can go in there and get you funding. And a simple example is just using guarantees. But again, that's the simplest. But when I speak about goes beyond guarantees, it goes beyond actually structuring good deals that are bankable. And because these deals go through what is called rating, they go through an independent rating agency that certifies that yes, I've gone through this documentation, every single thing here makes sense, and this deal is AA. All you need is once you've gone through that process, and you can say this is the risk in this deal, just like any other person. I'm sure when Valencia spoke, I saw their CP program, they got a BBB rating. If you come onto a platform that has a single A rating, that means you can get money cheaper than Valencia from the capital markets, and you don't have to go alone. So as operators, I think we should start looking about taking the capital market more to where it's needed. If the people that need the capital market can come individually. There are so many developments, so many new things that are happening. I saw one of the gentlemen from the NSC, and he spoke to me about something called a special purpose acquisition company. And what that is basically a company that is listed on the NSC, is able to raise capital and buy off other companies. Kyle spoke about integration of the entire value chain. So as these special purpose acquisition companies come to play and they start going and looking at sectors where they can buy A, B, C, D, integrate the entire value chain and put in capital, we'll see more money flowing in. The capital market is moving in that direction, and then we need to move quickly before China takes all of our markets. But can the capital market finance agriculture end to end? Yes. Do we have the competencies? Maybe on our part, we need to study more and build more competencies, even on the part of the lawyers as well. But we have a good market, and we are ready to take on agriculture.
Thank you very much. I guess I think someone said perhaps you investment and capital market guys are more structured for oil and gas than agriculture. So maybe a whole lot more needs to be done. But I love the points you raise around the SPAC vehicles like you have in the US now. These are special purpose vehicles that can take these agribusiness straight to the market, and you can flow them in, and you can spin off a whole lot of things. Yes, there's a whole lot of creativity in financial intermediation, the agribusiness and agribusiness to farm. And in this part of the world, if you can't do it for emerging subsystem like fintech and the rest, I think for agriculture as a country for decades, we should be able to do that for now. By now, effectively, while the fintech and the other guys can follow. If we're that will, and we're not in agriculture or agribusiness. So I think it is time to do that. I think time to take from the audience. We'll be able to entertain a few questions I said we were going to share money earlier. Those who didn't hear that, please don't raise your hand. For those who heard that I said money was to be shared when we're about to start, please raise your hand. This is time to share money. Okay, I'll take the gentleman who is COVID compliant here in front with his face mask. Who else is? Okay, there's another gentleman there with a gold wristwatch. Okay, I think he has money already, but okay, do we have a roving mic? Thank you. We have two gentlemen on this side, but there's a lady at the back with a very nice hairdo. You can't miss her in the audience. If you do, then I'll penalize you. The lady in the middle row there. Let's start with her. Ladies first. Could you please raise your hand and keep it there so that you can? Yes, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Moji David of Exchange Funds. We had a lot of agribusiness today, and for somebody like me and the company I represent, we are farmers, and I've been trying to get the point about processing. We all know that every farmer that sells his commodities naked, let me put it that way, will never be rich. The only people who get the riches out of agriculture are the people who add value to whatever commodity they are producing. So is there a platform anywhere, maybe from the panelists or any other body that has presented today, that has something to offer for farmers concerning processing machineries? Most of these machineries are very, very expensive, and when you try to acquire them by yourself, you know, it takes a long time for you to recoup your capital. So is there a body that can help farmers? For example, like in our company, we produce nothing less than 500 hectares of cassava annually. Now, we may be able to afford the planting, the machineries, but many other farmers are at the mercy of the interlopers because they just sell off their produce at any price given to them, even if it falls below the cost price. So if there's a body that can help us, you know, with a voice out on acquiring processing machinery.
Processing machines. Okay, that's the first question. I think we will take the next question very quickly. We'll just take about 3 questions only. There's a gentleman here. Please, could you please, where is the microphone, please? Yeah, the first row to my left, please. Yeah, yes, that gentleman goes first, then the last one. We need to wrap up in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Nyangete. Very quickly, capital markets depend on information flow. So far, there's been so much focus on us being able to structure the products, of being able to digitize the market and demonetize, disrupt. But I haven't heard much about how we actually keep that flow of information that resolves uncertainty in markets. If you do not have information flowing into the market and you have brought the product to the market, then the success of the product will be limited. In my career, I started off in academia and I've been a licensed broker on the exchange. So I've covered the entire range of the industry. What I want to know is how can we take that step forward that ensures that we have a sustainable capital market to drive not just the agri-business, but the entire economy. We are missing that. You mentioned about in China, if you pick up your telephone, you can access just about any information on any product and the market. But here, to gain information about the market is extremely difficult. We're not having that ongoing transparency that is necessary to see a successful market that works for everyone. We have not democratized the process yet. We have done the rest. We've done the digitization, we've done the dematerialization, we've done even the disruption. If we do not democratize, the 200 people in this room
that live with information. We need the 200 million people in this nation to be able to access the information, to be able to participate effectively in the market. And that's where we need to also put feelers out to resolve.
Thank you so much, sir. For a second, if you hold the microphone, Samia, respectfully, who do you think should take this process of information out? Do you have any idea who should do it?
Absolutely.
From a solution point of view.
We have our regulators who are the ones who put the hurdles to cross to get the product to the market. The same also invest more in information flow to ensure that it doesn't end at the point where you approve and the listing takes place, if it is for listing, or even capital raising, from whatever perspective you choose to do it. What we need is, first of all, that recognition. And then the next step is for us to have that ongoing market information flow from every party. I listened to the MD of NERSA much earlier on, and had the privilege of the fact that that data hub that he is setting up ought to be one that will allow steady information flow in the market. I can just not be able to move and stop halfway. I need to have that end-to-end information available to be able to drive the market forward. And it is that aspect that we are missing out on. We need to improve on the flow of information to the market.
Thank you.
If you cannot resolve uncertainty, you have no capital market.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. One great solution. The final one, very short and sharp. The gentleman in the pink shirt, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Billy Dixon. First of all, I'd like to say that I believe money is money everywhere. Be it in Botswana, Egypt, or anywhere, it should be money, and the value should hold across the board. I want to refer to the comment of the gentleman from Ulam, who said that Ulam has presence in various countries. I believe that that presence also commands the same structure as what they have in Nigeria. I also like to refer to the comment from the fishery lady, who said they have had some challenges raising financing in Nigeria. Now, using the structure which Ulam has, which is uniform across various countries, how is it possible that they are able to in other countries, but yet the country which they started business from, that same structure, they have in raising money? We suggest that perhaps the market or the operators of the market here are not in tune with the reality of the businesses that they intend to finance. So I think would the the financiers be able to explain if indeed in tune with the reality of the market, or they're just floating with the prefixed mindset of what to finance, and hence the reason for this outing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. I think I'll allow my panelists to start. Sunil, you will start because the last question I directly to you. I have 1 minute each or less than that to wrap up. I'm going to get so charged.
Sure. So first, to answer your question, of course, Olam is in 60 different countries, but I differ with your viewpoint that same structures in every country. Every dynamics and structures and ways of raising capital for that particular business differs. So in case of Nigeria, because the local fundings are this, so you don't use the same structure to finance your business. So just to answer that, and of course you make that, you keep changing that decision, changing on market dynamics. So
thank you, Sahil. Sanami, are your closing thoughts for the panel, and is there anything new that you've been able to glean in terms of other opportunities and what structure you'd like to see? The gentleman there spoke about information flow.
Thank you for that question. So my last thoughts
what I would like to see in our market from both all the players. I agree with the gentleman in the audience about data flow, even from our side. I know they're always asking us for current prices, and usually we think it's just stress. But yes, so we need to also provide more data to the authorities, to regulators, and from the investment banking side, we also need more collaboration from them. I like what Emeka talked about, the blended finance, where intervention funds and capital market can come together and create an average yield that will be productive for us on this side. And for us as an operator, I think for us as farmers, as we call ourselves farmers, is to infuse as much technology into our structures, pretty much infuse as much technology into our structures, value creation, value processing, add more value, and let's move away from the direct produce. Thank you.
And if there is a special position vehicle, you wouldn't mind.
Yes. Speaking for all the fish farmers, yes, we wouldn't mind.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, maybe please.
Okay. Okay, I mean, my closing thoughts is, while we wait for the regulators to help close this info, it's important for agri players to reach out. If you farm's website, I can tell you the disclosure there is 100% across all boards. So if you're an agri player, have your website, engage investors, show your strategy, show your model, let people see what investors will reach out to you. So you can't just be in your silo and doing your own thing without reaching out to the investment market. And also try to collaborate, and that also helps you to access capital faster, because there are two ways to go: organically or inorganically. You can measure with people, you can consider people, and it directly go faster. So while regulators will do their work, let's also try to reach out. Let's disclose, let people know how the business makes money and how you mitigate your risk.
Thank you, Amashebi. And finally, about 30 seconds from you, yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I think for me, the question is, can the capital market fund agribusiness? Yes, the capital market can fund agribusiness. What do we need to make it happen? I think on our side as operators, we need to go to more work and find the best way to package these deals. On the side of NISA and other stakeholders on the government side, basically, Funto kept speaking about the passage of the warehouse receipts law, and again, we should be to make those laws come to be. Then on the side of like the bank, CBN, and other providers of blended finance to help us tackle the problem of high interest rate from OLAM. Again, they should start looking at capital market initiatives as potential collaborators, as against looking at only the banking sector. Then finally, with respect to information flow, I think information is value as well. What we've seen in other markets is that people also pay for certain information that are not in public domain. So I think research departments in investment banks should go in and take advantage of this gap. So if the public sector isn't invested in there and people need information, I just ordered information from Fitch, from Fitch Rating Solutions. I ordered sectoral information from on 7 different sectors in Nigeria, because they took that time, they came here and they studied. I paid more than $1,700 per report, and I got 7 of them. So again, information is value until the public sector isn't investing, so private sector players can actually do the work, because I paid for information this morning before I left the office. And and finally, I want to say thank you to NISA for this initiative. At least now, this is the 4-hour discussion. We'll continue to seek how we can take the capital market to our businesses as much as possible. Thank you.
Applause for my panelists. Thank you so much, Emeka, for speaking with us from DLM. Omoshebi, thank you very much from CEDA and Ash Capital. Senami, member board of trustees at Green West, Grove Vest. And then, of course, I hail from Olam. Thank you very much. A round of applause. By the way, there's a whole lot happening in terms of what the government is doing. I'm sure a lot of folks are disappointed, but the Bureau of Privatization has a major event on the 13th of July. The Bank of Ireland is said to be privatized, the government to be selling off. The BPE will be talking a whole lot about even the River Basin Development Organization. July the 13th, don't miss it. The BPE will do it online, the notice will be out. They would want to find cooperatives and other, those of you who are in agribusiness, who may want to participate in the purchase of shares in Bank of Agriculture, which is one institution that I think we should have like the Bank of Industry. And as a fact, I'm just surprised the Bank of Industry are taking so many leaps and bounds ahead of the Bank of Agriculture, which was set up around 1970s and now became moribund, whereas the Bank of Industry are taking a whole center stage and even getting international recognitions. So please keep that in mind as well. Don't lose sight of that. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for the organizers for bringing every one of us here. My panelists, thank you very much, and have a good lunch.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yes, a great lunch. But please, let's first of all appreciate once again our moderator, Mr. Belson Amofaye, CEO and Executive Director of Frontier Africa Reports. He talks for a living, but business and finance, that is his curvature. Thank you. In the industry and for the platform, Bamidele, could you please do us the honor of, yes, standing with your commentators. Thank you. Yes, I think you should come to the center. It's not a dream, it's a reality. Let's put our money where 264 million mouths are. We heard it from our NERSL CEO today, and he made a statement, how can the capital market make money while everyone in the industry also, agriculture, agri-enterprise makes not just their fair share, but by way of equity and intervention, make it a profitable venture for Africa. Welcome to Africa International. It's all about de-risking the aggregate is direct to the market, but rather being able to put it into components and that which is effective entrepreneurial resource. And thank you very much, Mr. Ingete, for the intervention concerning information flow in the market. I know that there's now going to be an opportunity for you to meet and not just to engage and network, but yes, to have lunch. And for lunch, I'm going to be timing us very, very quickly, just for about 40 minutes, please. And then we'll be returning to the final part of intervention and conversation for Africa, and in particular, spotlight on Nigeria and our agro enterprise with a de-risked, disruptive, but very critically, creatively re-innovated sub-economy. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Daya Benjamin Lani Bamdele. And The capital markets, we're going to have the head capital markets FBN Quest Merchant Bank, Mr. Olusegun Latidoye. We have also Mr. Eze Mwakama, head Agri Value Chain Finance and Investment Services, Nassau PLC. We have Mr. Humphrey Riaki, MD CEO Capital, and Mr. Larry Odufua, Team Lead, Primary Markets Listing Business Division, Nigerian Exchange Group. Please let's receive all of these very eminently qualified and distinguished panelists up here on the platform. Thank you, sir. I am corrected. It's not PAC, it is PAC. So thank you very much. Welcoming MD CEO PAC Capital, Mr. Humphrey Oriaki, and all of the team. So over to you. I believe you got your microphones. Thank you. And the engagements will now be handed over to my moderator. Thank you very much. Mrs. Florence Fola Balogun.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately for us, to get this closer session, everyone is tired, but we hope that since everyone has lunch now, you can be active enough to listen to our conversation. Our conversation this afternoon is on structuring and accessing funding for agribusiness by capital market. So while we looked at key parts of agribusiness, now we're looking into the money aspect, which is the major part. How do you get funding via the capital market? So what will happen is we'll have each of the speaker speak for 2 to 3 minutes on the subject. Thereafter, we'll take the conversation from there. So, Mr. Humphrey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With respect to Apple resources, we'll have a conversation, and then we will have a stomach feed down to agribusiness, particularly alive. Food is important thing, whether you like it or not, you must eat, and that makes agribusiness what we have to do. But of course, most times when we to talk about, at least today, some of us have now realized that there's agriculture, there's agribusiness. And I can tell that from what the presentation he made today, I was even talking to one of his colleagues and himself earlier on. I said, I'm not sure we even have need for this section that we're having because he's really talking about everything that we are probably going to say here. Maybe just some more explanation. So when we're looking at financing and what I want to talk of, from any source of financing, whether capital market or whether through banks, as the case would be, which is definitely an area you have to look at before you can talk about structuring and financing in capital market. People have to be comfortable. Today, in the business of agri as it were, the cost of financing job consideration. And the cost of financing is also linked to risk as well. Looking at what NISA has done today, I think that the loan can actually, it can just do it, and there are other institutions, of course, can also then join to make business market. Now, in terms of capital market itself, talking financing, and we're looking at how can we then get is long-term financing. Again, we have to then look at which of the value chain or which of the sector of agribusiness that we are looking at. The kind of financing that you will need for a business that will take 3-5 years gestation period, it's not the same that you're going to be looking at for, say, maize that you will probably do in 4 months. Then, of course, you then look at commercial paper working very well for those short term as it were. But for someone who is going to look at cocoa or other forms of production, like even mango. But by the way, a lot of recent mango, Nigeria, for instance, is the 8th largest producer of mango in the world and first in Africa. But the funny thing is that we don't export a single one of those, but because there are a lot of wastages, a lot of them get brought in, and we just eat the little that we can get. It also means that you need long-term infrastructure to be able to put that in and create value in that area. And that is where capital markets will then come in, because again, when you produce and you're not able to store or move them to market, then there's an issue. Today we have 9 are trying to de-risk that sector, but I think like institutions like InfraCredit should also come in. Can we look at having a cold chain storage system, for instance? Today we learned that even the lawyers are part of agribusiness because you have to provide solutions. Now, if we look at an example that also being used is like Zambia, Zimbabwe, where of course you talk of financing being structured to enable capital market to invest in it. You find it where you are funding an infrastructure like a dam that will provide irrigation and power to the farmers. But in the real sense of it, what is being financed at is that infrastructure of the dam, but the source of the financing is actually from the agricultural produce. Situation where you then have maybe an off-taker who takes off the produce from them, whether it is livestock or whatever it is that they are producing. At the end of the day, it is the sales that from there that is then used to service the loan or bonds. In this case, of course, it was bonds, but we're looking at capital market now, to service the bonds that have been raised to finance that infrastructure. So I think that those are the kind of things we need to be looking at in this market, and not just the way it is what my colleagues will refer to as plain vanilla. They will now need to start thinking outside how we can connect all the dots for those things that I'm sure as we are sitting here now, most of us may not be able to just connect to supply, culture. So we need to then have a situation where we are able to do this. For instance, what NICE, sorry, not NICE at this time around, the Sovereign Wealth Fund is also doing on the side of fertilizers. That nation alone has brought fertilizer from above 10,000 to almost 5,000. But we can have actually another entity apart from government, that role, taking that position. What it then means that you can HPVs that can then go to the capital market with, instead of NCIA putting money, they can actually provide a wrap through maybe with NISA, for instance, because a lot of things will be produced. Another SPV can raise the bond from the capital market or raise other instruments from the capital market, depending on the areas they're going to apply it to match the cash flows from there. I would stop here for now. Let me allow my colleagues to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. So what you've spoken about is more of an innovative way of bringing funding to the agribusinesses. Now, I understand that NESAL also has innovative solutions. So I think it would be right at this point to have Mr. Eze speak on that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of us who are still focused on the discussions that we're having. So essentially, NISAL is an entity saddled with the responsibility of catalyzing finance to agribusiness. And like we've all heard today, the preference for funding or for financing is for agribusiness and not for agriculture, to start with. The essence and the things that make the business sense in agriculture would need to profile and understand at practitioner level and at financier level to be able to hit the mark. To a large extent, if you give a banker an oil and gas transaction in whatever form, it's as good as done. So what we've tried to do in NISAL is to be able to apply the principles that have made the oil and gas financing very attractive to bring it into agriculture. So financing is now divided into, agriculture is divided into the pre-upstream, the upstream, midstream, and down. Essentially, what we want to show is the fact is not when you're talking about agribusiness financing, you're not talking about putting money in the farmer's pocket, because that's where the challenge has always been. But if we're able to break this down into the basic components that make up agriculture, like I said, so at the pre-upstream level, you're looking at things you do before the upstream. Upstream is actually where the planting happens or production happens. So at the pre-upstream level, if we take crop production, for instance, you will be looking at things like seeds, you look at fertilizer, you look at mechanization, you look at irrigation. Can we look at these things as businesses on their own? So you have a fertilizer dealer, like super agro dealers. Super agro dealers need funding. Their funding, specifically, you cannot say that you're funding agriculture. It's trade finance that you're doing for the super agro dealers. You do trade finance for super agro dealers. The ultimate beneficiary is the farmer who is going to make use of it. So by implication, you're funding agribusiness, but you're using the regular trade terms that you know, trade finance, to finance them. You look at the mechanization service providers, look at the irrigation service providers. An irrigation service provider needs equipment. So you're looking at maybe a lease finance for the equipment that he needs over a period of time where he's going to earn loans. That gives you a funding dynamics, lease financing for that. So what NISA does is, can we break this down into different components? At each point of this breakdown, there are specific risks associated with that segment. We can identify risks, we can dimension the risks, we can mitigate what those risks are. What does it do ultimately? It gives the financier some level of comfort. He understands where his money is going into, who the beneficiary is, what the purpose of use is. And then you can also see tangibles you can use as a security to as a security for your money. Then when we go into the upstream, which is where production happens, that's where the forces of nature come and all that, and you can drop the grain into the soil, and will it grow? If it grows, will there be enough water? If water is enough, do you have enough sunlight? And all the other things that you consider. So NISAL, one of the pillars that NISAL stands on is the insurance pillar. So prior to the advent of NISAL, I think it was only NAIC, the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation, that offered insurance for agriculture. But leveraging this insurance pillar, NISAL has been able to muzzle in close to 10 other insurance companies into agri-business insurance, when we've also been able to develop bespoke products which speaks to specifics. So we have the area yield index insurance, and we have the multi-peril crop index insurance, which has been developed. These are new products that speak to the peculiarities of that segment, the upstream segment. If you look at the midstream segment and the downstream segment, the midstream segment is essentially processors, Nigerian breweries, the liver brothers, the flour mills, and all that. These are regular risks that everybody in the finances is used to taking. So for the capital market, raising bonds, raising notes, issuing notes for them is not, and commercial papers is nothing strange that, that happens in that stage. And then when you look at the downstream, which is market access, you're looking at the export market, you're looking at the domestic market, domestic consumer market, and then you're looking at the industrial market. Providing support for this is also not strange in terms of working capital that these traders use to stock finance and all that. So essentially what NISAL has done is just to break this down, to give comfort to capital market players that whatever, at every point where you raise money, you know that there is someone that is ready to dimension the risk within the component where the money is going to be invested. We don't just dimension the risk, but we also issue a guarantee. And that guarantee is a stamp of, hey, we have fixed this value chain for you. We've been able to convene players, we've sat down, these are the risks, everybody understands that this is the rule of the game, and we'll go ahead to play. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eze. I think it's particularly comforting to hear how NESAL has come to play in this sector. So my question would be on how has the response been on the side of the financiers, given that NESAL has come to de-risk and provide insurance as such? Because we can stay on the theoretical part of how NESAL does this, but how effective has this been? How has the response been from the financiers?
So when you look at how the response has been, I think if we can do a flashback of my MD's presentation, the impact that has had in the last years, that will give you some insight into what we've done. Now, I remember that at one point in my career path, I was on the banking side, and then the average lending to agriculture was about 1.something%. That was average balance sheet commitment of deposit money banks towards agriculture. As of today, not much improvement, but an improvement worth mentioning. We're over 4% now, over 4%. NISAL's target is actually that by 2025, we should be doing 7%. 7%. Now, if you look at moving from 1.5% to 4%, that's quite significant. The difference is not just by chance, and it's not just what NISAL did, but the difference is a accumulation of so many activities within that sector. Now, we have been able to catalyze, I think till date, if my record serves me right, about 122 billion, and we have paid interest drawback of over $1 billion. The interest drawback structure allows, we call it the carrot and stick mechanism. So when you have a loan, we don't necessarily interfere with banks on their lending rates. We don't interfere with operators when you decide to raise, when you raise notes and you have a reward, a return, agreed returns for your investors. We don't interfere with that. But what we try to do is, for the agri-businesses that benefit, there's this sense of responsibility that you need to make payments back. So at every point when you repay your loan rental, you get a rebate. The rebate goes into your pocket. The bank earns its fees, or the entity earns its fees complete, but the farmer gets an incentive for good behavior. That's one of the reasons why our level of NPL is still very low as of today. So the response has been huge. That's the truth. Can we do better? Yes, we can. And in doing better, I think in the next few weeks, there's a new policy that is going to come out. I'm not going to preempt the Central Bank of Nigeria, but we worked on something with this. And I'm very, very sure that when that is announced, what we have done must be a child's play. we'll be looking at doubling or tripling that figure.
Thank you. So we'll go on to Mr. Oluseun.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My focus would be on the capital market and what the capital market has done. My fellow panelists spoke about the midstream, and the downstream. Capital market indeed have played both in the midstream and the downstream, and I'm sure you must have heard about several transactions. So it's not strange for you to see armies raise a bond or a commercial paper, which they've been doing for several years. Nigerian breweries, do exactly the same thing, and a couple of other, issues like that. But then what we are looking at is bringing a different set of investors or issuers into them. Earlier today, you had the country head of Valency spoke about the transaction that they did early in the year. It was the first time a private agro-processing company was coming into the market. They were quite skeptical. They didn't know how the market would perceive them. We took them into the market. We had a couple of investor meetings. We did a roadshow. And then at the end of the day, we wanted to raise 5 billion. We raised slightly over that, which was, the investors' way of saying that we would like to take this risk. So quite a number of, that has settled in, the questions that people have, in the sense that, are they going to accept an agro-processing company, a private sector agro-processing company? Yes, they will. What we need is a good business structure, corporate governance, corporate structure, very, very reasonable, operations of the business. We can project that. But we know that, the instrument actually, you don't just go into the market yourself before you go into the market. And what we've seen is the fact that quite a number of people are actually not prepared to go into the market. I would confirm that even before we took Valency into the market, it took about a year. And most of that year was actually to come into the market. The way the capital market investors see things are quite different from, other investors. I had earlier mentioned that you have to put your numbers in place. You have to put, governance in place. You have to put, have projections, because these are all the things that the business would ask. But in terms of opportunities, we have opportunities for commercial papers, we have equity, we have bonds, we have for securitization, asset-backed securities, and then you get to ask, you get people asking questions around how can they tap into these instruments? Yes, they can. There are different structures around it, which I hope that we will do, we will talk about, on this panel. But these are opportunities that is available to investors. We also have Sukuk, which has become, widely accepted, in today's Nigeria. Federal government has done about 3 different Sukuks, which were extremely successful. This is now going to be a stable in the federal government financing. As we've done for infrastructure, we can do the same thing, for agriculture. The good thing is that it was the same, party that actually participated in, on that. And then we've also taken the states into the Sukuk market as well. So we're willing and we're looking for, companies, private companies that are willing to step out, and access all these instruments. And then, the capital market provides that unbelievable opportunity for everyone to tap in and raise funding at reasonable cost.
Thank you very much. That's quite insightful. So I'm sure we've heard more of the instruments that are available and that can be tapped into. I'm sure Mr. Odufawa would be able to speak more into how this instrument can be used. by agribusinesses. So we were talking about the various instruments at the capital market. So the bonds, the use of bonds, the use of securitization, structured financing. You also mentioned Sukuk. So this instrument, how have you seen the activity around this instrument? How has it played out in the exchange for you?
All right, thank you. To answer your specific question, I would do that, but I also want to, like my brothers in the capital market have said, trying to get people to see the value of the capital. I also want to share a dimension or a way of looking at the capital market that is quite different from looking at the money market. There is a said right here that Agric has grown in terms of loans and advances by from about 1% to about 4%. Now, when you consider the size of the market, Agric is the largest contributor to GDP, so that is a significant move. However, that move has predominantly been at the money market with banks and other credit lending institutions, and we haven't seen that growth in the capital market. Now, there's a thing we say, and my colleagues here know that the fate of Nigeria's economy is tied to capital market or the stock exchange, to be more exact. And we've seen that growth in the stock exchange, and we've seen that cyclical growth in the stock exchange up and down, which moves in line with how the macroeconomic plays out for Nigeria. But we've seen that growth from the stock exchange. I mean, like last year, the stock exchange hovered around in size. And that grew from around 12, 13 trillion in the beginning to about 8 trillion in size, which is significant. If you ask me how much of that growth was seen in the agri sector, probably less than 50 billion. The size of the agri sector in the capital market is roughly about 200 to 50 billion, which is 2% or 3%. And so there has to be a significant shift to the capital market. And I mean, even from the theme of today, which is accessing long-term capital. So we know that the banks have done well. There have been institutions that have been put in place to help de-risk agri loans. You've seen more institutions be able to become more agri-friendly. But now everyone is looking to scale their business. And as Sharon rightly pointed, investors in this market in the capital market are very savvy and sophisticated. Products are very structured. And so they demand a lot in terms of that. In the capital market, you require the business to be at the highest level of being corporate governance and etc. And so that creates a problem, from both what regulators, players are doing, but also from customers or consumers, they need to understand that formalization is essential for them to scale their business. So they have to meet the lenders, investors halfway. And formalization is not an easy thing. It takes a lot of willingness to, say you're going to be able to give up part of your business for the sake of growing your business. And so those are the kind of, I won't flock too much on that, but back to the specific questions. There are quite a number of instruments that are available on the capital market. And I do believe that some of these instruments are already designed in a way to help reduce the level of risk associated on the market. I mean, we can talk about structured instruments, for example. You can talk about convertible, such as asset-backed securities like convertible bonds, or even collateralized bond obligations that are already designed to help mitigate those risks, high risks that agri poses. So there's a lot in terms of penetration, no. In terms of product, yes.
Thank you very much. I think we can see that there's a big gap in terms of activities in there, investors funding the agri businesses. So would you say then that one of the issues we have is the fact that most agribusinesses or farmers are not, like, in terms of corporate structures, they do not really embrace it as such. So would you say that the underlying reason for the inactivity as such would be the fact that there's a lack of corporate structure really around these businesses in the first place? So that affects the perception of the investors. You understand? So would you say that's the underlying reason, really? That is the fact that they do not embrace a corporate structure, and then that has affected the investors from, investing in such businesses. Would you say that's the underlying reason?
I wouldn't say that it's part of it, a quite significant chunk of it, because if you look at it, that beyond agri, there are other key sectors that also have high risk associated with it. There are a lot of, if you look at the transport sector, for example, there's a lot of depth of infrastructure. You can look at the mining, natural resources sector, there's a lot of risk there. But, on your own part, there's some things that you cannot control or do that relate to what government is doing. Government has a lot to do in improving the level of infrastructure. But on your own part, because investors are formalized and they require you to be able to even have your business operate at the highest level of corporate governance, it does play a significant role.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Humphrey, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that, like I mentioned, that corporate, the organization is one of the issues, really. It is about identifying the risks. Today, I can tell you that the so-called unstructured, or whatever we want to use the word, or if there's any word like that, on corporate, are the ones who produce the most today, even in most part of Africa. Today, the CBN is doing something like the algorithms. So what we then need is to have them organize and not really organize them. What I mean is that the various farmers, as it were, or livestock producers, local areas, or in any part of production, for instance. Because whether you're looking at upstream or midstream, or even until it gets to our table, the man upstream doesn't produce anything, we don't get anything on our table. So they have to be looked after. And not all of them are organized like the institutions that we have seen here today, like the OLAMs and the rest. So, but they still, even the OLAMs, and they also depend on them. So what we then have to do is, can we then create an organized institution that will have the responsibility of organizing them without actually putting them together? Just like they're trying to do under the Agri-Financing. A lot of countries are adopting that. Zimbabwe is doing that a lot. You have even companies coming from Asia and the rest coming to play in that market. And what they just do is to identify the farmers in a location. And all they do is, you don't need to even give them cash, as it were. You can give them seedlings, you can give them the chicks, you can give them the fingerlings, as it were, for fisheries. And at the end of the day, you are also providing a market for them. You can just give them some pocket money to buy some other things or pay school fees. At the end of the day, their harvest or their produce is already taken up front. So what the capital market can then do is to look at that particular organization that is now well organized, that has the fund, and invest, create any, whether it's going to be a bond or anyway, now you can also securitize it, because you are already now focusing on the output that they have bought up front. So because the producers are not giving them 100%, they just give them a portion. At the end of the day, even the weighing house, you can see that there's actually a full chain that the stocks that are brought in, there's a warehouse that controls everything, the warehouse receipt. At the end of the day, the main merchant now that is organized cannot even cheat because there's a process that passes through what comes out of the fire, everything is weighed and the rest. So in a way, the smallholder farmers that you think is not organized, then be organized through that other merchant that you have brought in. So, and that merchant itself can then raise funds from capital market in any structure that may work for depending on the particular kind of business that they may have focused on within the value chain of the agribusiness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to throw it open to the audience if there are any questions. Panelists here. Funding questions. Capital markets. Okay. I don't know if I see anyone answer. Okay. The lady in red. I'm not sure. Okay. All right. So we'll have. Can we have the mic?
Please, we need someone assisting with the microphones. Thank you. One of the ushers, just very quickly. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shitabe. A quick question here. I've listened carefully to deliberations earlier in the day, and I heard things about blended financing, where we're talking about mixing the capital market with money market, and I'm not too clear about how that works. Perhaps Mr. Odufua would like to answer something around that. We're talking about the CBN scheme, which is basically money market oriented. The various interventions they've made for the agricultural sector. And then we're also talking about, okay, how does the capital market come in to help reduce the cost of the money market transaction? I would love to see how that works. That's number one. And perhaps the last question is about the non-interest methods for financing projects in the capital market. Basically the sukuk. How does sukuk work in the agricultural sector? Do we have examples of where sukuk has been used, rather than use it for infrastructure, we've used it for agriculture and it has succeeded, especially in places maybe like Asia? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shion. And
Okay, thank you very much for the question. When they spoke about blended funding, BOI CBN has some low cost, funding that every company can access. Quite a number of them prior to now were single digits, and then you can take that and then blend it with the capital markets costs that could be anywhere from 12% at the moment. So essentially, when what you have is a blended cost of around 10 to 11%. Now, that helps you to reduce the costs of funding. It is possible for you to get the low-cost funding at the same tenor and then access the capital market funding for the same tenor as well. Essentially, the reason why we are doing that is to reduce your cost of funding. And that works. It works perfectly. Your second question around sukuk, it hasn't been done here before. The only thing that we've done in this market is infrastructure. But that does not say that it cannot be done. And I'll give you an example. If you have a piece of land
and you're growing vegetables, and you have an offtake agreement with any of the supermarkets in the country to offtake 100% or even 80% of your of those vegetables that you sell, you can securitize the future receivables of that business. And essentially, what that means is you can raise a sukuk on the back of the receivables that you will generate from the offtake agreement. So that is a very, very simple, quite easy example, that I can provide right now. But it is actually possible to use it for agriculture as much as you can use it for other industries.
I don't know if you want to add to.
Okay, for the blended finance aspect, where the single-digit loan from central bank, this can actually come in very handy where, depending on the magnet project, deploy the thing and the commercial this thing from banks, and then obtain a guarantee from NISAL that moderates your interest with interest drawback, also moderate the effect. That's one. The other side of it is when you're doing developmental finance, technical assistance and all that for startup projects can come in to reduce your cost in order to access funding. Some investors and some impact investors are interested in specific impacts. So if you're able to meet those specific impacts, you have access to those funds. They're not low, they're more like grants to help you at that critical stage where nobody is going to fund you. So when you utilize that and get off your now have access, you can now access the conventional funding. But when you take your weighted average cost of funds from beginning to end, then you can see the blend and the mix there. It's not very easy because for indices that you will meet. Yeah.
Thank you very much to my distinguished panelists. Thank you everyone listening to us. This would be the end of the session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Join the panelists for the. Thank you for the photograph, and appreciating once again, Prince Bola Balogun, Senior Associate, for moderating of the panel, along with all the distinguished men in the suits, the men in suits. Today, as we have created the conversation and directed the course, comes to from blending of funding opportunities, but mostly a vigorous capital market response to the innovation within the sector and within the reference of agribusiness. So, having said that, we would now like to move on to what is an online virtual presentation. And this is 15 minutes and to be taken by Mr. Emomot-Himi, Policy Guidelines for Agribusiness Finance through the Capital Market. And also, he is the head Registration Exchanges, Market Infrastructure and Innovation at the Security and Exchange Commission. And we is Managing Editor, ProShare Nigeria, Teslim, who would be collaborating with this presentation. So right now, welcoming Mr. Agatimi, Policy Guidelines for Agribusiness Finance through the Capital Market. Policy guidelines, are we ready? Are we online? and good afternoon and welcome, sir, and to all of our virtual company that has been online from the onset of the conference to this moment. Thank you and welcome. Mr. Teslim, thank you. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know that feeling you have where you have this very interactive session and everybody's there, and you're in, say, the voice, and you have your own singers waiting, and suddenly you turn back and everybody has a flu. That's the kind of experience we're having now. But in any case, I know that Mr. Agama will do justice to this presentation. I hope he's available online. I hope Mr. Agama is available. Okay, right. Mr. Agama, good afternoon.
Hear me? You know, the good thing about this is that it's the next phase, technology. This is the remote reality that we live, which means that we can actually interface on agricultural topics across the globe without actually being physically present. Mr. Agama, welcome. Well, until we wait for Mr. Agama to come on, I want to thank the organizers for organizing this event. It's been very engaging. The fact that we still have people here after a sumptuous lunch suggests that this is a topic and a subject area whose time has come and is definitely necessary if we're going to move the agricultural sector forward in Nigeria. I really enjoyed the last session, blended financing and FMDQ, and my good friend in the NGX, used to be the NSC, the NGX talking about cook and so on. But more importantly, I think we need to look at the regulatory environment in which all this will take place. That's why it's very important that Mr. Agama guides us through some of the expectations of the authorities. One of the major problems countries have faced is that operators, and that is a massive challenge, because what we begin to see is that regulation stalls advancement and development in a variety of sectors. We see that in fintech, and perhaps you also see that in agriculture. Earlier in the day, we talked about warehousing and the laws concerning warehousing. That has limited the ability of institutions like Apex, for instance, to develop instruments that will ensure that the agricultural sector thrives a lot faster. Mr. Agama. Okay. I think Mr. Agama is on. Okay, it's not yet online. Okay. Well, while we wait for Mr. Agama, I think we should improvise a bit and see how we can develop on some of the themes that we had discussed earlier in the day. I don't know whether people still have concerns about some of the issues that were discussed earlier in the day, and I think one or two people are still around to answer those questions, and so we might decide to get one or two people to answer some of the questions that you think need to be answered, and we haven't addressed yet, especially in the last session.
Yes, please. Could somebody give him a mic? Right. Thank you very much. Could you introduce yourself and ask a question?
Okay, my name is Gideon Aizikomoibo. I'm the CEO of Green Gold Africa. In 2017, I saw a lot of Nigerians go into agriculture, and in that same year, I started. But today, what I hear most times is people tell me they've lost these millions, they've lost that millions, and I'm hearing about an agri-investment and capital markets forum, and I'm asking myself a question: can we sustain what we are doing right now? Because Nigerians, we can just go into something, everybody's excited, and the next thing is, how can we sustain this? Because for me, I'm in this for the long
long haul. I'm not just in agriculture because I want to make a profit for now. A lot of the guys that invested way back then, if you mention agriculture right now, the way they look at you. But because I was smarter, maybe I took backward integration. I started making money before I went into farming. But a lot of them did it the other way around. They went into agriculture. Government was making a lot of noise about a lot of schemes. I don't want to mention any of those schemes, but right now I have a concern because the concern has to do with sustainability. The concept of development, for example, is when growth is sustained. Development cannot occur. So if you're talking about an agri-investment and capital markets forum today, and we don't talk about it tomorrow, we don't talk about it next week, we don't talk about it in 50 years' time, I think we're going to be back in this. I'm happy that this is happening right now because, well, as they always say, the best time to plant the tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So I'm happy that this is happening right now. But my question or my concern is, can we do this on a more sustainable basis?
Sorry, just a quick question here. Okay. Do what on a sustainable basis? Yes. Is it having a forum like this?
The forum is good. Yeah, 2017, a lot of forums came, a lot of initiatives came. But today, many of them are actually placing a demand of those that benefited from those schemes. So if we're saying this right now, on the event itself, continuing it, because it's like an advocacy from my standpoint. And can we continue to say this? Because there's a looming food crisis, and from my business, I see the figures every day. It's bothering me, and that's probably why I'm here.
Yeah, I can see your passion.
Yes, and we need to address this issue. Or else, there's going to be a serious issue.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. Brilliant observation. Does any other person have a concern or a question with me? Then I'm sure we have one or two of our experts still around, and they could address some of those issues. Okay. Is Mr. Agama right? Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Agama. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear you?
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Agama. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, I think we should go ahead, say one or two things before Mr. Agama joins us. Somebody has expressed an opinion about the sustainability of this global event. I don't know whether somebody amongst the organizers can give us a heads up on how we can sustain that, or preferably one of the financiers. Yes, hello, Mr. Agama. Good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Agama. I saw one of the financiers, yes, indicating, yes, would you like to respond? Okay. Could somebody give him a mic, please?
Is that okay?
Hello, Mr. Agama. Okay. Please, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ojisha Mata. I'm a business development consultant. What's the issue you raised? That is one of the things I was discussing with my colleague early this morning. You see, many people that went into business or they hear something and decide to venture into it. Many of them they actually went into it for immediate return. And I told people, entrepreneurship or business is a journey. And it needs planning. You see, along the line, lots of things will happen. But when you sit down, you plan, you know when you have a shortfall or when you have an overdraft. And many of them, immediately they jump into it because they are hearing the juicy things. Some of the people who are having the juicy stories. They have been investing for a long time, preparing themselves. You may not know. It is when their results started coming out, that is when they started making noise. And you that you did not know, felt that that thing is just coming out and giving them results, and you jump into it. And when you now have your loss, you feel dejected. And that is why I always tell people, even if you want to talk about your success story, let people know where you are coming from, so that before they jump into it, they will understand what you have passed through. And that is why I also tell people, don't just go into business. Get a consultant around you who will be able to sit down with you and analyze the risk. Is it worth going into? Can I take my time to go through the process for me to get the return? And by the time you have the foundation, by the time the returns start coming, it will be on a gradual process and it will be continual. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that response. Yeah, madam, please, let's hear you, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluwatoyin Kayode. I have a point that since morning we have not had it, and it's a crucial point in the industry.
Okay.
The issue of pricing. Yes, there is funding either through private capital markets, or what we have been hearing, but the issue is, the key note is that you want to make profit. In this area, in my experience, I've discovered that pricing in agribusiness is always anti-clockwise. Probably you get an order, supply a company under the trading level of the industry. By the time you go to the market, you always get the price lower. Then if you get funded for such business experience, what do we do to ensure that the policy of pricing in the industry is harmonized? And then another second point is the too many chain of middlemen. Because of gathering a particular ton, you will get an order of 2,000 tons. You can't get it in one place. And industry that will be telling you that you have to test the quality of what you are bringing to the industry. So this issue needs to be addressed. We have been listening to NISARS this morning. They have been able to break the value chain industry. But what do we do to ensure that people are not running away? I can count 3, 4 entrepreneurs in other primary production that have left the market because of loss. And even in my own personal experience, like the last speaker said, the issue of rights in the industrial large, always starting small, because starting can be another issue that some people don't even recover from it. And finally, my last note is, how do we bring knowledge into the industry in the area of governance? Okay. In the area of governance, because I could tell how many series of seminars I did, and you are trying to bring somebody member of governance, and you see most of our primary farmers are not buying into the idea, capital markets and funding. What do we do? Who will sponsor? Which organization is going to pay the price to change the mentality of from the scratch? You know, let me come in with another seedling of farming. You want to farm in hectares of land, and you bought your seedlings in 2, 3 companies. You can't get by putting 2, 3, 4, 5 farm, and you are looking for the same expected result. What do we do in this industry to look at this critical area? Because if you don't have, you cannot get funded.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. You know, one of the reasons why I like this session in particular is that we are getting to the people who are actually at the retail end of the market, the base market, and you're sharing your experiences with us, and that is very important. I'll take one more question. I want to see who is from NISAL or AFEX who would like to interject in this matter. Please, yes, you raise your hand. Could you kindly give the man?
Thank you. Just to support what the two men, it's just like preaching the gospel. When you speak of heaven, you have to speak. But once people talk about money, when this administration came in, we saw people going to rice farming, and I knew people that have lost a lot of dough. So we think, I just think we need to balance it. So I'm not trying to be a pessimist. We need to talk about the good and the bad side. So the people coming into agriculture, because farming is not that easy. I've been on the years, and it's not really easy. It's just the passion that keeps us going. So just to support the point they just made.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't. Do we still have somebody from Afex here, or NICEL, who would like to interject to our honourable guests here, navigate challenges that they mentioned?
I'm not a staff of any of those, but by virtue of my experiences,
okay.
I could. Yes, we need to know that there is difference between the common loan and the developmental loan.
Okay.
And developmental loan is a need for agriculture. Sustainability is about having an off-taker that you have an agreement of like 5, 7, 10 years. So that when you take such loan, institution around gives you those services. They are not mediocre people that are going to come to your farm and begin to tell you story. You already have an agreed statement, and they know that they cannot afford to fail because they know the implication. You know, when we deal with our local farmers, the local farmers can change terms overnight. You understand? But these ones, they cannot change their terms. If they tell you, we are doing irrigation for you, this is your cost. The invoice has been given out. You can't just wake up and change the figure. And they to know the cost of your loan. Whereas the local farmer feels that is my government money you have stolen. And that makes it difficult for them to give you back what you have paid them for. I always tell people that when my parents, my mother was doing cocoa, they give farmers in Cross River money. They give coppers of it, and they were not defaulting. I was in secondary school. So how come our farmers are defaulting now? So there is a need for us to train everybody around us. We need to train any opportunity you have to speak to people. You need to lend your voice. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait for any bank or any particular person. The little you know, pass to the other person. We need to keep passing it on so that at the end of the day, we rub on each other just as we're here. And like somebody has raised it, how do we sustain this kind of forum where we network and share? I was asked to come in the afternoon, but I know that will not be enough for me. I have to come early so that I can interact with people. I can listen to different sessions, and I can take home new ideas that are in the market. Let me just stop there for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I see somebody who wants to ask a question, but at this point, time is fast spent. I would like to hand over the mic, and the conversation will definitely continue. I assure all of you to still continue. Okay, well, before I hand over the mic, I understand somebody from NASA. Thank you very much. There have been issues raised concerning how do you support the small-scale farmer within the construct that you're looking at? It seems as if it's tilted towards large-scale farmers and farms that are aggregated. Are there opportunities for small-scale farmers, like the people who have just spoken, to benefit from what NICEL provides?
Okay, so essentially, the issue of financing small-scale farmers to the point where we need to also understand that for banks, the process of appraising a loan of 100,000 is still the same process and input for appraising 10 million, 100 million. So the question is it attractive for a bank that's 100,000 transaction when you can look at a transaction that is, it's not. We as NISA, we enable, we facilitate. We don't direct banks to do because you don't fund the banks. Which was why when my MD was talking, he talked about the agro-geo cooperatives. There is strength. The theory of the broom. One broomstick you can break. When you have it in a bundle, you cannot break it. It's the same thing you have to apply. In the first banking consolidation happened, there was this theory that some Nigerians preferred to be 100% owners of nothing when they can be 10% owners of something. So the choice is yours to make. If I have a ticket today that says this transaction size is 100 million, and in this 100 million, I have 100 farmers, each, okay, let me say 10 million, I have 10 farmers, each requiring 1 million. It's easier for me to get to convince the bank and finance that transaction over and above one isolated transaction of 100,000 in one, so let me, in one local government in Abia State where you don't even know where the person or who the person is. But the structure for agro-geo cooperatives that we have has the theory of bringing people together on account of their farmlands. If all the lands are joined together, the borders are common. What is different is the individuals that you have on those farms. So bringing the individuals together, understanding that the geography of this area says that this is a cassava producing area because Nigeria has been mapped and you have comparative advantages in different areas. Some areas produce cocoa, some areas produce groundnut, some areas do make cassava. Depending on where you are, you have to understand what it is that happens there. So you can't have 10 farmers together. You're doing corn, the other person is doing okra, the other person is doing cassava, the other person is doing yam. It cannot work. So financing is better if you understand one philosophy. You say the bank is like a thief. That's the truth. Before a thief goes place, it knows how it's going to go out. So when you're asking for finance, the first thing that comes to mind is, how do I repay this money? If you can fashion out and say, this is how I'm going to repay, you have that credit. But when you think that because you're doing agriculture, give us 9% loan, give us single-digit loan, pity us, we are pity party, it can't work. The MD of that bank has shareholders that he's going to make returns to. The opportunity cost of giving you that money that you hold for 4 years is using it to do trading, where every 90 days, 4 times in a year, he makes money on that money that he has given you once. So if we're able to structure agriculture in such a way that planting, you put irrigation, and you can do 3 seasons cropping, even if the interest rate on that loan is 25%, you can pay comfortably. Very comfortably, you can pay. We need to broaden our horizon and look beyond what you see today. A lot of young people are doing it. For those who are practicing, NISA will help you structure yourselves. It's a question of talking to your neighbor. You know your neighbors in the farm. You know who owns the next land. Even when you talk to that person and you talk to your neighbors around, you have aggregated land. You will not use hoe and cutlass. By the time you deploy tractor there, averagely yield for maize is about 1.5, 2 tons per hectare today without any intervention. If you're able to put mechanization, you know the seed companies, you bring seed, you bring fertilizer, you put there, you can actually make 3, 4, 5, 6 tons. Some people are doing 8 tons. So Babangana, they're doing about 8 tons. Some are doing as much as 10 tons. If you're doing 2.5 and you're doing 10 tons, that's 400%. And you're able to do that twice in a year. Let the bank give you interest rate 30%. Your financial shows that you can pay.
It's bad. Thank you very much, Nisa. But please don't disappear. I think there was an issue of governance. And what came to mind immediately is that, does NISA have a program that supports farmers in adopting proper farming practices? Like the data you've given now, have they access to that kind of data? And can they learn lessons from those who have been able to achieve those turnovers you've talked about? Is there any governance structure in place currently?
So as it is today, if you have an expression of interest from any group to say, if we're looking at the north where you have land, we're looking at minimum 250 hectares contiguous. If you're looking down south where you don't have land, we can accept minimum of 50 hectares as a cell. The structures you need to bring people together, NISA, as part of our technical assistance, will provide those structures.
Okay.
We'll do that walkthrough for the group to prepare them. To financiers. Now we have a pocket of funds. When you have funds, it's different. Having funds is one thing.
Yes.
Having projects to consume those funds is another thing. So we are very willing to work with any group that have what it takes, and then we'll use the bucket of funds that we have. We don't control interest rate, like I said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's quite understandable. Thank you very much. I think somebody from Afex is still around. Right, fantastic. Now, we've talked about having a lot of land in Nigeria. Arable land was discussed in the morning. But the truth of the matter is that only 50% of that land is under cultivation currently. And of that 50%, only 2% is irrigated. What is the thought of Afex about that gap between irrigation and what Nigel said, the number of times you can produce crops and the whole value chain? How does Afex fit into the ecosystem?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the way Afex looks at the agriculture sector, it's taking it from the value chain approach. So you have production, processing, and then you have marketing, right? So at the production level, a number of activities. So you have to start from the low-hanging fruits as of today before you go to the large, ambitious projects, which will actually cover the irrigation one you mentioned. So for the smallholder farmers we have today, quite across 19 states, we have mostly in the north, honestly, we have excess of 200,000 farmers registered today. And what we do is to group them into cooperatives of 25 farmers each, tied to warehouses. So we look at the warehouses like the nucleus of the cell. So if you have a warehouse here in, sorry, this is Lekki, right? So sorry, I stay in Abuja as well. Okay. So this is VI, whichever. So let's assume this is the Ikeja local government. You could have up to 3 warehouses depending on how economically viable that location is. So farmers are tied to those warehouses. And every year we run something called the Agri-Financing program. So the farmers go to these warehouses, register biodata, land data, all of these are captured. And then they take inputs, fertilizer, herbicides, seeds in some cases, no mechanization, honestly, for now. So we give them this basic input that we believe are must have for the farmers. And the reason is this. If you aggregate these farmers together, you reduce administrative cost of extending the loan. You bring them together in a volume that can be tangible enough to interact with. The warehouse allows for last mile interaction. So all through the COVID period, even though we had massive restrictions in movement, we were able to do about 35,000 farmers last year. So the warehouses are very key. So for the smallholder farmers, mostly in the north, and then down south here in Osun, Ondo, Osun mostly, where we do cocoa for cocoa farmers. I think this year the target is to reach 2,000 to 3,000 cocoa farmers this year. So the structure is tied around the warehouses. We understand that these smallholder farmers could have some challenges, but then if we are able to bring them close to the warehouses that are close to them, 30 kilometer radius around the warehouse is what you expect a farmer to be able to interact with. That significantly drops the cost of financing from what we observed. So we then get these farmers together, structured in cooperatives, aggregated at the universe level. A 35,000 farmer universe is something tangible enough to finance. So that's on the one hand. On the processor end, just like my boss mentioned earlier today concerning the ABCP, that's targeted at processors. So the farmers as well, whenever they produce, they have to sell what they produce, right? And that means that you need offtake contracts. And because it's a commodities exchange, so imagine if you have interventions for processors on the one hand, targeted at buying commodities, and you have farmers that you finance on the other hand that would also produce these commodities. It appears to me that there's an intersection. So the ecosystem is clear as per how you produce, financing what you produce, selling what you produce. And there's on the other hand somebody that is buying almost immediately. So it depends on how much of what you produce that you want to sell at that time. And because the warehousing, the way we structure the storage cost, it's practical. We need the volumes, right, to be able to make any economic sense. And the way we structure the cost is also to allow for the smallholder farmers to be able to store whatever they produce and make money. So imagine if you had stored your 1 metric ton of maize November last year, your storage cost per month would have been 1,000 per metric ton. So if you had then sold that maize in January, when maize had moved almost like 50%, from around 130,000 naira to almost 160,000 naira, you can then imagine how much money you would have made as a farmer just by storing and then selling later. So the warehouse serves as a nucleus for a lot of activities, and then it helps us to fulfill the production mandates for farmers. Processing also for processors via the ABCP, and then marketing because that market is there to sell. If we want to think about the long-term ambitious projects that we need to embark upon, then there are some other dynamics that we need to close on before we can move on.
Just a quick one, because I don't want to skip past a fundamental issue that the madam sitting beside you there has raised concerning pricing. She complained bitterly about the unsteady nature of pricing in the agricultural sector. So how do you help them to hedge that uncertainty, price uncertainty?
So price hedging in this case, you could use various methodologies. And just this afternoon, we try to encourage a client to take a forward. About 2 months ago, at that time, maize was 190,000 naira. The forward would have meant that the client would have bought maize in 2 months from then, which is now, about 210,000 naira. The client declined to take the forward. Now maize is 240,000 naira. The client could have saved 30,000 naira on each metric ton. So that's on the processor side. On the farmer side, you typically want farmers to have enough benefits to the market, because the moment you start imposing price restrictions, they side sell the commodities and you practically increase the risk of default significantly. So you allow them to have exposure to the market, and that's typically what they like on a number of occasions. So what we then try to do, which is best practices, to give them one of the best prices in the market at every point in time. That helps to give them the incentive to sell when they want to sell, and also make money for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I dropped the mic, but I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to assure you that this conversation will definitely continue. Thank you very much, everybody.
Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate Mr. Teslim Shitabe, Chief Economist and Managing Editor for ProShare Nigeria Limited. His intervention was literally an intervention, Like you know, this should have been a virtual presentation, and we'd like to apologize. Mr. Agama and Momotimi, the head registration exchanges, market infrastructure and innovation at Security and Exchange Commission, was online, but for reasons of technical challenges, we were not able to come through with that communication gap. However, we can see the innovation that happened. And here in the room, just like Dominic Graham earlier had said, it's about the face-to-face. It's about the fact that we're not remote, we're here, and the interventions and engagements therefore are truly live. Live because it's life on life, and the engagements are translated into conversations and real interventions. Thank you very much for the NESA and the AFEX commentary on the different areas of call and response to our audience in here and their need in terms of answers and exchanges that redirect and reset, as it were, their hope and their confidence in the sector. I believe that just like Dominic said it earlier on, it's really a question of trust, building relationships that create trust. If the lady lost out on the offer, she lost out because there was a challenge with trusting the person, the institution, and the arrangement of the offer in the first place. And I believe that when it comes to the actual infrastructure of the human engagements and the resources, if one can come to a place of truly communicating with the right kind of emotional intelligence, one would begin to find that one would end up with a lot more success organically and pushing it through. I'll come to my concluding remarks. So one thing I do realize is that they're not just looking for farmers, they're looking for entrepreneurs. They're looking for farmpreneurs. They're looking for farm techies. They're looking for farm agricultural innovators. They're looking to get the youth gingered, using their own language, around this and gain their interest. You're looking to set up curriculum that can engage them in the secondary schools and get them to understand this, not just as a farm, but as a very engaging pursuit for them, not just as patriots, but just really as an exciting, robust opportunity for the future for them and their community and their family. It can happen. And I believe that needs to be translated into the reality of the conversations that are happening right now. We'll get to that, but right now I'd just like to invite to please come up for this next final panel before the presentation on accessing funding by Mrs. Bukola Wosonya. And I would like to invite for these agribusiness presentations the lead presenter and moderator, head of Agric Department for Unity Bank, Mrs. Patricia Ahunaya, and also we have with us Mr. Debo Abodunrin, CEO, Travis Agro, Mrs. Elizabeth Olarinwaju, MD, CEO, Union Best Ventures, my apologies, Auckland Best Ventures, Mr. Samuel Asha, Managing Director, CEO, SC Agric Limited, Ms. Temitope Olatime, the CEO, Chokchad Management Service Limited, Ms. Mavis Ayeju, CEO, ME Solutions, and the Group CEO, Earth Graceland Limited, Dr. Chidi Ulelu, to please come up on the panel platform. Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you. Chod chod. Chod chod. It sounds like chop chop. It's plenty to do. Good afternoon. Okay, I have a representative for Madam Patricia Hunaya, and she is our lead presenter and moderator, so he will be introducing himself along with the rest of his distinctive team And I'm certain that these will be testimonials, engagements, how the business has been through their own engagement of the business in the first place. So, okay, madam, you're also there. Do we have everybody now representing the lead presenter? And then Mr. Debo Abodori, are you here? Debo Abodori? All right. Elizabeth Olariwaju Wanko. Samuel Asha. Temitope Olatimei. Mavis Ayeju. Still expected. Chidi Ulelu. You're welcome. And over to this panel, Agribusiness Presentations.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I don't know if my slides are ready. My name is Adoriri Okumo. I'll be representing Unity Bank. Sorry for the delay in starting this final session, but I promise you it's going to be the most interesting. So at Unity Bank, we have historically been an agri-focused bank. In fact, people always ask, are you a deposit money bank with a touch of agri, or are you an agri bank with a touch of commercial business? But undoubtedly, we are the #1 agri bank in the country. I dare anybody to prove me wrong. Our figures are there. Our participation in the agribusiness industry is also there. So I'll run through slides of what we have for our customers and the business MSME agribusiness space. So I'll just go through the products. This is just a little overview of what we do. I'll run through the products. So this agro input suppliers products was a child of necessity in 2018. The CBN, through the Anchor Borrowers Program, issued a lot of LPOs to indigenous agro input suppliers, and they were running helter-skelter. They needed to supply seeds, herbicides, pesticides, and in the space of 2 weeks, we came up with this facility, and we were able to help all the agro input suppliers meet their LPOs, either through direct financing or guarantees in case they were outsourcing it from their inputs from other places, as well as some little bit of invoice discounting, because some did actually have those agro inputs. And I can tell you this product is available, something that started for just our internal customers is now available for everybody. If you find yourself playing in this field, please walk up to us. Over the past 3 years now, I've disbursed about 10 billion with zero default. So, provided the cash flow, the source of repayment, it's not in doubt, I see no reason why. I think if any other bank is interested, they may want to replicate this. But it's a cash cow for me. It's a win-win situation for the agro input suppliers. It's still an ongoing thing. As I said, we are now financing even LPOs from other counterparties. The next product is for mechanization. We all know the story, 82 million arable land, only 40-something million is currently under cultivation. We also noticed this after the success of our first product. So by 2019 and last year, the problem was not agro inputs. The problem was not farmers. We observed a new problem, which has always been there anyway, the cultivatable land. We did a little survey. There are a lot of broken down tractors. There are some states that have just 2 tractors in this country. Of course, a lot of local governments don't even have. So we took this up, and between 2019 and now, we've purchased over 200 tractors. Though that penetration is still low, but it's a step. I'm not aware if any of that step. Is 75 horsepower tractor that used to be probably 8 to 9 to 12 million some years ago. The exchange rate has pushed all those tractors to probably over 20 million. This year alone, this rainy season, we have purchased 40 tractors for this wet season for farmers in the cotton growing belt in Gombe and around the axis in the northeast. So this product is also available, its life is running. The target state government, federal government, private companies, and even some registered commodity associations who are organized approach the bank, and we could finance 2 here, 3 there for them as well. We are also not concentrating on crops. We also do poultry, fishery. We provide funds for people in the value chain, from primary production to processing to storage to export. We have a client that has the export license to export dried catfish to US. I think there are only 3 of them, really. Any other one is going through the back door to US. Of course, UK is open to us, and we know that a lot of them also export there. So we have a lot of financing to this segment as well. We do cattle, beef, and dairy. Now, this is interesting. The bank wanted to focus just on the milk and the meat, but we found a niche in fodder. So it's a project I'm doing in Taraba, and the farm is growing napier grass. It's a very high yielding, fast regenerative grass for cattle. And he has a nursery now. He's also selling to people who want to ranch. In fact, we moved him, and he's almost 600 heads of cattle. He's ranching them in Taraba now, just outskirts of Jalingo. And his cows are not moving around. There's no farmer header clash within his area. So I took a sample from him, and I planted it in my backyard in Abuja. And I had to kill it because it started becoming a nuisance. Even though it was growing very fast, I would trim it down with my lawnmower. Within 2 weeks again, it's already ready again. So I had to also go to a small stream around the area, and I planted it there, and it's feeding some cattle. So those are the value chain we are also financing. This is a new product for logistics, warehousing, and processing. We are giving a poultry processor some couples of hundreds of millions to process poultry. And yeah, though the cost of feeding is high, but I think they're all getting by. Of course, we are also #1 in CBN intervention facility. We are helping the government where other banks are leaning back and not active. Under the Anchor Borrower program alone, I manage a portfolio of over 200 billion naira. Yes, 200 billion Yeah. And it's maize, cotton, soya, fish, wheat, just the usual regular grains. For commercial agri credit scheme, we are also active there. Paddy aggregation, maize aggregation, all these intervention scheme, CBN has also, partnered with us, or rather, we also partnered with CBN, and we are now withdrawing. This wet season, I'll be doing maize, rice, and cotton, with probably a portfolio size of 70 billion. But it goes beyond the money. It also goes to the social impact. How many farmers? From 2018 that I started Anchor Borrower partnership with CBN, I think I've financed over 1.6 million farmers. How many of them were able to come out of poverty, as the president said? It's quite sick, at least. I can boast of half of them, which the other half, things do happen beyond their control. Sometimes the weather, flooding, sometimes bad seeds. But I'm proud as a bank that we are able to partner with government. These are developmental loans. These are developmental programs. It takes 10 years sometimes. Indonesia, Thailand, the Thailand rice we are eating, the Indonesia rice, their outgrower scheme took as long as 10 years for it to be stabilized before they ramped up and scaled up. So I think I'll stop here and we'll move to the panel and for the discussion, and we'll take it up from there. Thank you very much. Okay, so double up the moderator of this session, and it's all about the general topic, which is providing alternative finance for agribusiness entrepreneurs. So I would like the audience to take down your questions, keep your jot down your questions so that when we throw open the floor, you can just ask them. So I'll start from
Well, thank you very much. Moderator, I really should get your name because you are here representing them and we need to have his name and everything. But right now I need to invite to please come up Charles Oje, Farmford, and us today, CEO of Farmford, to please join. Thank you. Thank you very much. To join the panel. This is about agribusinesses and how they have really recapitalized the capital overture of agricultural business. Sir, an introduction of who you are, and then over to you. Thank you.
Okay, from the top again. Adorere Okumo, I'm the agribusiness coordinator of Unity Bank, and I'm also project manager to all the CBN intervention. And we said, I think a little bit of reduction across the line will help again.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Demetapa Olatunme. I'm the managing director for Church Management Services. Church Management Services we have several plantations from ginger to cassava to oil palm. We are also into processing. We are also into export. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Once again, I am Dr. Chidi Ulelu, the CEO of ST Greyston Limited, and I'm also the chairman of the Agri-Aggregators Forum, an apex union of 45 cooperatives in Cross River State. So maybe because he's representing somebody, because what we were actually supposed to do was to make a brief of our business cases, very brief, and then people can now, that's what meant to do. So I don't know if that's expressed. And there was supposed to be a slide, 5-minute slide or something. Yeah. Yes, we sent our slides like 2-3 days ago. Okay, just initial introduction. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Samuel Asher. I'm the MD CEO of SC Agri-Investment Limited. We do exports, we provide mechanization services, and we are also crop producers.
My name is Elizabeth Olariwaju. I'm the CEO of Oakland Best Limited, not Ventures, Oakland Best Limited. And we have our office in Ibadan, where we have the old NTC, and we have our farms in Oyo State, in Ogun State, and other states that we work with. What we do mainly in Oakland Best is exportation. And we have been in the exportation business for more than 17 years now. And I'm proud to say my mother was an exporter of cocoa and kernel, and I didn't realize I was going to overtake or take over. So I'm also here to let you know we aggregate produce, we work with farmers to make sure that we educate them about funding, how to network among themselves as far to collaborate, and how to sustain their work as farmers. We went into backward integration in 2016 after we had our challenges with beans exportation. And we realized that we have to work from farmer to the end so that exportation will be seamless. I would like to talk about that for now.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a director at Farmfort. We are an agri-value chain development company. We have our offices here in Lagos. We have our operations also in Edo State, and we also have our offices in Netherlands. We play across the entire value chain, from food production to manufacturing to distribution and marketing, and also export. And during the course of my presentation, I'll share more about the company, but it's really a delight to be here.
Thank you for having me. I will just go straight to our presentation about our oil palm plantation in Okiako, Ekiti. Yes. Okay, so this is the outline. I'll go straight to talk about our company, the Oil Palm Review, the Oil Palm Global Market, Nigeria Oil Palm Market and the potentials, our church on oil palm plantation, financial projection, partnership collaboration needs, funding, infrastructure and market, and conclusion. About us, we are a premium agri-business value chain company. Like I said that before, we work with local farmers. We are like in Ekiti State, our partners are Ekiti State Oil Farmers Association. So we work with the real core in their domain to do large-scale continuous farming, mechanized farming. We have a ginger. In fact, like I said, we specialize in crop production, processing, marketing, export, and consultancy. So in case you want to actually go into agri-business and you don't even know where to start, we can help you start up. In case you want to do a particular crop but you don't have the time, we can do that also for you. And in collaboration with our partners, like I said, Ekiti State Oil Farmers Association, we pioneered the largest contiguous ginger plantation in southwest Nigeria at Yemerigiti. Before now, people never thought that ginger could be planted in southwest Nigeria. However, we were able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that ginger can grow in southwest Nigeria and anywhere we want them to grow. We have over 100 hectares of ginger planted already to be harvested by December. We're also working on our oil palm plantation. Yes, that's the one we are going to be talking about now. Our company has grown exponentially since 2016, and we are very proud
of our people, partners, and results. Overview, I'll just go straight to what oil palm, because a lot of people don't know how important oil palm is. Oil palm is a super crop that comprises over half of all packaged products consumed globally. So if you see any packaged product, if you see 10 of a packaged product, just know that 5 of it, one or has oil palm in it one way or the other in any form. And then it's the world's most consumed oil, and it's the most versatile raw material substrate base known to all industries. So right now, the top producers of oil palm are Asia. They have 53%. Next to Malaysia, they have 31%. Then others, Nigeria, Thailand, and Colombia have 8%. This is a very embarrassing percentage. You know why? Because in the 1960s, Nigeria was the producer of oil palm with 43% of the market share. But right now, 8%. What happened? Okay, so top consumers, because if you are producing, you should know the people that you will be selling your products to. So these are very important information. From our chart, others are all other countries. They have the percentage, but the individual countries that take more of oil palm are India. They have 21%, China 16%, European Union 8%, and other countries, even Nigeria. Okay, so I'll just go straight to the value chain in oil palm. These are important information so that we will have an understanding when we are actually talking about the business of oil palm. The oil palm consists of the crude oil. You can get your crude oil palm, the normal red oil you have, and then you can get your palm kernel oil from the oil palm. So from this, you can either transform it to crude palm oil, or palm kernel. Then from that one, you can refine it. Then you can either crush it. When you crush it, you get palm kernel oil, like I said, and palm kernel meal, which can be used as animal feed and livestock industry and meat. This tells you that oil palm is not just for the oil. It can serve as feed for animals and also for poultry. Then the palm kernel oil is used for various oil and fats, also used for chemical industry, for paints, for grease, for chemicals and others. Very versatile. Then the crude oil can go into cosmetic and detergent and food industry. Almost all the food, like I said, 50% of all the food you eat has oil palm in it. It's very versatile. Okay, oil palm market overview. Right now, the production of oil palm as at 2021 is in billions of dollars, actually, in value. Oil palm per value, which is the blue one, is over 90, no, what's it? Over 75, like over $75 billion per value, and over 100 million metric tons per volume. So that's the volume of oil palm produced, either in value or in volume. Okay, so the justification for the projection of oil palm is that it's the most productive oil crop. We have soya oil, and we also have rapeseed. But those ones, compared to oil palm, cannot just compare. So that's why oil palm will always have the market. And it's versatile. Then it's comparatively cheaper than other oils. And a perfect biodiesel, because a lot of people are going away from the normal diesel we know, they are going into biodiesel. So it's a perfect replacement for the normal diesel you have. So that is why oil palm is very important. Now we are going to our Nigeria oil palm. This was where I really got really sad and realized that it's a call for action for all of us. In the early 60s, like I said earlier, Nigeria was the top producer, exporter of oil palm with a global market share of 43%. That's even more than what the Malaysia of today has. What changed? Today, Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of oil palm is less than 2%. I mean, we are actually on 1.04, but because we are just trying to less than 2% of the global market of 74. Now, according to the C, this is very important. If Nigeria had maintained its dominance in the oil palm industry, the country would have been earning about $20 billion per annum. It means that, oh, I have 1 minute. Okay. It means that we've been losing $20 billion per annum since we stopped being the dominant person in the industry. I'll just go straight. Nigeria produces 1.03 billion tons of oil palm, but we need 1.35. Means we have a deficit of over 300,000 million metric tons, which we have to import. That's where I'm going to. I mean, we have to import what we produce here. It's a shame. Okay, so I'll just go to this. This is a chart of our production. We have a deficit of over 300 tons, which by any definition, we need to plant at least on 100,000 hectares of oil palm for us to be able to meet this deficit. That is why we have our oil palm production. It means that for us to even be self-sufficient in the first place.
Time that it's time up. Just 30 seconds, it's round up.
Okay, so we are planting oil palm. We need to plant oil palm over 100,000, and this is financial projection for our oil palm projection. For us to be able to plant on 1,000 hectares of land, we need 1.5 billion naira, and we'll be returning in 25 years. We'll be getting over 45 billion naira. That's all. These are the partnership, collaboration, funding, processing, and market. Conclusion: the best time to collectively invest in oil palm was in the early 60s, when we are holding over 43% of the market share, which would have earned us over 20 billion per annum. Thankfully, the agri revolution is back, and the next best time to invest in oil palm is now. Contact us for more details. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. For the rest of us on the panel, please, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, just maximum 5 minutes per person, because we still discuss what you are going to present. So, Dr. Chidi.
Thank you. What slides, please? So, while the slides of time, we give a preamble like this. We are not just about to present a business case, but our unique selling proposition is that this business we're about to present is the one that has the capacity to take the agriculturist, the farmer that you have heard so much about today, to become an agro-business person. While the person that is taking him there, the sponsor, everybody will still be protected, and they will get return on investment, and their businesses are protected. We have a 2,000 tons per hour, 9,000 tons per year, 9,000 tons per year cocoa processing plant coming up in Calabar. Nigeria produces about 270,000 metric tons of cocoa per annum. Meanwhile, globally, total is about 5 million tons. And then, how does this relate to what we are trying to present? The 5 million tons, at the way it is today, generates about $140 billion. It's projected to be 180 billion in 2050. And what do we get? All the primary producers, the total that they get from selling 5 million tons is about $10 billion. You know the reasons already. It has been told since morning. Poor cultural practices, inability to sell processed items, we're not being very conversant with the way it's supposed to be done in the environment, and then poor agronomy. What we intend to do is to stop the complaining and then move from where we are to where we should be. We are collaborating with State Trade of Hungary, a very well-known world-class processor and technical partner that has done about 14 to 15 similar projects countrywide. And we are Agri-Financing Limited. In order to get this thing done, we have aggregators, over 10,000 members, 500 of them, cocoa who produce income, and they are prepared, as of today, to get in these products so that we can now add value to them and make the first level. We're not going into chocolate, so that we're not trying to compete with Switzerland from the beginning. We're just going to make cocoa liquor, and then we take it out. How is this going to work? How it is going to work is that the cocoa liquor factory already, as of today, has forward orders in excess of 50 million euros. We have signed a contract over the next. And I'm not saying military, but because you're the one with me here. So that, because of the time, I round up this way. Over 250 direct jobs, 50 million euro worth of export order already. So it has hedged the export, the forex risk, because we are earning in specimen. So there's nothing like, what if Naira becomes 200,000 to dollar tomorrow? That is already hedged. And finally, after the plant comes in, we buy from Madam, we buy from Ecom already and start processing into liquor. But we have already acquired with CFO for 17,000 hectares of land, where some of these farmers, their own farms will be used to plant 2,500 hectares, and in our own nuclear farm, we plant 5,000 hectares, so that before the next 5 years, what will sustain the plant going forward will be there. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chido. We'll take the discussion further outside this event. Mr. Asha, please.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Samuel Asher. I'm the MD CEO for SC Agri Investment Limited. I have a presentation. I think it'll be coming up. But before that comes on, I'll give you a brief introduction to who we are. We started off as a mechanization service provider, trying to move mechanization away from just basic tractor operations, which would be plow and harrow. And we were able to move it into planting, spraying, and harvesting for crops like soybean, rice, maize, and so on. Along the line, working with the actors and farmers, we found out that it's not enough to do just one thing in agriculture. You can provide the best mechanization service, but if you have wrong seeds, or you put in the wrong mix of, you put in what we call substandard fertilizer, at the end of the day, you would have put in money and you won't get your yield, which is where the banks are running from. So one thing you have said is that you don't do commercial lending to primary producers. It's something that's a Herculean task for banks, right? Now, based on that, now our discussion here is majorly about well, towards our export commodities. And that will bring me to what I have on the screen. My other subsidiary, which is SC Trade and Export, we've been exporting commodities like sesame for the last 2 years. And one of the things that we've tried to do, which is try to get better pricing from our buyers, and we always find out that the only places we can get such better pricing will be in Europe. So we took the trip, went to Europe, got to Europe. What's the problem? Traceability. Everything they talk to you about is traceability. They're willing to buy, they have a need, they have the money, but they want to know where is the crop coming from. They want to know if you're using child labor. They want to know when you cleared the forest, if you put in some more trees to replace. They want to know everything. And working with the small-scale farmers that we have scattered all over the place, it's practically impossible to get that information. So, which is why I'm sure most of us, I think somebody has mentioned that, why some of us in the practice have actually decided to go back to the beginning and say, okay, yeah, we are service providers, but how do we get this thing right? Because we can't feed our export markets. So that has brought us to our project here. I'm quite pleased because it's a start, but we're getting there. It means we have an answer for that. What I have up here is a project that we've just started. It's the Gere Agricultural Community Development Program. It's actually a location in Adamawa State where we've been able to get in one location 150,000 hectares, all arable land, with water streams in between. We have the River Benue on one side. I think I just put up a map for you to see. So mostly from all this axis here is where the land is. Of course, my company, we just got a concession for 100,000 hectares of it. Now, I'm not a magician. There's no way I'm farming 100,000 hectares in the next 5 years. Let me put it like that. Okay, so our first phase is 10,000 hectares. And the 10,000 hectares, what we've done is to split that between our local consumption and our export need. So we already have gotten buyers, European buyers, who are interested in organic soybean. Now, in Europe, the new crave is organic. So in order to break that market, we've been able to convince them that, look, we found a place, it's a virgin land, we are going to develop it, we're going to farm it, and we'll be able to give you 100% traceability on your product. And if they like, they can come visit. Already I'm working with a French company called RIF. They are based in Abuja as well. And together we've partnered to do a lot of this. I would show you what our model would be like. Well, okay. I don't know if anybody was able to read all of this, but I have very limited time, so I would just skip to the next slide. Okay, so in our time in the agri space, in the value chain, we've realized that one entity just can't do it all. I think in the beginning, the MD of NISOL, he had already expatiated on that fact that the way to go is actually to break down different actors in the value chain and try to get them to work seamlessly. Now, what we've done on this project, for those of us who are practitioners, when we talk about 100,000 hectares already, you have a display. It's something that just doesn't exist in the country. We don't even have straight 5,000 hectares right now. Okay, I think the only person doing anything close to that is Dangote with the Bashita, with his sugar farm, right? For this, what we've done is to pull together a group of different companies, all experts in different things. Like I said, I started off our operations from mechanization. So of course I'm in there, and of course I moved on to production and I've worked in different states. That's my company. We've been producing in Edo State for the last 3 years. All right, I'll get down to it. So, like I said, one player can't do it all. So what we've done is to pull together a group of people who are experts in different things. We have AADC there, who is basically the company that has acquired or gotten the land. So they are basically our land bank owners. We have SC Agri, which is the mechanization company. We have Reef Agro, which is the French company coming in as experts in soybean. We have NICEL, of course, facilitating finance and the project for us, basically. We have some government agencies who have stepped up to play in the game. We have Naseni, who is in water to bring in primary source of water. We have another company, Sustiva, who are experts in renewable energy and distribution systems. PEF, who is particularly coming on the finance side as well. So the banks better look out. Other people are willing to play in the game now. I'm going backwards. Okay. So basically with this, we know that once you have traceability, you are able to export, you get premium price. And the one thing that the finance houses and banks are looking for is returns. The only way to make this work is a creative effort in working with farmers, not displacing them because you're bringing mechanization. And please, I think some people have the wrong notion. When we say it's mechanized, mechanization can only carry you thus far. Once you finish planting, the rest of it has to really do with the individual farmers. They have to manage the field. If they manage the field, I might have harvesters, but I will have nothing to harvest. Okay, so everything goes well till after planting. It's after planting that really the people need to step in. So for this, we have 100,000 hectares. My focus is the first 10,000 hectares. We are also inviting other players into the field. Whoever is interested in primary production, you're free to join us. We would be able to portion out lands for you depending on what you're growing. Of course, you have to check out the area and see if it works for you in terms of your crops. We're also inviting finance entities to step up and try to play in this field. We're trying to reduce all the risk as much as possible, and we hope we'll get a good result. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yes, like I said, I still remain Elizabeth Olariwa Junwanko. And with Oklambest Limited, we've been able to have a workaround exportation of Nigerian produce and products. And over the last few years, from 2017, when we put some seedlings of cashew oil on our 100 hectares farmland in Ibadan. And we also have other farmers that we work with. We have a cooperative group that has 1,000 hectares. Unfortunately, the story you hear every now and then from Oyo State is where 1,000, so it starts to be on hold for now. So we concentrate on the 100 hectares, and we have another 20 hectares. We have another 400 acres that we work with. We also work with ginger farmers in Kaduna. We planted in Oyo State, but if you understand banking system, they will tell you the comparative advantage. And when they say that, they are saying that a particular product is known with a particular state. So if you are looking for that kind of funding, like what I was trying to say from the back, there is a need for us to understand what they're actually trying to get from us. So putting that aside, we say we create sustainability, we work with farmers and processors, we provide them with necessary knowledge on global integration with the mindset for geographic indication, with emphasis on fair trade, global gap, HACCP, ECOSAT. Let me go back a little. The reason for this is that until Nigeria starts to move volume of a particular product, Nigerian name will not show when you Google properly for a particular product. That's the meaning of the geographical indication. There should be a level of exportation of that product that will make the whole world to know that Nigeria is an exporter of these particular products. For instance, maybe, what do I say? Maybe like yam in 2017, You know, the reason program you saw is to tell the other country that we are able to export this product. We need to move the volume. We also need to teach our farmers that there is a need for them to know about fair trade. Fair trade is that you cannot use underage. Global Gap, they have their own practices. We have done the training. We have team trainer from UK to train our farmers. This is for auditing. After you must be audited before you can tell anybody you have Global Gap. And once you do the training, the trainers work with buyers. So they get you buyers. And the arrangement we have is that you do 2 major shipments before your certification comes in, which we did 2019. But like I said, there are natural factors. It was a special year, so we slow down. But we are able to do more so that we can be able to recoup the money we have spent so far on training, able to complete our audits, and be able to get our certification. The same thing goes for EcoSat. You can't say you have organic product without being audited. You cannot say it. Your product is not organic until you have been audited. It's like saying I have audited account. Who audited you? Who is your accountant, whatever that has done it? Yes. So we ensure that their activities conform to the standard. So we emphasize the education of farmers, because if the farmers do not get knowledge right, you are still going to have that problem, because they will undermine your own targets at the end of the day. Let's go to the next slide so that I don't spend so much here. I just show a picture of ginger cashew, and cashew is in grades. The ginger plant is so beautiful, and turmeric as well. And even in my house, I plant ginger. I don't know how much you use to plant it in your house for your personal use. Next slide. Let's look at the reason why people are asking for ginger all over. I hope you know that last year, ginger moved more than any other product. During the COVID, has emphasis on Global Gap. They suspended Global Gap certification for a period. They allowed us to move it in because of the fact that there was so much need for ginger. So ginger has effect in your stomach. It has some research indicates that enzymes in the ginger can help the body break down. It has beneficial effect on the enzymes and the pancreas, lattice. Those are the reasons why people are asking for it. I don't know if I've ever suffered from constipation. Try to put ginger in your water or tea and drink, and you see the difference. If you are somebody that eats a lot of cheese, you know, it causes a kind of discomfort. Try it as well, because we need to know why there is so much. Let's go to the next slide. In cashew, it's used the nut to make medicine, oil, lubricants. Cashew is used for diabetes, high cholesterol. We're asking for cashew and ginger. Let's go to the next slide. Let's say it depends on imports to meet the market. They are the best importers of cashew. And this is where the talk is. The cashew that leaves Nigeria will not go to US. Will first go to Vietnam. It is Vietnam that will prepare the cashew and send it to US. Each time we are doing that, we are losing our employment. We are losing money. Next one also is the ginger goes to India first. From India, it goes to other parts of the world. So we lose money each time these ones are happening. Vietnam and India are the people that buy cashew and ginger. Followed by Netherlands buys a lot of ginger or all this produce because they are hub. From Netherlands, they redistribute to other European countries. So everything going out first go there. So there is that aspect that we are working on to have our own warehouse in Netherlands where we receive the ginger ourselves over there. Yes, next slide. Okay, so the impact on the volume will not be overemphasized. The impact is that millions of farmers benefit because more farmers will have to go into the farm. The life expenses improved. Laboratory services, they will benefit because you cannot send out products without the laboratory analysis, the suitability of the land. A lot of other people benefit when we export. And that is why we emphasize this. When we do our local trade, most people don't ask you for the certificate of the analysis. So the laboratory people don't get anything out of it. When you want to plant as agriculture, you don't do land analysis. But when you want to do agribusiness, you must do the soil analysis. So there are a lot of other people, not only the families of farmers, there are other supporting enablers that get also, sorry? The benefits. The last one, please. Okay. There's a particular, no, let's go on, we have done this. Yes, product development. This is one of the areas we need to look into, and we are looking into it. We are looking at support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are all learning. You have your slide as well, Mr. Charles. All right, please, let's so that.
Good evening, everyone. While I wait to come up, Farmfort, Charles OJ, I'm Director of Farmfort. We are an agri value chain development company. Like I mentioned before, we play across the value chain, because if I take a cue from my friend at SA Agri, you know, you cannot, in agribusiness in Nigeria, you cannot stay in one place. If you really want to optimize, you have to look at how do you build efficiencies across the value chain. So like I mentioned, so my presentation is really about what we are doing to unlock the value chain in agribusiness in Nigeria. And because of time, I wouldn't talk. Can you hear me better? So we all know about what's going on in agriculture in Africa. So I'll skip this slide, and I've mentioned that we are agribusiness value chain development company. Now, 3 problems that we look at in the sector and where we kind of like position ourselves to really amplify the work in the value chain is really around 1, education and knowledge, because agriculture in Nigeria is mostly subsistence. So we look at how do we drive knowledge and to where it needs to be. Chain is broken, so how do you stimulate access? With the agribusiness is not as sophisticated as the other mainstream sectors like banking, oil and gas. So we're looking at how do you infuse innovation into the industry so that everything can then evolve into the dynamism there. And with all these problems, these are the things that we are doing. Time will not permit me to go into the details, but when you start looking at collective farming models, like how do you aggregate better? How do you stimulate these? What are the capacity development schemes that need to evolve so that you can optimize the outputs and yields? In terms of value chain, how do you integrate the value chain across and see how you can drive, you know, the informal, economy, and how do you see data and intelligence flowing through all those nodes? Innovation, you know, where you can apply technology, and these are the things that we are doing at Farmfort. We play from the farming side. We look at processing and packaging. We look at storage, and then we look at markets locally and also internationally as well. We started in 2012, and we have basically spent a lot of time to deepen our products, to deepen our infrastructure, our capabilities, and in 2021 going forward, we're really looking at how we can, you know, transform for tomorrow. We are based here in Nigeria. We have Lagos. We have our farm and our operations in Edo State. We have an office in Netherlands, and we're doing business with about 25 countries globally. There are a lot of things we have, but because of time, I'll just touch on a few of them. We have 12,700 hectares of land in Edo State called our Food Valley. 1,000 hectares is coming to farm. 60% of this is already cultivated. For poultry, we have 3,000 bird production facility. It can give us about 1 million chicks a year, and we can do 10 million birds. We can process them in a year. It's fully automated, and it's a Food Valley in Edo State. For cashew, you talked about cashew and how it goes to Vietnam. We know that problem. We've heard it so many times. We have a processing facility here in Lagos. We can do 20 metric per day, and we are expanding. We're bringing a second line that will triple capacity. Value addition is one of our focus. So one of the things, our primary crop is sweet potatoes, and we export it to Europe, and we process it in Europe, and we convert it to beer, and we convert it to chips. It's in the retail stores in Europe. Now, integration, farming, manufacturing, we are also down on retail. So we've set up Fresh Fort. It's in Lekki here. Produce on the farm is there. We also get produce from other people. We sell groceries. On top of it, we have a restaurant. It's a whole integrated model that we are testing, and we want to replicate as we go along. We're adding digital to that. We're also attacking enterprise, the hotels, the restaurants, and the cafes, so that we can stream products into that particular segment from a B2B standpoint. We will be replicating this model across the country and also abroad as well. This is a restaurant that is seated on the rooftop of Freshport. You can visit it at Admiralty Way here in just by the corner, so you can check it out. So, you know, agriculture, agribusiness, you know, is really thriving, and we cannot continue to look at top-down models. We really need to look at how do we integrate the value chain and how do we professionalize the sector so that we can really unlock the capital that we need. We can unlock the talent that we need. So, you know, there's so much about, you can check out our paper and learn more about some of these recommendations that we are making to the sector as we, you know, look at how we can not just feed Nigeria, but feed the continent and then eventually feed the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Charles. At this stage, we'll go into, we'll try and round up in less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It's okay. I have questions all sorted out. So in no particular order, I would like to start with cashew. Since we are talking of financing, I've been seeing, and I would like Mrs. Elizabeth to answer this. Sorry, okay, there's one. Okay, I've been seeing a lot of advertisements and some crowd platforms trying to woo investors or high net worth. Do you think financing is sustainable for cashew? And why will you say that?
It's not, except if you're already at their own status, because I know you do it on your platform. Am I right? Cashew, you have cashew, they have it on their platform. You need to know the length of when, if you plant cashew today, you have 4 or 5 years before you can have commercial value from that cashew plantation. So why will you promise anybody bring money in a year's time you get profit? Am I right? Because
yeah, absolutely. From the production side, it takes time. It's similar to palm. You know, palm is longer, say 5 years. But where the opportunity is, especially from the financing and from the capital standpoint, is on the processing side. If you're just able to process it, you will increase the value of that not 8 times. You know, if you are exporting it, you're accessing forex, but also locally, there's huge demand for processed cashew locally as well. So if you want to really optimize and see how capital can flow, so you have to look at how do we bring in capacity to process. You know, so it doesn't have to, and then, yeah.
So that means is the processing that can fetch those promises we have been seeing online. So if you are not at the stage of processing, I don't see why you want to tell anybody to bring money for 1 year and collect profit of 65% interest on cashew that will not be ready in 5 years' time. Do you understand me?
Yes, thank you. I just needed a clarity. It's getting is the rave of the moment now. In fact, driving down on this Lekki Expressway, you may see some billboards promising 10 to 30% to 40%. Okay, I'll share the mic with you on this, Temitope. I would like to ask you some questions about ginger. Or I'll make it, don't worry, I'll share the mic with you. I'll ask you 3 questions in one. First of all, I think One Capital gave a fantastic presentation about what they are doing in ginger. I don't know if you were around, and I would like to find out something. How do you think we can also stimulate local ginger consumption? There's a lot of commodities, sesame, ginger, and some other commodities, cashew nuts as well, seems to be more focused on exports. How do you think we can ginger local consumption of these products? Because there's also a local market for ginger. Secondly, there is always the standardization, aflatoxins and salmonella are kind of common, usually affecting ginger. And my third question is, what do you think the people in the primary production need to place out there to invite bigger investors? Thank you.
If I heard you right, you're asking what we need in the for ginger production in general, ginger consumption. A lot of people know about ginger, they just don't know that it's possible for them to have so much access to it. So we need to educate people more, and because it's not so readily available, a lot of people will rather, producers for instance, will rather just export. However, like you said, even most of the ginger they produce do not meet export standard. So eventually they are unable to process, they are unable to export, and they are unable to sell to local farmers. So we need to make farmers understand that there is also markets here. Okay, for instance, if you are going to sell to local farmer for a local market, they'll charge you, let's say, 100,000, and then if you are to export it yourself, you can get up to 400,000. Most farmers will easily go for the export. However, they shoot themselves in the leg eventually, because in most times they are unable to even export it, and then they get stuck and then they lose money. So for us to increase, I don't know, it's already been consumed. There is for ginger even locally and internationally. But if you think that to increase the consumption rate, make people more aware, make people understand the health value of ginger. I don't know if I answered your question, because I'm not even sure I got the question well. You're asking if how they will increase consumption. There is no low consumption of ginger in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge. People consume ginger at a very high rate. They process it into spices, they process it into tea, they process it into beer. It's consumed. The availability and access to market, both local and international. But I don't know if that is your question.
He also mentioned aflatoxin aspect. The aflatoxin, when there is still moisture, it's not properly dried. So when we are talking about commercial value, there should be dryers. We cannot be waiting for the sunlight, and before you blink, the rain is coming again, and that makes it difficult. And once aflatoxin comes in, it becomes poisonous.
Yes. And then we try to go as organic as possible, because some people had too many things. Eventually, it can't even pass. Even if you want to send it out, but when they check for toxin and all that, it won't pass. So our process is actually as organic as possible, because in some cases it's not possible, especially when you work with some herbicides, some grasses. You just have to use some. But we try as much as reasonable possible to be as organic as possible, so that it can pass both for local consumption and international consumption.
I will still speak on that issue of organic. You can never use the word organic until you are certified. You will take the training, they will give you the guidelines, particular products, you will follow it, you will be audited before you can be allowed to sell internationally. And once your name appears on organic list of ginger, in fact, you can never meet up, because people will now begin to bombard you, and you will now need to begin to get. This is what led to our own case. So we cannot meet up any order we have. We have to be looking for people, and we have to first train them. That's the first thing. You must train them. There must be certificate, and they want to know your trainer. So trainer from UK to come and train people in Nigeria. That's how it goes.
Okay, so my next question is to Dr. Chidi. Earlier sessions today spoke on how you can access alternative funding from maybe the stock exchange or the capital market. I don't know if you want to consider that, but judging by, I know one company that got listed into cocoa processing. And how do you think you play differently? That company now is, I don't want to mention the name, but we both know the huge fundraising. So what do you think the capital market, will you rather have alternative funding from banks or private equity investor, or you want to go that route? That particular industry has stained the cocoa processing. They came with all the pomp and perjury. What do you think was the reason for that?
Thank you. We have been playing in the industry since 1992, and we have also seen some of these stories. All that we have done is to bring out a process that's taking advantage, taking cognizance of some of these challenges, and to bring solutions to them. So the first thing that we have done is to secure a market. Secure a market for the product that you're about to produce. Because that's what everybody is looking at, exit route, even if they come into whatever you're doing. Having secured the market, we know the process of certification gap. It's so a major broker that has all those certificates. He's the one. So certification done, processing done, it's done. Then the back end, that's what happened to when you start and you don't recognize the back end, which is where your products are going to be coming from. By the time you pull in 200 tons a day for 2 weeks, everybody in the environment will begin to hike up prices for you. Your nuclear farm of 30-40% of your needs challenge again. So that's why we got back, aggregated the farmers, and what we are going to do is that when we plant on our own nuclear, we will also help them with these old trees. I mean that we are going to help them to the agriculture is that, is that what I said, to agro-business people, so that the trees can produce and sustainably going forward. So these guys did not take care of that. They did not take care of the quality issues. They did not take care, most importantly, of the back end. And our project has taken care of this. And the good part of it is that it's a model that can be replicated in Ekiti, can be replicated in Ondo, can be replicated anywhere. Once this one kicks off as a start, going to the capital market becomes easy. ASEM have talked to us because my company was one of the Nigeria 50 companies, Tony Elumelu Foundation Awards. So they came. And after talking with us, they said, well, if you come out the way you are now, you are going to be priced at about 1/8 of your worth. But if you, to the point where you are trying to get, in the next 6 to 8, your valuation will be almost 7 or 8 times what it is now. So we are not averse to that arrangement. What is corporate governance? It's a body of knowledge. It can be acquired. It can be acquired. So all this one they are saying, the farmers are not this, all that the farmers lack. With proper arrangement, it can be put into place, and then we get things going. Thank you.
To wrap up, I will ask Mr. Asha. This is the final question. You are going into sesame, and it's a juicy industry. We see it as toppings on burger, and even locally, right? And the oil is pretty well priced. Have you considered there's a bottleneck which are there on this panel. The ports, the congestion, the delay. I've had projects I financed and it was a force majeure. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything. The bank lost. So what innovative way do you think you can beat that? You can speak on behalf of the other panels.
That's a Herculean task for me to find the solution for the Nigerian ports. So I think most of us here, we've explored all the options. We've tried Port Harcourt, we've tried One. Currently, the company we're looking at exporting. Okay, so when there's a will, there's a way. And cousin, let me just add something to it. Part of what we're trying to do, which is basically having a community, agricultural community, which I'm proposing here, and which is what we're trying to solve the problem of traceability, training the farmers, getting them the right certification, because even right now, the land is undergoing certification for organic before we even start. So there's a long process. And to be able to do that and succeed, you don't just look at a farm. It's not gardening, it's not backyard farming. Madam did that for her personal consumption, but for what she sells, it's huge. And the mistake a lot of finance people make, when we talk to them and we say 100 hectares, just 100. When you walk 100 hectares a day, you know it's not just 100. To keep it going, you know the amount of work that is involved. And there are a lot of things that are not right yet. When we talk about a community, it's not just saying, oh, this whole area is a community and they're farming. No, you have to provide them the basic needs, provide them housing, healthcare, electricity, things that will keep them there. So, okay, I'm not in the right position to speak about some of the issues with anchor borrowers. So I'll give an example. So as a mechanization provider, we get to go to farms, randomly. We could say, take your machines to Jigawa and do 100 or 200 hectares. We do it. But one of the things that we realize is that when you get there, you're in the middle of nowhere. So what happens when I finish planting that field? How will these guys get here? And I get to see the EOP. The EOP has nothing like transportation in there. So if the farmer that doesn't have money says, I'm going to the farm, and every day it costs him a minimum of 1,000 naira to go and come, how many times do you think that farmer will go to the farm? So fundamentally, it's not just about the banks willing to give money. The thing is, they need to understand that in this space that we're playing, things are dynamic. You have to just plan according to how you see it. And sometimes the bank or finance institution need to be more flexible, because in the middle of a project, you could find something that really needs to happen. For instance, now I'm currently constructing staff quarters, which wasn't in my plan originally for this first pilot that I'm undergoing right now. But the need is there, it has to be done. But when we go back to finance houses, yeah, it's not in the plan, we can't do this, and then it takes 6 months or so to get approvals and things like that. So if we really want to talk about the issues, we need to understand in the space that we play, we need spontaneous. A lot of things will come. But knowing that we have a future target, yes. And one other thing is you mentioned something about the crowdfunding, funding entities and all. I don't know the magic to play, but if you don't have a field with irrigation and you're not able to do 2 crop cycles a year, I don't really know how you will post a good profit to say you're giving your investors a good profit. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We've come to this session. Please, there's still, I think, one more presentation, not necessarily a session, before the vote of thanks. Please, let's stay around and let's still network. Please, I'm sure a lot of people want to see me for 1 or 2 things. I've met Dr. Chidi before. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Well, Fresh Force, I know you didn't get to come back again. Actually, you're going to one last comment, but let's take the photograph. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask? Comment. Thank you. So, Bamtele coming up. Thank you. Thank you. Well, each one of them gave us, as it were, a pitch, whether it was a commodity or it was the business format, whatever it was a pitch. But everyone standing here clearly, the power of their personal brand is the power of their agricultural business story and the testimonial of their good success in the marketplace and in the industry and national enterprise of the market, both in its capital representations and commercial integrations, clearly is the of their project interest. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate. Thank you very much. Cashew, ginger, sesame, cocoa. But the most important resource is you and your dynamic innovation. And now I'd like to invite for this final wrap up, which is actually a singular profile with the head agribusiness for Sterling Bank, Bukola Awosonya. And today, this presentation is going to be taken by eminently qualified representative David Akpenda. You're very welcome. Thank you very much for your patience. And this is about accessing funding and national markets via SAVEX. And I understand that this is the first, the end-to-end blockchain commodities trading and financing platform. All with Sterling. Wow, that is Sterling. Congratulations. So kindly, everyone, your attention, Mr. David Akpenda, and this very, very presentation that gives everyone an opportunity for funding and other innovative applications of your business in agriculture. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be here to run us very quickly through our project. My name is David Apenda. I'm the product manager for SABEX. SABEX is a digital commodity trading platform built on blockchain to facilitate market access for buyers and sellers. But very quickly, let me just talk about Sterling Bank, our representation. Sterling Bank is one of the commercial banks in Nigeria, very, very passionate about agriculture. Our strategy is what we call our heart, the heart of Sterling. H is for health, E is for education, A is for agriculture, R is for renewable energy, and T is for transport. Those are the 5 sectors the race chosen to play very heavy in. And it's not coincidence that agriculture sits right at the center of that strategy, which is A for connecting the other sectors. So our pitch today, accessing funding and international markets via SABEX. Can you go to the next slide? So this is more like a cliche. We all know the problems surrounding Africa's agriculture. We all know the problems surrounding Africa's agriculture, from fragmented supply chains to funding deficit, a whole to post-harvest losses, to the poverty surrounding smallholder farmers. This is just a whole lot of challenges surrounding the agriculture sector, And our approach is to see how to use technology to be able to solve some of these problems. And the focus for the SABEX platform is on commodities. So agriculture is broken down into the various value chains. You have the pre-production, production, and then the market side, and then we'll talk about processing. This platform is focused on the niche around what happens after harvest. So we're talking about the grains you harvest, right? And then the funding that can come along that angle. So for farmers who have
harvested their commodities and they are looking for a marketplace to sell, this is the platform to go to. This platform also supports what we call warehouse receipt financing, in the sense that if you have agro commodities placed at warehouses attached to this platform, you can also use those agro commodities as collateral to access funding. And the beauty about this is that you can access funding in split seconds. So if you have commodities attached to on our Sabex platform, you can access funding in minutes. So because agriculture is time specific, you're looking for working capital to buy grains at a certain at the particular time. If you don't have the funding at that particular time, you all agree with me that you probably lose the opportunity. So I've created a digital platform that allows people to pledge their commodities as collateral and then get instant financing. One of the partners that spoke earlier was able to access that financing opportunity on our platform in less than 15 minutes. The person was able to access as high as 40 million on our platform. This platform is also expanded to accommodate input finance. So today we have agro dealers across certain markets like Kafanchan, like Zaria. So what we're doing is that we're putting these agro dealers in clusters and we're offering them working capital to be able to buy fertilizer and then supply to farmers. These agro dealers, if they are properly profiled on the Sabex platform, they can access finance to buy fertilizer from blenders or super agro dealers in split second, because we understand that, again, timing is key for whatever you are doing in agriculture. So it's a real-time marketplace offering agro commodities trading and financing. I've mentioned this. So our platform is implemented on blockchain. And the reason why we're using blockchain is because blockchain is a new technology that offers transparency, right? So we are also, the bank is also careful to be able to get visibility into what is happening right at the warehouse locations, right? So blockchain is that ideal technology. The beauty about blockchain is that it also supports integrity of data. So for instance, you have 10 metric tons of maize in a certain warehouse. If you implement that on the blockchain technology, data has integrity, such that nobody can tamper with the results of that. So decentralized trading. Under decentralized trading as a feature on Sabex, it allows buyers and sellers to interact. So on the platform today, you list your commodities and you have potential buyers. They can come and negotiate price, just like what you have in the offline scenario. So I put a 10,000 metric tons of maize on the platform for sale. I quote the price I want to sell it at, right? If a potential buyer comes to the platform, the buyer can also make a bid that you have put a metric ton for 10,000 naira. Can I buy for 9,000 naira? So there's negotiation that happens on this platform. What we're trying to do is that we are trying to decentralize power to both buyers and sellers on the platform. So the platform is it creates an open ecosystem where buyers and sellers can. Part of what we spoke earlier today in the earlier sessions was around warehouse receipt financing. So this platform supports electronic warehouse receipts. So when you bring your commodities to the warehouse, our accredited warehouse, we are working very closely with AFEX to be our warehouse operators. If you carry your commodities to any accredited warehouse, we issue you an electronic warehouse receipt. That automatically becomes an asset that you can bring to the platform for instant financing. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to change the narrative around agriculture such that we're stating that warehouse receipts are viable instruments that various commercial banks can begin to take very seriously. And Sterling Bank is championing this cause to make it bold that you can actually discount your warehouse receipts on the platform to access financing. The platform offers market opportunity. So today we have all kinds of off-takers on the platform, from Olam to flour mills and the like. These are all profiled on the platform. So, one of the big challenges farmers face today is market access. But we're telling them that we're creating a shop for you to be able to sell your commodities almost immediately at very, very competitive pricing. So that's what we're doing. Then we're also looking at security of assets. We are saying that by the time we issue electronic warehouse receipts, we provide transparency on blockchain. This becomes tradable instrument, right? That can be used. We spoke about the capital market today. I believe that the capital market will be more comfortable, directing either debt or equity around what they have visibility into. And if you're able to implement that kind of structure on a blockchain technology that drives end-to-end visibility, we can actually achieve what we call securitization of assets. There's transparency, there's investment opportunity, and the bank has pledged 2 billion naira as a fund dedicated to well-succeeded financing on this platform. Actually, it is 10 billion in principle, but what we have done already is the 2 billion for working capital for both input and commodity finance. So we already know about the agro-commodities ecosystem, from the logistics, warehouse operators, physical infrastructure, the clearing, trading, and all that. What we're trying to do is that we want to connect the entire value chain. For instance, on our platform, we are focusing on, at some point, integrating logistics, because a lot of people have the challenge of moving commodities across the country. So we're trying to also integrate, we're already talking to partners to integrate logistics solution on the platform, right? Now, why are we doing this? We are saying that the agro-commodities market is a big market. If you want to be conservative about that, you can value it at around 4.8 trillion, but it's far, far above this. So this is something we are bullish about, because we know that there's a huge potential in the agro-commodities market, right? The last outputs, we had 19.1 million tons of commodities produced in Nigeria, right? Look at the value chain, look at maize. It's a 1.6 trillion naira market if you want to be conservative. Look at rice, a 1.5 trillion naira market. Look at soya bean, a 500 million naira market. So we are convinced that the agro-commodities market is a huge market. In fact, it is far below what it should be. So imagine if we harness the right potential and do this, we can probably triple this and all. So, but at the back of all what we're saying is technology is that enabler that can make this market work, that can drive investment, that can bring in that capital from the capital market, like we've been talking about from the beginning. I'm not going to labor us about this. This slide just speaks to how there's a very huge demand for agro commodities, be it maize, be it soya, be it sesame. The huge potential around that. And then we're also very heavy on inputs. Nigeria is one of the markets where we have the least application of inputs, right? So by financing agro dealers on our platform, we are trying to create a private sector initiative that will accelerate input adoption for farmers in the long run. So what we seek to achieve in SABEX, the first thing we want to do is to create transparency in the ecosystem, right? From what farmers have harvested through to the storage and then to the off-takers, right? We want to promote agro-commodities as a viable asset class. So today, a lot of people are looking for what to invest in. And I know that even the capital market, they are not averse to agriculture, but they want to be sure that there's low risk in what they are going to invest in. So with SABEX, if you are issued electronic warehouse receipt, we believe that the market players will see commodities as a viable asset class to want to invest into. Then encourage the use of warehouse receipt system. So what we're saying is that today, in this segment, we have a lot of post-harvest losses, as high as 30 to 40% in some commodities. And we're saying that on our platform, you are able to aggregate warehouse services. So we're saying that it should become a norm, right, for people to begin to store commodities at harvest. So what we're doing is that our platform is scalable. We're aggregate. So far, we have at least, we're talking to FSR partners, they have 85 warehouses, but we're also expanding the reach of the warehouse possibility on the platform. We're saying that if you have warehouses across the country, we can integrate those warehouses on our platform to support commodity storage. I believe that will curb the issue of post-harvest losses. So the platform is also, we also support instant financing for agro commodities. I also made it clear that on our platform, you can access 2 billion has been dedicated for working capital, and you can access that finance real time in split seconds. We're also supporting financial inclusion for farmers. So on the platform, if you register on the platform today, you are able to get a mobile wallet, right? You know how difficult it is to to extend financial services to the last mile is very expensive. But via our platform, once farmers sign up, they're able to get mobile wallets that they can begin to use to do transactions. So the platform is also a financial inclusion tool. So access to quality storage systems in the country. If you talk to an average off-taker today, he's concerned about the quality of grains he's going to buy from the market. You know, what we're saying is that for every grains that will be traded on our platform, they must be graded and weighed. So they are graded, they are in 3 stages: grade A, grade B, and grade C. Grade A being the highest grade. And those are the grades we want to sell as premium grade. And of course, if you're selling a premium graded commodity, it comes at the premium price as well. So we're saying that off-takers, the Olams of this world, can sit comfortably and with a click of see where the commodities are in this country. So that's going to be also that's also going to drive efficiency, because I want to be sure that if I go to Adamawa today in a certain warehouse, I'm able to see 10,000 metric tons of maize or soya. You can achieve that via our platform, and quality commodities are that. We want to create a market access for buyers and sellers. We want to promote commodities as a viable asset class. We want to digitize the agro-commodities market. Technology has a big role to play in terms of accelerating investment in the agriculture market, right? So we are using blockchain technology to make sure that players are able to see what is happening in the last mile. There's a concept we're calling, we are referring to as Cybex hubs. So Cybex hub is having a hub, a community of farmers and off-takers, and then at the center of that, we want to have warehousing facilities in those structures. We have implemented a Cybex hub in Kafanchan, where we are doing input finance. We're also trying to do another Cybex hub in Zaria, and want to expand that to 6 markets in the country. So those hubs, we have what we call Cybex representatives that will train these farmers on best agricultural practices, and also help them store their commodities, issue them warehouse receipts, connect them to the market, and at the back of that, offer financing for them if there is need for that, right? And technology will be the main driver doing all of this. And I believe that the capital market will be happy to lend, to bring financing in terms of debt or equity if they can see visibility via technology. Ultimately, this will unlock financing. So supply chain finance, warehouse receipt finance, and other innovative instruments. So quickly to what the facility is about. I told you 2 billion has been earmarked for this, and 10 billion in principle. For farmers, individual farmers can access as high as 5 million naira instantly on the platform. For cooperatives and aggregators, they can access as high as 20 million instantly on the platform. Then if you're a big trading company, like an Olam or a big feed miller, access as high as 100 million on the platform. The interest rate is 1.5% per month, which I believe is very competitive. If you are trading on the platform, this attached to trading on the platform. You can see that on the slide. So this is just like an overview of the platform, very easy to navigate. The platform also allows you to create selling bank accounts if you do not have, or create mobile wallets as well. So this is just an overview of the platform. Once you register, you get your email verified. You can sign up. You can create your digital wallet. And this is how the marketplace works. So for you to put commodities on the marketplace, you talk to our warehouse operator, in this case Apex, they will grade, they will weigh, and you take your service ID, they will upload that. There are some people who have commodities today, and they are wondering, but they are cash strapped. So if you have commodities and you are cash strapped, that shouldn't be a conversation any longer, because on Cybex, that commodity can be collateralized, and then you access instant funding for it. So this is the lending module on the platform, fully digital end-to-end. First of all, the platform allows for credit search, which is automated. In split seconds, we see whether you're credit worthy or not. If you're credit worthy, it takes you to the next level, where you pledge your commodity as collateral, and then the facility drops for you in your wallet or in your bank account, as the case may be. Now, we have plans of expanding the use case for this platform. Today, you are able to do commodity trading, you're able to do wealth financing, you're able to do input financing. What we want to add as additional features in the platform will be LPO finance module, an invoice discounting module. We also want to add an inventory management system to expand inventory management for third-party players. We also want to offer SABEX the service to exchanges. Today we have commodities, and we also have other private exchanges coming up and there around the country. We are going to offer lending as a service to these exchanges, so that if you're operating a private exchange in the country, you can call on Sterling Bank's SABEX API to offer credit to you. So we're driving liquidity for commodity exchanges across the country. We're also expanding this platform to accommodate the livestock market. We are introducing what we call a note issuance model on the platform, where private investors should be able to issue notes on the platform. We're also including the export finance model on the platform, where people can begin to source for finance to carry out export transactions. And then we're expanding the platform to accommodate field agrochemicals. So you can play in the agrochemical sector, field, and all that. This platform can support you in the future additions we want to make. Thank you very much for your time. I can take your questions. Yes, the SABEX platform is live. You can access it at www.sabex.ng. It's a mobile. Yes, for now it's on the web. It's on the web for now. Yes.
Please, if you have any more questions, you're welcome to ask. The package, the product. Ms. Akpenda, anything you'd like to add?
All right. So in conclusion, I'd like to mention that, like I said, Sterling Bank is focused on agriculture. Agriculture is at the heart of our strategy. We are the only bank that has dedicated 10% of its portfolio of its lending portfolio to the sector. So today, the average standard of lending to the sector from commercial bank is around 4%. But Sterling Bank is the only bank that's taking that to the next level. So 10% of our entire portfolio is dedicated to agriculture. So it's something we're happy about, and we are thankful for the opportunity, and I think we're available. We have a stand at the back if you want to probably interact with us further. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'd really like us to applaud and appreciate this presentation by David Akpenda, the product. So he's the product manager for SABEX at Sterling, and representing Mrs. Bukola Wosonya, the head agribusiness for Sterling Bank. And without any question, what he has profiled has been a very robust deep dive into what Sterling Bank refers to as the world's first end-to-end blockchain commodities trading and financing platform focused on commodity traders. Well, I'm sure that from trainers to traders, and most importantly to the commodity marketplace and the agricultural business space, there is no question that the model we've seen is a super model. I think it illustrates the African market model, really. You call it blockchain, but everything I saw there was what happens in our markets. And everything about the presentation, the access, the open access, and the fact that it's supposed to be transparent, a transparent trading model, everything about it is about the markets that our mothers used to create for the market days, and have sustained historically everywhere across Africa. It's really what it is. There is no question that the hybrid of what is contemporary now in terms of technology and the digitization of the whole offering definitely gives it its own new engagement. So without any question, it's a digital African market. And I believe that if one is truly robust about it, beyond Sterling Bank, it can become a truly integrated format and model for translating agribusiness to the world. And that might just be a very effective and innovative engagement, because in sincerity, from a lot of the feedback I am hearing and the interactions upstage here, you're bringing in models that come from out of this country and out of our own infrastructure. And it's foreign, it's alien, it's not who we are. And that is how come I want to believe that if one has the true courage of a true African goal, you will truly recreate our own forest of opportunities and translate what is agriculture to what is truly globalized in its application. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Teta. Thank you very much to all of the very distinguished core and reference of panelists, speakers, presenters. Thank you very much, in particular, to all of our lead partners, NASAL, DLM, Unity Bank, and all of the varied presentations, Apex, Ellen, everyone that you can see that has represented, one way or another, the very direct message and offering of this conference. Welcome to Africa International AICM 2021. And Bamidele, any last words concluding this one-day engagement? I want to believe has been a very, very courageous, intelligent, intentional, and deliberate one. Richard, Bamidele? Bamidele, come on, let's just take that. Thank you very much. Yes, let's put our hands together and appreciate her. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you once again for participating in today's event. I think your attendance today just proves that agriculture truly is a sector to look out for. For us at Welcome to Africa, we believe in the potential. For us at Welcome to Africa, for us at Welcome.
Sound, please. Don't pay attention. Thank you. Sound, please. From the sound deck. Hello. From the sound deck, please. Could we have some clear? Thank you.
Okay. So for us at Welcome to Africa, we believe in Nigeria's potential, and we also believe in the role of finance, investments, and trade, especially with regards to Nigeria's cultural sector, which is our current focus. Interestingly enough, although most of the participants have now left, but during the course of the day, we were able to have investors, agribusinesses, lawyers, financial advisors, regulators, and banks, all of whom represent what would be a viable transaction. And for us, we want to be more than just events. We also want to be able to kind of drive the interaction between the relevant stakeholders so that we can indeed kind of walk the talk, as they say. And that's also reflected by the various services that we provide to our clients and our partners. So whilst we continue doing these events, the bigger picture really is to facilitate trade and investments across the agricultural value chain for a start, whilst we then eventually move on to other sectors. So I want to use this opportunity to thank all the partners, those of us that supported this vision to make this a reality. I also want to thank all the speakers, those who shared their insights and the various opportunities that they have within their portfolio. And most especially, I'd like to thank the organizing team, Richard, Zainab, the Doxa team, and some of the other team members that are currently in Abuja.
So we will be sending out the reports, we'll be sending out presentations. And once again, I thank you for being here today.
One nation bound in freedom, peace, and unity. God bless you, and see you at the next conference online. Thank you.